After 100 million years of secluded cultivation, although Xu Feng's cultivation level didn't improve much, his body reached the realm of immortality. However, the moment he broke through the mountain and flew out, he was completely stunned. The reason was that his 3 disciples had become world-shaking figures. The first disciple became an empress, leading tens of thousands of cultivators, organizing a grand sacrificial ceremony. The second disciple is a notorious bloodthirsty assassin who will do anything for you as long as you pay, his hands stained with blood. The third disciple is a soul dominator, who can control thousands of puppets with a flick of his finger. Xu Feng, after hundreds of years of seclusion, was also shocked to discover that his name had spread throughout the continent, and he had become the supreme demonic being that everyone feared to mention. Let's start following this story together. On a bright, full moon night, in a desolate forest, a young woman is seriously injured. She uses her hand to gently wipe away the fresh blood that is still stuck on her mouth. Beside her is her little junior sister, sobbing. They belong to the Baihua sect. The senior sister's name is Bai Qingrer, and the junior sister is Bai Xiaohe. Although the injuries are not serious, they are exhausted from running for too long, and now the group of men in black have caught up. It is feared that this time, they have little chance of survival. A woman leading the group of men in black spoke up. HMPH, you dare to offend the Empress and still want to run? Committing such a heinous crime, you should obediently surrender. Xiaohe stuck her head out and shouted, "What heinous crime? What nonsense are you talking about? We participated in the grand ceremony of the Wuji sect, and when we saw you worshipping a person with sacrifices to heaven and earth, I was just curious and asked a single question, and you chased us down like this. Does the Wuji sect see human lives as worthless as grass? You are clearly a demonic cult." The purple-haired woman glared and questioned. "Just curious and asked a single question? Do you know who you asked about is the Empress's master?" The 2 Baihua sect sisters were shocked, panicked, and stunned. The Empress's master? Could it be? That's right. It's the legendary supreme demonic being. He is not only the Empress's master, but also the master of the Southern Supreme Ancient Emperor. In addition, the Asura killer king of Wangzi City has also received his teachings. You dare to blame the supreme demonic being, you will be punished by heaven and earth. The Empress not slaughtering your sect is already merciful enough. If you know in the next life, then speak up. If you don't know, then shut your mouth and listen. As she spoke, she drew her sword and rushed to attack the 2 Baihua sect girls. The senior sister hurriedly stepped forward to block, and told her junior sister to run. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky. From the clouds, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck straight down in the middle of the group, preparing to fight, directly blowing them away. Qing'er was surprised. Huh, what happened? Did the earth dragon turn over? Not finished yet. The purple-haired woman looked up at the sky and discovered that a strong vortex had appeared above the top of the mountain, and there was also continuous lightning. The wind was blowing at force 8 or 9, the sea was violently moving, and the visibility was only 4 to 10 kilometers. From the center of the vortex, a strange man suddenly appeared. None other than Xu Feng, the sect leader of the Xuanji sect after coming out of seclusion. Xu Feng felt his body, slightly disappointed that his cultivation level had not improved. 100 years of seclusion, but his realm was still the same. But it seems that the flesh has been sanctified. Xu Feng can now be considered immortal. Since I'm out, I have to test the move and see how powerful it is, right? He waved his hand and shot out a palm strike. The sea split, and waves surged, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, catching the group off guard. Not knowing anyone was nearby, Yi Chen just blasted away haphazardly, severely wrecking the ground and surrounding terrain. The group also suffered considerable injuries as a result. Coincidentally, the 2 Baihua sect disciples were completely unharmed. This made the purple-haired woman think the hidden expert was on the enemy's side, so she blurted out, "Damn it! The enemy has a hidden expert helping them. We need to report back to the sect master, ASAP. Let's retreat." After testing out the move, Xu Feng felt the power wasn't bad. The power of a sanctified body was indeed extraordinary. Hearing voices, he suddenly became aware of his surroundings. Discovering 2 girls sitting amidst the rubble, Xu Feng panicked. Were people here when I was testing my moves on the mountain just now? Crap! Did I hurt someone? Looking at their condition, he thought, "Oh man, I messed up big time. I need to check this out ASAP." Xu Feng hurriedly flew down to the 2 sisters. Xiao, he saw him and worried. "Elder sister, that person is rushing over here." Unfamiliar with the new power of his sanctified body, Xu Feng landed very hard, directly shattering the ground and creating a massive shockwave, nearly blowing the 2 girls away. A mountain that was standing tall next to them after being shaken was also broken in half. After hearing the 2 girls' story, Xu Feng finally understood the situation. "So you were just asking a single question? And the Limitless Sect is chasing you all the way here?" The 2 people nodded vigorously. "Limitless Sect, huh? That name sounds pretty cool. Almost as good as my own profound Limitless Sect. And this Empress title you guys are talking about is pretty badass. Except, even if you're badass, you can't just kill people for making a harmless mistake. If my disciple Luan Yanher were here, she definitely wouldn't allow something like this to happen. Xiao, he agreed. Senior is indeed an expert. Your disciple must be a very virtuous person, right, elder sister? Qing Er suddenly became hesitant when she heard the name Luan Yan'er. Xu Feng turned to leave. All right, if you guys are okay, I won't stay here any longer. You guys can sort things out yourselves. I have something to do. Farewell. After speaking, he jumped into the air and flew with the wind. Xiao, he watched with an adoring gaze. Wow, an expert. Truly an expert. He disappeared in a flash. We can be that awesome in the future too, right, elder sister? Qing Er was trembling with fear at this point, her body giving out as she collapsed to the ground, muttering, Luan Yan'er. He said his disciple is Luan Yan'er. Xiaohe, have you forgotten? The empress chasing us is named Luan Yan'er. Xu Feng was flying and curiously wondering how his disciples had grown up. But he absolutely had no idea that he was the legendary Supreme Demon Lord. Xu Feng vaguely recalled a memory from over 100 years ago. Back then, he had just single-handedly wiped out all the enemies and decided to temporarily leave the world to cultivate. Lone Yan'er, who was still a small girl at the time, upon hearing the news that her master was going into secluded cultivation, asked sadly, Master, do you really want to abandon us and seclude yourself? Xu Feng smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, your teacher has already eliminated all the rebels. 100 years from now, no one will dare to invade our Xuanji sect again. Everyone doesn't need to worry. Lone Yan'er's eyes were filled with tears, sobbing, Master, please don't. Your disciple doesn't want you to go anywhere. Xu Feng sternly scolded. Nonsense. I have passed down the cultivation techniques precisely so that you can live in peace, but your master can't always stand in front and protect you, understand? From today onwards, everyone in the Xuanji sect must focus on training. I'm assigning you a task. In the 100 years that I'm in seclusion, you must revive the sect. He was still thinking about the scene from 100 years ago, unaware that the scenery and everything had changed. Back in the present, Xu Feng was flying towards a city. As he flew, he looked at the scenery below, feeling satisfied. In just a short 100 years, the sect's spirit mountain has restored its spiritual veins. How interesting. Let's go down and take a look. When Xu Feng landed, everyone around him became frightened. Wherever he went, everyone's eyes were on him, and everyone revealed a look of fear. Xu Feng was surprised. Am I too handsome? He looked at the houses and streets, seeing that even outside the sect was so prosperous, and nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. Letting the disciples train on their own was indeed a wise decision. Suddenly, a stall caught Xu Feng's attention. A stall specializing in selling wooden toy statues. He didn't expect that they still sold this kind of thing now. He stepped forward and picked up a statue, reminiscing. Back in the day, they only sold sky-shattering axes and body-exploding pills. It seems like things are getting better and better. Suddenly, he looked closely at the wooden statue and discovered, why does this wooden figure's face look so familiar? He immediately asked the stall owner, Hey boss, let me ask you something. Which great deity is this wooden figure modeled after? The stall owner's face turned pale when he saw Xu Feng's face, and he hurriedly packed up his things and closed the stall. I'm just a small business owner. Please show mercy and forgive me. Heaven is watching. Please turn back before it's too late. Xu Feng was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the stall owner suddenly so panicked like he's seen a ghost? Listening to the stall owner, he looked up and unexpectedly discovered a huge statue, which also looked very similar to him. What was strange was that the statue was engraved with the words, Limitless Sect. Isn't this place the Xuanji sect? He wondered. Suddenly, Xu Feng recalled the little girl's words earlier. Could it be? This limitless sect is... Before he could finish thinking, a guy leading a group of girls came forward and accused. This scoundrel deliberately dressed like the god statue and swaggered around, causing the people to close their doors and not dare to go out. A girl stepped forward and scolded. How dare you be so arrogant in broad daylight? Die, you dog thief! Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What? I'm wearing my own clothes. How is that outrageous? I was about to ask you guys. What's with that statue? And where's my profound origin sect? Before he could finish, the group of women rushed at him with red chains, surrounding him. They quickly cast the golden shackles formation, throwing the chains to bind Ye Chen. Seeing this, Yan Chen could only sigh. How could these flimsy chains bind this daddy? He shifted slightly, easily breaking free. Listen to me first. The women were horrified. What? Her Majesty's golden shackles formation was broken in an instant. Only Her Majesty can break this formation. Could he be? As if understanding each other, they signaled, and then started stripping off their clothes on the spot, revealing 2 boxes of Dutch lady milk. Mega size. How mega? Just eyeball it, it's kinda hard to measure at this point. Haha. Yi Chen panicked, hastily covering his eyes. These cheap tricks, seductive arts are useless on me. Ladies, please chill. But in reality, the women weren't taking off their clothes, but changing into white robes. Then, they pulled out confetti cannons and started celebrating, lined up in 2 neat rows, and bowed. Welcome back, Venerable Yi Chen, to the Boundless Origin sect. Ye Chen was still bewildered. What's going on? The women approached and gently led him towards the stargazing tower. You're the founder of the Golden Shackles formation, Venerable Ye Chen, right? That's right, but before Ye Chen could finish, another woman chimed in. Please come with us to the stargazing tower. Her Majesty is waiting for you there. Yi Chen was confused. Her Majesty? Who? Why is she waiting for me? What do you guys mean? Just what it sounds like. Don't worry, you'll understand everything when we get there. Afterwards, Ye Chen was led to the main hall of the stargazing tower. Above, in the center, someone was sitting behind a red screen. The person inside said, You're the one who broke the Golden Shackles formation? Ye Chen replied, That's right. I am Ye Chen, the sect leader of the Profound Origin sect. I came here to ask why my sect is... Before he could finish, from behind the screen, a woman flew out. It was none other than the Empress, Lon Yan N.H.I. She exclaimed with joy, After 100 years, this disciple finally gets to see you again. Master, Yan N.H. I missed you so much. Yi Chen was utterly astonished. Little crybaby Lon Yan N.H.I.? How did she grow up so big? Wait a minute, let me go first. Lon Yan N.H.I. refused, clinging tightly to him. No way! I finally waited for you to finish your seclusion. No matter what, I won't let you leave this time. Even if we die, we'll be buried together. Back to the story. Yaner suddenly straddled Yi Chen, startling him. What's going on? Don't spout nonsense. First, get off me. Yaner smiled, pulling open her master's collar. We're at this point, and you're still playing dumb? So nasty and hateful. But that makes Yaner even happier. She raised her hands to the sky, unleashing the ultimate technique, the 9 transformations severing gate formation, instantly using the scraps of fabric to tightly bind Ye Chen, completely controlling him. Yi Chen was stunned. This is the 9 transformations severing gate formation. The last move I taught Yaner before going into seclusion. Is she really Yaner? Yaner smiled brightly. Master. Over the years, Yaner has mastered all the spells you taught me. Your disciple followed your teachings before your seclusion, diligently cultivating, just to wait for this day to meet you again. Yanzhi gently curled her finger, pulling the fabric wrapped around her master's neck closer. After today, the feelings between you and me can become even deeper. Yanzhi stood up, took out a golden dagger, and continued. But before that, Master must give Yaner a small guarantee. I know you are very outstanding, but your body is not indestructible. As long as I cut off these legs, you won't be able to go anywhere. Yi Chen exclaimed. Wait, is this necessary? Yaner giggled. Don't be afraid. Just endure a little pain, and we'll be happy forever after. A light flashed as the blade touched Ye Chen's leg. But it couldn't cut through at all, even sparks flew. Yaner was shocked. Why can't it cut? This is an extremely sharp knife made of precious materials. I must be using too little force. She immediately held the knife with both hands, raising it high. Ha ha! I'm gonna get serious now. Ye Chen calmly said, never stopping until achieving the goal, truly Yanzhi's way of doing things. My disciple has improved so much, how can I, as the master, not improve too? He waved his hand, directly firing an enormous burst of true fire, burning all the restraints. All bonds, no matter how strong, gradually fade before the vastness of time. But Yanri, in Ye Chen's heart, will forever be the only one. Ye Chen, who had been trying to look impressive for less than 5 seconds, immediately revealed a naive look. The reason? Because he used a little too much force, forgetting to control his strength, causing Yan'er's clothes to catch fire. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Yan Koliter suddenly became sad and asked, Master really thinks so? But Ye Chen, his mind completely lost in her enchanting beauty, couldn't hear a word. This scene shocked him so much that his nose bled. He covered his eyes while attempting to gloss it over. Really? Master wouldn't lie. Hurry and change into another outfit. Yan'er angrily said, Liar! You keep talking about 100 years of unwavering hearts. But a promise between us isn't even mentioned. You've forgotten everything. Ye Chen was startled, and hurriedly rummaged through his memories, remembering the events of a century ago, when he was still teaching Yan'er spells. Back then, due to his carelessness, he accidentally tore her clothes, just like now. Yan'er sobbed. Master, you tricked me. You said this formation couldn't be broken, but I still got hurt. Ye Chen immediately comforted her. Who said that? Strength is true beauty. Yan'er is still young. Even if she repelled the black bear demon, How could she not be beautiful? What's there to fear about the nine heavens' mysterious woman not being able to get married? Yanar was touched upon hearing this. Master, do you really want to be with me forever? Yi Chen said seriously. Have I ever lied to you? I promised. Master will always be by Yanar's side. The two made a pinky promise. But Yansir didn't hear the end of the sentence clearly, only remembering. Master will always be by Yansir's side. Ye Chen remembered everything and embraced Yanher. Yanar has never changed. It's just that Master was late. Yanher pouted, gazing at Ye Chen. Then she threw herself into his arms. Master, why are you only back now? Afterward, she recounted everything that had happened in the past century. After hearing the story, Yi Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder you had to change the sect's name to escape the remnants. Pursuit. It must have been tough. But as long as Master is back, everything can be solved. Yanar hesitated. If Master is back, does that promise to me still count? Ye Chen, thinking she was referring to the promise to stay in the sect forever, reassured her. Relax. Master won't go back on his word. Yanrer was surprised. Her face flushed red. Huh? Master agreed? Isn't this a marriage proposal? Ye Chen happily replied that the important thing is to keep his word. As a real man, he does what he says. Yanar excitedly said. If Master keeps his word, then Disciple will immediately choose an auspicious day to hold the wedding ceremony. But Ye Chen thought she was talking about gathering everyone in the sect, so he also agreed to choose a good day. Suddenly, someone came to report, Your Majesty, scouts from the Fanghua squad have discovered that the Heavenly Tome has awakened, and all the major sects are heading towards Heavenly Tome City. Yi Chen suddenly remembered. The Heavenly Tome? Could it be that I forgot to take it with me before going into seclusion? Yanar immediately regained her majestic demeanor, issuing an order. The Heavenly Tome originally belongs to our sect now that Xu Feng has returned. Of course, the Heavenly Tome must also return to our hands. Someone, spread the word throughout the continent. I will personally retrieve this Heavenly Tome. Yi Chen quickly cut in. Wait, let me go get it. His face was full of worry, as if afraid that the secret of the Heavenly Tome would be revealed. Could it be that it contains the Sunflower Manual? At that time, the atmosphere in Tianshu City was extremely lively. A messenger holding a newspaper ran and shouted loudly. Special edition! Special edition! The 3-year moment has arrived. The Tianshu recognition battle begins again. Listening Tide sect is participating, determined to win. The cultivators buzzed. Will today mark the end of the century-long Tianshu recognition battle, or will it be another question mark or exclamation point? A messenger approached Ye Chen. This cultivator, would you like a Tianshu newspaper? Xu Feng smiled. Thank you. I don't need one. Looking around, Xu Feng sighed. This Tianshu city is the Lulin city of 100 years ago. The change is too great. I wouldn't recognize it after only 100 years. The old roads can't be found anymore. Suddenly, the paper crane in his lapel spoke, with Xiao Yaner's voice ringing out. With Xiao Yaner in hand, no worries traveling the continent. Please turn right on the side of the road. Xu Feng smiled lightly. Yanker, you said there's someone here to meet me. I'm just here to get my stuff. No need for anyone to pick me up, right? The paper crane replied. All right, but to explain further, during your closed-door cultivation, the Tianshu was temporarily stored in this city, causing many disputes. The Xuanji sect was small at the time and couldn't retrieve the Tianshu. Yanshir used a trick within a trick, spreading the news of the Tianshu's existence throughout the world, causing the cultivators to fight over it, in order to divert attention from our sect and record the evil parties fighting for the Tianshu. Xu Feng was surprised. Using myself as bait, Yanir's thoughts are so meticulous. Yanir has really grown up. We've arrived at the destination. The contact is just ahead, and there's a letter left behind, the paper crane continued. Oh? What else did Yanher instruct? Master, don't overthink it. The contact is a hidden agent from the Xuanji sect era. The password hasn't changed. Please feel free to hand it over. Xu Feng was satisfied. You're still so meticulous. Thank you for your hard work. The paper crane continued. Also, Master, after retrieving the Tianshu, you must return immediately, got it? And also, you're not allowed to look at other women outside. Just thinking about it makes this disciple unable to bear it. So angry. After saying that, the crane lit up and burned to ashes. Xu Feng smiled wryly. What an overthinking child. Master doesn't have that much free time. Suddenly, Xu Feng noticed a female fortune teller. She was sitting slurping noodles. He guessed. Perhaps this person is the contact. Xu Feng stepped forward to greet her. Excuse me, may I ask for your esteemed name? The female fortune teller looked up. Who knew she'd run into such a young, handsome, and likable customer? With her nature of being obsessed with good-looking guys, even reincarnation couldn't change. The female fortune teller immediately put down the bowl of noodles she was slurping, then quickly pulled up the fortune teller sign. She quickly introduced herself. I am Xiao Qiao Qiao, Known in the martial world as Little Prophet, this humble person understands a little about predicting the future. Whether it's seeking romance or foreseeing a career, I can help. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao covered her mouth and whispered, I also have a service for finding lost items. Xu Feng thought to himself, finding lost items? It must be the Tian Shu. She is the person Yan He arranged. To be sure, he cupped his fist and said softly, Heaven King, Earth Tiger. Looking at this expression, it seems like this daddy found the wrong person. Xiao Qiao was stunned. Are you stupid? Great, that's right. Oh, for FCK's sake. So it turns out the phrase, are you stupid, is the password. Messed up big time. Xiao Qiao wasn't the contact. She just accidentally said the password. Xiao Qiao waved her hand. Go away, don't hinder my business. She thought to herself. Another idiot. Such a waste of a pretty face. Xu Feng thought she was being too professional, playing coy to test him. He replied, We're not family, so I won't be entering your house. No need for you to overthink it. Xiao Qiao slams the table. What? Who's family with you? Who are you calling an idiot? If you're sick, go to a clinic, don't cause trouble here. Xu Feng put his hand on Xiao Qiao's shoulder, pressing her down to sit. I'm revealing my hand. I really am here to find a lost item. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao felt a strange sensation within her, her body burning up. Her dormant inner core, silent for years, became violent. There's no mistaking it, this person is my fated cultivation partner. Xu Feng was surprised. Why is your face so pale? He showed concern because he still thought she was Yan Ye's person, so he treated her politely. Xiao Qiao suddenly grabbed Xu Feng's hand and placed it on her chest. Right. Sky King covers Earth Tiger. I'm the idiot. I've been waiting for you for so long. Looking for a lost item, right? I'll take you there, no time to delay. This way, please. Just as Xu Feng was being dragged away by the woman, a head popped out, peeking around. Didn't the Empress's secret order tell me to wait here? Where's her person? At the Heavenly Tome convention, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The Heavenly Tome was placed on the arena stage, where two famous masters were fighting. The spectators were all gossiping. Holy moly, that's sect leader Wei Tianhong of the Listening Tide sect. His strength is not to be underestimated. Could it be that he'll snatch the Heavenly Tome? Xiao Qiao led Xu Feng to the venue of the convention. Wow, there are so many people, Xu Feng exclaimed. Of course. See if what you're looking for is on the stage, Xiao Qiao replied. This cultivator. I see your strength is extraordinary. You're probably here for the Heavenly Tome, right? Legend has it that whoever obtains the Heavenly Tome will possess the entire continent. Young hero, who doesn't want to become a regional overlord? But to awaken the Heavenly Tome, besides the destined great opportunity, you also need the permission of the City Lord of Heavenly Tome City. That's why they're fighting non-stop on the stage, she continued. But the way I see it, you and sect leader Wei Tianhong are not that different. If you want to get the Heavenly Tome, I can help you once, as long as you dual cultivate with me. Turning back, Xiao Qiao couldn't find Xu Feng anywhere. Everyone suddenly stirred. Something flew out. Look ahead quickly. Someone's on the arena stage. It turned out that Xu Feng had flown onto the stage. Xiao Qiao worried. What are you planning to do? With your current strength, you can't mess with Wei Tianchong or City Lord Zhang Zicheng. The two people who were fighting each other suddenly realized that someone was trying to snatch the Heavenly Tome and immediately stopped fighting, rushing to attack Xu Feng. Xu Feng planned to quickly grab the book and leave while things hadn't gotten too chaotic. But suddenly, a loud curse rang out. Shameless bastard! You want to take this old man's peach tree while it's chaotic? You're asking for death. Xiao Qiao was terrified and didn't dare to look, covering her eyes with her hands. Oh no, we're done for. To talk about the powerhouse rushing to punch Ye Chen right now, we need to rewind 100 years. After Xuanji sect fell, the Kangyuan continent was engulfed in civil war everywhere. Listening Tide sect, originally weak, suddenly saw a peerless genius rise to prominence. He comprehended cultivation techniques and physical skills, defeating all opponents under the heavens. This genius was Wei Tianchong. Wei Tianhong, in a fit of rage, charged at Ye Chen. Get lost now! He couldn't contain his fury, directly unleashing his ultimate move, the Ice Fist 5th form. It's called Ice Fist, but it creates a massive explosion like flames. Actually, he's doing it to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, showing off his power. Xiao Xiao below the stage thought to herself, this is troublesome. Wei Tianchong is narrow-minded. That kid's unlucky to run into him. Gotta save him quick. On the stage, Ye Chen's ouch made Wei Tianhong stun. Ye Chen wasn't angry at all, but smiled brightly. Is this kind of greeting popular these days? Wei Tianchong wondered. He actually blocked one of my punches? Just what's this kid's background? An opponent behind him spoke up. Wei Tianchong, don't say I didn't warn you. Which cultivator coming to compete for the Heavenly Tome doesn't have some skills? I advise you to go all out. or else you'll have a hard time in your old age. Wei Tianhong smiled. Haha, want me to go all out? Then I'm afraid you'll be meeting Yama. He increased his strength, channeling Qi into his hands, then charged straight at Ye Chen, executing Southern First second form. Star Grand Circle, punching directly at him. Ye Chen easily dodged it. Not bad. You can even block my second Ice Fist form. Youngsters these days are promising, Wei Tianhong continued. Let me tell you another good thing. The Ice Fist that this old man created isn't just about fists. As he spoke, he kneed Ye Chen, sending him flying into the air. The audience below was shocked. What? Wei Tianhong advanced the Ice Fist? It used to be just punches. Ye Chen, despite taking such a powerful knee strike, was completely unfazed, his face still calm. He thought to himself, the Heavenly Tome tournament is basically a martial arts competition. Should I just join in, participate in the fights, and then take the Heavenly Tome, and maybe boost the sect's reputation in the process? Lost in thought, Wei Tianhong had already jumped up and closed in on him. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, crossing his hands, then using both his hands and feet to deliver a blow that sent Ye Chen crashing to the ground. But Ye Chen landed without falling, only his feet sinking into the ground. Trisk, this stage is really cramped. Hope my shoes didn't break, he muttered. Wei Tianhong still wasn't letting Ye Chen off. He dove down from the air with terrifying speed, using Southern Fist first form. Single peak, shattering peak, directly slamming Ye Chen's head into the ground. Considering you had the courage to step on stage, this old man will reward you with another move, sending you to paradise. Tianhong raised his leg high, executing Southern Fist first form. Unceasing flow, stomping down hard on Ye Chen. The ground around them shook violently. Dust and rocks filled the sky. When he was finished, Tianhong jumped back, smugly saying, ha ha ha, Zicheng. There won't be anyone to bother us now. Let's talk about the Heavenly Tome. Zhang Zicheng nodded but then panicked. Tianhong, watch out behind you. Wei Tianhong turned around and saw Ye Chen rushing towards him, throwing a punch. But Ye Chen just smiled and didn't punch, but flicked him lightly on the forehead. This light flick actually dented his forehead, sending Wei Tianhong flying away. Tianhong lay in the rubble, unable to resist. Ye Chen said leisurely, thanks for the guidance. I'll be taking the Heavenly Tome now. Everyone who witnessed the moment just now was in chaos. What's going on? One flick defeated Wei Tianhong? Who the heck is this guy? He's totally worthy of snatching the Celestial Tome. Wei Tianhong glared at Zhang Zicheng, yelling, Zhang Zicheng, how much longer are you going to watch the show? Don't forget what you begged me for. Only my Listening Tide sect can make it happen. Zicheng chuckled. Ha ha, old Wei. Is it that hard to admit you're inferior to someone else? These words ignited Tianhong. In his mind, a voice echoed from the depths of his memories. Inferior to someone else. Wei Tianhong, do you understand? Inferior to others? That's you. It's because you're inferior that your loved ones died. His eyes flared with rage, veins popping. Wei Tianhong went berserk. He pulled out a primordial pearl and swallowed it. His power surged, making him look like a demon. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sky. A huge vortex appeared above Wei Tianhong's head. People started chattering. Is it gonna rain? What a bummer. I still wanted to see the Celestial Tome. Zhang Zicheng panicked. Wei Tianhong, are you out of your mind? To block the attack, Zicheng hastily activated his inner energy for protection. The surrounding crowd exclaimed, oh my god, look! Zhang Zicheng is also using his power. Does he want to join the fight? This year's Celestial Tome gathering is really something. But little did they know, disaster was about to strike. In the sky, sparks of light appeared everywhere. Many clueless people watched with amusement. One fell into the area of a woman, flashed, and exploded. Everyone fled in panic, the woman clutching her chest as she ran. Xiao Xiao was no exception, running while cursing under her breath. That damned old Wei Tianhong. Turns out the primordial pearl attracts heavenly lightning here, and at most an incense stick's time, hundreds of miles around will be scorched earth. That little punk? He's totally screwed. Ye Chen wiped the blood off his face. But it wasn't his blood, it was Zhang Zicheng's. He grabbed the strand of heavenly lightning, stuck to him, and casually pulled it off. Heavenly lightning, huh? It's a bit of a hassle. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang Zicheng? Zhang Zicheng was dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Ye Chen's seemingly simple action made him question his entire existence. What do you mean, wouldn't you agree? This is heavenly lightning. Just a light touch stripped my skin off. But this kid just flicked it off. Ye Chen grabbed the hem of his clothes, regretting. Oh, the corner of my clothes is burnt. Oh well, no biggie, gotta nip it in the bud. He looked up at the massive primordial pearl in the sky. It was drawing down heavenly lightning, constantly striking the ground. Perfect timing. I wanted to test this body out. He was about to attack and destroy the primordial pearl when suddenly something big and round flew straight into his face. It was Xiao Xiao. She brought her life-saving buoys. I'm here to save you. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. No way, you can't die here. Why are you being a hero for? In the end, I still have to come save you. Heavenly lightning might not kill him, but there's a very real chance he'll suffocate in these giant boobs, you guys. Xiao Xiao used her body to shield Yi Chen. Yi Chen sighed, looked up, and his eyes widened, mouth agape. Is this saving? Is this saving me? Seriously, annoying. Quick as a flash, Xiao Xiao fished out a teleportation talisman from her pocket and slapped it right onto Yi Chen's forehead. He was dumbfounded. Am I a freaking zombie that you're sticking a talisman on my head like this? Xiao Xiao reminded him. Don't move. This is a one-time use teleportation talisman, and I only have 3 left. No matter how precious the heavenly book is, it's not worth more than our lives and cold hard cash. As she spoke, she slapped another teleportation talisman on herself, but unfortunately, it was struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning and burned to ashes. Crap! The talisman's burnt. We can't leave anymore. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Yi Chen peeled the teleportation talisman off his forehead, embraced Xiao Xiao, and scolded, You're such an idiot. Who told you to save me? Who needs it? Suddenly, an extremely powerful bolt of heavenly lightning struck the two of them directly, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Wei Tianhong stood high above, looking down, and hearing the cries for help from below, he felt incredibly pleased. He laughed loudly. Ha ha! It's over! I can control heavenly lightning. The heavenly book will be mine. You are nothing but lowly ants. While he was gloating, a stone flew up from below and hit him on the head. Wei Tianhong glared down to see who dared to be so bold. From within the smoke and dust, Yi Chen and Xiao Xiao appeared, unharmed, despite being directly hit by heavenly lightning. Yi Chen leisurely said, Wei Tianhong, you really do have some skill, being able to summon heavenly lightning. Not everyone can do that. Is this what you desire? Xiao Xiao had already fainted after enduring the power of the explosion. But fortunately, Yi Chen protected her, so she wasn't seriously injured. It's just that her clothes were in tatters, and her glasses were gone. Yi Chen looked up and continued. Can you hear the cries of these people? Is it worth treating human lives like dirt just for a heavenly book? Wei Tianchong, of course, wasn't easily persuaded. He angrily retorted. The winner takes all. The loser gets nothing. High risk, high reward. You sanctimonious types usually live like pigs anyway. Shut your mouth. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, summoning heavenly lightning to strike at Yi Chen. But before the heavenly lightning could be unleashed, he was punched straight in his dog snout by Yen Chen. All right. I don't need to lecture you anymore, Yi Chen said. Then he punched Wei Tianhong's face repeatedly, sending teeth flying everywhere. At this rate, I think his dentures are gone for good. Haha. I'll let you know. The heavenly book was originally mine. He took out the heavenly book and declared clearly, infusing true Qi into the heavenly book. It immediately emitted a dazzling golden light, broke the seal, and transformed into a scroll about 100 zang long. The spirits within the heavenly tome flew out, frolicking around Yi Chen like pets reunited with their long-lost owner. Xu Feng stroked them, smiling. Long time no see, old friends. I need your help with something. He held the heavenly tome, performing mystical hand gestures, and shot out emerald green spirit energy, spreading it in all directions. This spirit energy rained down, healing the injuries of the cultivators below. Broken legs were mended, and Zhang Xincheng, who had his arm cut off just now, had it restored as good as new. OMG, my leg is healed? Is this a blessing from the heavens? The cultivators exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Tianchong was defeated? Is that youth the one who obtained the heavenly tome? Who is he and how is he so OP? Xu Feng descended from above, looking incredibly arrogant. Qiao Qiao was also being healed by the spirit energy. Xu Feng stared blankly at the 2 heavenly peaches on her chest. What the heck, why isn't she awake yet? Did her heart stop beating? Seeing those 2 supersized, gigantic peaches, Xu Feng unconsciously reached out, intending to check, but then he said to himself, Nah, gotta stop thinking dirty thoughts, gotta save her first. She's one of Lon Yanren's people, after all. He slipped his hand into the gap between the 2 peaches to feel for a heartbeat. If I remember correctly, the heart's on the left, but why can't I feel any pulse at all? Qiao Qiao was aware of Xu Feng's every move, and she thought to herself, Oh my god, you're embarrassing me so much. My heart's on the right, not the left. How humiliating. I went on stage all high and mighty saying I was saving people. But in the end, I was the one who needed saving. So cringe. Xu Feng kept feeling around but couldn't find a heartbeat, so he had no choice but to carry her in a princess carry. This isn't good. I need to find a secluded place to examine her further. Hearing this, Qiao Qiao secretly rejoiced, so excited that she was drooling, unable to swallow in time. Oh, a secluded place, huh? Sounds tempting. Might as well go with the flow and cultivate together? This is too good for me. Gotta keep faking unconsciousness. As Xu Feng carried Qiao Qiao, preparing to leave, Zhang Xincheng stared at him intently from behind. Unbelievable. In the end it was a young man who obtained the heavenly tome. He was about to call out to Xu Feng, but suddenly someone appeared, calling him City Lord. The person removed his disguise, revealing himself to be Zhang Zicheng's subordinate, who was ordered to disguise himself to greet Xu Feng. Zhang Zicheng wondered, "Didn't I tell you to go greet the Empress's people? Why are you here now? Where's the other person?" The subordinate replied, "This humble servant has something to report to you." Then, he whispered into the city lord's ear. Suddenly, Zhang Zicheng's expression turned astonished. He hurriedly called out, "Taoist friend, please stop!" The old man ran over, panting. You! He whispered to Xu Feng, "Are you the 9 heavens 10 earths, unbeaten thunder, traversing the 4 seas, sweeping the 8 desolations, known as the limitless demon lord, right?" Xu Feng was stunned after hearing this, and awkwardly denied, "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Zhang Zicheng acted like he understood. "Don't worry, I'm good at keeping secrets." Xu Feng was a little annoyed. "I'm not." Suddenly, Zhang Zicheng knelt down, kowtowing. "This junior has admired you for a long time, and today I finally have the honor of meeting you. This humble one is Zhang Zicheng, the son of Zhang Kong." Hearing the name Zhang Kong, Xu Feng's expression suddenly changed. While the two were busy talking, Cao Cao had opened her eyes and was eavesdropping the whole time. But she remained still in Xu Feng's arms to enjoy the feeling of being carried by a handsome guy. While chatting with Zhang Zicheng, he invited Ye Chen to his mansion to help rescue Xiao Cao. At the Zhang mansion, a physician had already been summoned to provide treatment. "The miracle healer is here? This way, please." "How's the patient?" the miracle healer asked. The maid replied, "It's embarrassing to say, but despite our best efforts, she remains unconscious." The miracle healer stroked his beard. "I heard that this woman is the companion of the Heavenly Tome's master?" "Yes. She risked her life and body to protect the Tome's master, resulting in severe injuries from the Listing Tide sect. Our master is on pins and needles, and is waiting for good news from you in the guest room. Miracle healer, please, come and take a look." The servant opened the door for the physician, but surprisingly, the room was empty. Xiao Cao had vanished. Turns out, she'd snuck away just before. She was hiding behind a nearby wall, eavesdropping. Only after the two left to search for her did she dare to breathe. Inviting the miracle healer too, Zhang Zicheng is really generous. "Good thing I escaped in time, or I'd have been exposed," Cao Cao thought to herself. "I thought if I just pretended to be unconscious, that kid would try something, and I could get more info. But no, he just follows Zhang Zicheng. What a waste of a pretty face." "Good, you dare to run from me. Plotting something, eh?" Cao Cao smirked devilishly. From her cleavage, she pulled out a strange talisman. "This auntie isn't gonna let you get away that easily." Cao Cao activated the tracking talisman, following wherever it went. Suddenly, it tried to enter a strange house. "Seems like Ye Chen's inside." Cao Cao smiled triumphantly. "Hee, found you, my talisman. This is the all-seeing one. Stick it to you and I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth." Cao Cao leaned against the door, trying to peek inside. "Let's see what sweet nothings you're whispering." Her face full of doubt, she wondered, "Why is it so quiet? Could it be a gentleman's self-defense?" Cao Cao licked her fingertip to wet it. Then, she poked a hole in the paper window and peeked inside. "Don't want me to hear, huh? Well, I have no choice but to see with my own eyes what the hell you're doing." When Xiao Cao looked inside, her eyes widened in shock. The scene of two men taking off each other's clothes in a closed room was truly stimulating. Zhang Zicheng was taking off his shirt, and Ye Chen was touching him. Moreover, Zhang Zicheng's expression couldn't help but make someone with a vivid imagination like Cao Cao think dirty thoughts. But in reality, he was showing Ye Chen the mark on his right chest. Ye Chen observed with his eyes, and felt with his hand. The pattern of this mark was somewhat familiar. "No doubt about it, he really is Zhang Kongbang's son." With a proud look, Zhang Zicheng said, "This mark was personally inscribed by me, and is also a symbol of the Zhang family's inheritance. Senior, please believe me." Ye Chen chuckled. "I still remember vividly the scene of you and your father going into battle with me. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big." Zhang Zicheng clasped his hands and recounted. "This junior feared that you might not know. 40 years ago, my father, weakened, summoned me to his bedside and broke a bundle of chopsticks, then passed the position of city lord to me. At that time, besides my father, there was another person in the room, none other than Ji Yu Huang Supreme. That person wore a black robe. When Zhang Zicheng's father, Zhang Kong, was on his sickbed, Ji Yu Huang Supreme came to visit and asked, 'You are the next city lord, right? You look like you'll live a long time.' Zhang Zicheng, still young at the time, knelt respectfully on one knee. He clasped his hands and replied, 'I dare not. Heavenly Tome City was built by you. I am merely replacing my father as city lord.' 'You're a good kid,' Zhang Kong didn't waste his love on you. To put it briefly, besides keeping an eye on the Heavenly Tome clan, I also want you to regularly report to me. When the Heavenly Tome's master finds it, tell them to come to Blessed Land Grotto immediately after obtaining the book. Master, Zhang Zicheng, while reenacting Ji Yu Huang Supreme's appearance at the time, pleaded with Yi Chen. You must keep this a secret from everyone. Basically, in this form, it's just too disgusting and nauseating. Yi Chen, noticing Ji Yu Huang Supreme, felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be that person is? Zhang Zicheng jumped in to finish his sentence. That's right, that person is your third disciple, Luo Yan. Ji Yu Huang Supreme has been entrenched in the southern continent for a long time and is the overlord of the world. Yi Chen thought to himself, I knew it. My disciples are truly promising. Even my third and least talented disciple has become a famous figure. But on another note, Blessed Land Grotto? Isn't that the barren mountain where I brought those 3 ancient elixirs? You want me to go without telling Yan Arar? What excuse am I supposed to come up with? While I was racking my brain trying to figure things out, Zhang Zicheng suddenly called out, Senior, and immediately knelt down, kowtowing. This directly stunned Yi Chen. Little Zhang, what the hell are you doing? Originally, the city lord position wouldn't have been passed down to me so early. After all, my father's lifelong wish was to personally welcome the master of the heavenly book. My father cultivated diligently every day. But one day, he suffered a chi deviation. I know I shouldn't bother you, Senior, with such a trivial matter, but I still beg for your help. As he spoke, Zhang Zicheng sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down onto the floor. It seemed this matter had been bothering him for a long time. Yi Chen sensed this, and he reached out to pat his head. Little Zhang, your father and I have known each other for years. How could I abandon him? Where is he now? Zhang Zicheng said tearfully. My father is currently recuperating at the Kunlun ice veins. The journey is very far. You should first go to where the ancient Emperor Supreme is waiting. At the same time, Zhao Zhao outside couldn't hear the content of the conversation, plus the ideal viewing angle, so a serious misunderstanding occurred. She clutched her head and shouted, What a pervert! I knew this whole business talk was a sham, but the feelings between them are real. That's why I let them be, so they could continue their private meeting here. I've been waiting so long for this opportunity. What are you planning to do? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Xiao Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She kicked the door open and charged inside, directly shocking Yi Chen and Zhang Zicheng. Who wants to share that with a dude? Don't even think about it. Xiao Xiao dropped a charming bomb inside. A huge explosion occurred. After it was all over, Xiao Xiao went inside. At this time, Yi Chen was unconscious. Xiao Xiao smirked. This body is mine. No matter how strong you are, as long as you're hit by my sleeping drug, you're guaranteed to faint and fall. And of course, I want to have your body to enjoy. Just as Zhao Zhao was about to devour Yi Chen, the heavenly book suddenly fell out of nowhere. The heavenly book opened on its own and began to glow. Xiao Xiao didn't understand what was happening. Before she could react, a series of beautiful fairies began to fly out from within the heavenly book. They flew over and wrapped Zhao Xiao in their arms. Zhao Xiao was made intoxicated with pleasure by them. Huh? What is this? Why is there this in the heavenly book? Oh my god, the heavenly book is coming, I'm about to come, aha. In fact, there are no fairies here at all. It's all an illusion that Zhao Zhao imagined after being charmed by the heavenly book. She is now being tied up by the heavenly book, but the feeling of pleasure is still spreading throughout her body. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao saw purple rings appearing on her head. This shape, this color. What is this again? Zhao Xiao's eyes gradually became blurred, and now she was hypnotized. The heavenly book therefore released her. Xiao Zhao turned into a puppet. She got up and walked towards Yi Chen, who was lying down. Then she sat right down on Yi Chen's population growth area with a seductive and enchanting look. She was lifting her skirt. Her whole body exuded lewdness. Her eyes seemed to want to devour Yi Chen. Yi Chen was hit by a sleeping draft, but with his profound cultivation he gradually regained consciousness. This scent. Is it drunken spirit pellet? Opening his eyes, he saw something soft obscuring his vision. This ball. Why is it so strange? As that ball touched his face, Yi Chen realized it was none other than Zhao Qiao, lying on top of him, pressing her soft mounds against his face. He immediately sat up, but Qiao Qiao still held on tightly, refusing to let go. Her eyes were glazed over, as if still in a daze. What the heck is going on? Yi Chen pushed her away. Don't get so close to me. He tried to recall. Before he fainted, she kicked down the door and said some incomprehensible things. Everyone was normal then, so something must have happened after that. As soon as he let go, Qiao Qiao hugged him again. Why is she hugging him again? One hand of hers grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder. The other hand landed on Yi Chen's chest. Then she continued to get close face to face with him. Then she pouted, as if wanting to kiss him. Well, that's just what you guys think. But in reality, She was sniffing him. Cao Cao just kept sniffing all over Ye Chen's body, then gradually moved down towards his nether regions. Ye Chen was startled, his face as red as a tomato. Maybe it's the effect of the drug. Just as Cao Cao was about to unleash some kind of ultimate technique, Ye Chen quickly pulled her cheeks, looking at her with a puzzled gaze. Cao Cao's eyes suddenly widened. She unexpectedly grabbed Ye Chen's hand and pulled it toward herself. Then she brought it close to her mouth, her eyes full of desire, and started to lightly lick with her tongue. Just like a dog licking its owner's face, haha. Her eyes were filled with affection, like she was hoping to be petted and caressed by her owner. Ye Chen felt a sense of familiarity. This behavior, it's no different from a puppy. He turned to look at the heavenly tome. Sure enough, it was opened. So that's what it is. At this moment, Ye Chen understood the problem. To test his theory, he raised a finger to see what would happen. Cao Cao immediately focused her gaze on his finger, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Cao Cao pounced on Ye Chen like a cat seeing fat, opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue, her eyes full of desire. Ye Chen struggled to dodge. Yep, the most difficult situation has appeared. In reality, Ye Chen secretly calls the heavenly tome Little Yellow Book, inside which contains a collection of treasures that he has accumulated over the years. To avoid being discovered, he placed a restriction called the otherworldly great Na Yi on the heavenly tome. If someone else tries to touch it, they will be brainwashed. How did this girl see through it? But she's Yan Seer's person, can't just leave her be. Ye Chen sighed. What a pain in the ass. He pretended to flick something away. Zhao Zhao, with the soul of a puppy, eagerly followed the direction of his hand. Seeing nothing, she turned back, puffed out her chest, stuck out her butt, and barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Ye Chen thought, her luck is pretty damn good to run into me. The principle of the separate soul grand transfer is the merging of a dog's soul with a human soul. If ordinary magic is used to undo it, it will damage the soul, turning the person into an idiot. Ye Chen gently pressed Zhao Zhao down and withdrew the dog's soul from her. Zhao Zhao was saved without any damage to her soul. Before the soul was completely withdrawn, Zhao Zhao managed to bark one last whoop. Then her eyes rolled back as she drifted off to sleep. Limbs sprawled out, mouth open, drooling. Ye Chen used the heavenly book to heal her. The way she sleeps is totally one of a kind, he thought. Looks like she's been through a lot. Let the heavenly book give her a sweet dream. After she wakes up, the spell will be completely undone. I have helped her once, hopefully. She'll keep my secret for me too. Remembering his disciple's instruction. After obtaining the heavenly book, you must quickly go to the Blessed Grotto. Ye Chen sighed. Gotta go to the Blessed Grotto again? Good thing is, while these two are still out cold, I'll bounce out Grata here quick. Avoid the hassle of explaining things. He turned to leave, but Xiao Xiao unconsciously grabbed his sleeve, pulling him back. Is she awake already? Zhao Zhao was still dreaming, muttering, Master! Ye Chen was surprised, not understanding what was happening. She continued, crying as she spoke. Wait a moment. Xiao Zhao will behave properly. I can definitely protect you. Can you come with me to see the Lantern Festival, Master? Xiao Xiao doesn't want to be left alone. Being a kind soul, Ye Chen couldn't bear to leave. He wiped away her tears and sat down to wait. Guess I'll wait till she wakes up before leaving. Xiao Zhao gradually stopped mumbling and peacefully fell into a deep sleep. Several hours later, Zhang Zicheng woke up, bewildered. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Where did the senior go? On Lon Yan's side, after sending someone to invite Ye Chen back without success, she looked displeased. Her gentle voice made her subordinate extremely terrified, to the point that they only dared to kneel and kowtow, holding their breath without daring to look up. So what? Is this the reason you couldn't invite the honored one back? The female subordinate trembled as she replied. By the time this humble servant arrived there, the honored one was no longer in the city. The female subordinate standing next to the empress pointed and scolded. Nonsense. His Majesty is the honored one's most valued disciple. He wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Could it be that you colluded with Zhang Zicheng to lure the honored one away? That subordinate was frightened and hurriedly kowtowed to the ground to clarify. This is also something this lowly one wanted to report to you. This humble servant heard that a female fortune-teller risked her life to save the honored one, and then she fell unconscious. Zhang Zicheng, he said. Suddenly, the empress sat up, stretching, startling everyone. I'll spare you the death penalty. Speak. The female subordinate hurriedly replied. The honored one wanted to find medicine for that female fortune-teller, so he took her with him. The empress smiled. Is that all? Shifu is still the same as ever. He always respects the old and loves the young. Although she was smiling and speaking very softly, those 4 words, respects the old and loves the young, were full of hidden meaning. As someone who had followed the empress for many years, the female subordinate next to her immediately understood that the empress was extremely angry. And once the empress was angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the empress's smile made her subordinate break out in a cold sweat. The empress stepped down and ordered, Someone, dress me. The servants immediately put on her a red dress, an outfit that the empress favored. After getting dressed, the empress coldly announced, "I will personally go and invite the honored one back to the city." The female subordinate next to her hurriedly tried to stop her. "Your Majesty, you can't." But immediately, she had to shut up when she met the empress's ice-cold, murderous gaze. She felt like she was facing death itself. The empress smiled and asked, "What's wrong with that? Looks like you're about to become my master, huh? Are you a shrimp who thinks your farts smell like roses?" That subordinate hurriedly kowtowed and apologized. "This humble servant dares not. This humble servant didn't mean that. This humble servant is only thinking about the overall situation." Thinking of these two words, overall situation, the empress could only sigh. "I know that Blood River Old Ancestor has become a nascent soul stage powerhouse. He is openly recruiting troops in the north. I fear he has malicious intentions to invade our sect, so I cannot leave the city." The empress frowned and softly called out, "Xuan." As soon as she finished speaking, a graceful figure entered from outside. She is the empress's subordinate, General Tai He Xia Chun, possessing fox ears, sharp claws, and six-pack abs. Although she is a woman, she will slap anyone who dares to touch the empress into next week. She strode in and replied, "This subordinate is at your command. Xia Qing, you shall go in my stead to invite the honored one back here. In addition, I want you to spread a message outside. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The Kangyuan continent is just a small place. The honored one won't be able to go anywhere." On Ye Chen's side, he was feeling extremely annoyed at this moment. The reason was because Zhao Qiaoqiao was clinging to him and wouldn't let go. To shake her off, he had no choice but to use the spiritual power of the heavenly tome to envelop his body to conceal himself. Qiao Qiao looked around blankly. "Huh, that's amazing. Where did he go? What's going on?" Yi Chen looked at Qiao Qiao, thinking to himself, "Why is this woman so troublesome? To get rid of her, I even had to use the Heavenly Tome's concealment technique. How did she still find me?" Qiao Qiao closed her eyes and used her nose to sniff. Her nose is even more sensitive than a hound's. "Trisk! Not right. That scent is still around here." But there was no other way. She took out 2 talisman papers from her pocket and threw them into the air. "Although the detection talisman is very precious, if I use it to find you, I won't consider it a waste. I will find you." Ye Chen felt extremely annoyed. He then flicked his fingers, obliterating the 2 talismans. Seeing this, Qiao Qiao immediately knew it was Ye Chen who did it, and she was overjoyed. "Cultivator, you're really around here, aren't you?" But looking around, she still couldn't see anyone, which made her feel disappointed and sad. Yi Chen still thought that this person was sent by Yang Care to follow him. He thought, now she won't be able to find me anymore, right? The person who wants her to follow me closely must be Yang Care, but no matter what the reason is, I can't bring her with me to the blessed abode. I'm sorry. Ye Chen turned to leave when Xiao Qiao suddenly spoke. "Do you hate me that much?" Ye Chen stopped in his tracks. Qiao Qiao continued, her voice a little emotional. "I'm sorry for what happened at the Heavenly Tome Assembly. I went on stage carelessly and caused you a lot of trouble. But I really wanted to save you. No, I mean, even if I die, I will save you. But I really wanted to save you. No, I mean, even if I die, I will save you." Ye Chen felt that these words were a bit strange. If she were Yan Hoer's person, she should know my strength. But why is this girl acting like this? Qiao Qiao hesitated. She recalled the image of the Devil Buddha statue and what he had said before. "Actually, I don't have much time left. But before I die, I have a long cherished wish. I've tried so many times. Now I'm sure that only you can help me. You can laugh at me, despise me, or disregard me. You don't have to give me anything. Anything is fine. Before you nod your head and agree to help me, I will definitely not give up." Qiao Qiao clenched her clothes tightly, and tears began to well up. "Please take me with you and help me. You can treat me like a stray dog. I'll do anything." Ye Chen softened when he saw Qiao Qiao's pitiful appearance. He then retracted the heavenly tome, escaping the invisible state. Qiao Qiao was overjoyed when she saw Yi Chen. He finally appeared. "This is great." She quickly wiped away her tears. "Thank you. I promise I won't cause any more trouble." "Oh, that's right. You really like dogs, right? I can still pretend to be a dog without the heavenly tome." Poor Qiao Qiao felt like this was a great deal. As long as Ye Chen happily agreed and was willing to help her, that would be enough. That way, her master could be saved. Suddenly, Ye Chen walked over and stabbed Qiao Qiao straight in the chest with a small knife. Qiao Qiao was extremely shocked. Before she fell, she kept wondering, why would you want to do this? But in reality, these were just Qiao Qiao's fantasies. Yi Chen was still wondering, what just happened? Why did this woman suddenly faint halfway through? Or is she trying to scam me? Suddenly, Ye Chen sensed an unusual aura. He turned to look towards the nearby mountain crevice. The clouds and dust were misty, and thunder rumbled. Something must be getting ready to come here. From within the dense mist, Empress Luanyan Hair suddenly emerged. Strangely, this time she donned a pristine white robe instead of her usual vibrant red. Her eyes gazed at Ye Fan with longing. Shifu. Ye Fan was surprised. Yanfer? The Empress slowly approached, her voice filled with reproach. Shifu, why didn't you keep your promise to me? Didn't you say you'd return after obtaining the heavenly book? Do you want to break your promise to me again? Ye Fan replied. How could that be? It's not that I wanted to break my promise, but Luan Yanher interrupted. You could have at least left me a letter. Am I not even worth mentioning in Shifu's eyes? Noticing that her eyes and expression were a bit strange, unlike the Yan'er he knew, Ye Fan took the hand that she was using to touch his face and coldly replied, You bet your ass you're not. You're not even worth mentioning, because you are not Luan Yan'er. Without hesitation, Ye Fan swung his hand and cleaved the Yan'er before him in two. The fake Yan'er instantly transformed into spiritual energy swirling in the air, emitting eerie and strange sounds. Ye Fan looked at the spiritual energy, furrowing his brow slightly. As expected, it's a star imp. Star imps are mid-tier monsters in the Azure Origin continent, specializing in stirring up negative emotions in cultivators. They often use illusions to disguise themselves as the target's loved ones, waiting for an opportunity to sneak into their minds, leading them into illusions until they drain their essence. Ye Fan reasoned. That girl suddenly collapsed. It must have been the star imp's doing. But their illusions are most effective at night. Why did it appear during the day? Moreover, things in illusions usually don't have a physical form, but it actually touched me just now. This is truly strange. Suddenly, the star imp's spiritual energy flew towards Cao Cao, who was lying down, surrounding her, and trying to invade her mind. Ye Fan hurriedly formed a hand seal and waved his hand, knocking the spiritual energy away from Cao Cao. But he sensed that something was off with her. Cao Cao was crying and squirming, even though she was unconscious. This is wrong! I clearly created a barrier to prevent the star imp from invading, but her condition is even worse. Is she about to be completely devoured by the star imp? In Cao Cao's dream, childhood memories suddenly flooded back. The little girl was playing hopscotch while reciting a rhyme. Leech leech baba, don't catch the woman, pardon the man. White rice like cotton, yellow rice like turmeric. Halting mid-verse, she turned around, flashing a bright smile. Big brother, big sister, do you want to play with me? Nearby, at the foot of the statue, lay the corpses of several people who had been killed. No one answered, and Cao Cao felt sad, lowering her head and sighing. This ain't fun at all. I'm always like this anyway, all alone, no one cares about me. Everyone in this world wants me to die. I've been hunted, forced to run and fight back, repeating it day after day. When will I ever escape this cycle? Stepping out the door, Cao Cao suddenly encountered a woman sitting in the rain, laughing like a maniac. She raised her cup of sorrow-drowning liquor, looked at Cao Cao, and said, So you're here, my good disciple. After being constantly hunted, Cao Cao assumed that this person had also come to kill her. She replied, What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. Cao Cao had already grasped a dagger hidden behind her back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The woman stood up, brushed off her clothes to remove some of the wetness, and continued, Hey, just stand there and don't move. Let your teacher explain it to you in detail. My name is Shen Suanzi, from the Profound Mystery Sect. My Taoist title is Ghost God Freak. Half a month ago, the Heavenly Tao gave me a message. If I go 100 miles west, I will meet my destined disciple, which is you. Cao Cao forced a smile. I get it. So I have to call you Shifu now, huh? Does that mean you'll give me anything I want? Like, your life? She pulled out a dagger and stabbed Shen Suanzi straight in the stomach. I wonder if she divined this, because she looks pretty shocked. Cao Cao bit her lip, full of hatred. Shifu, my ass. I've seen too many people like you. All that master-disciple inheritance crap. Eldest brother, second sister, junior brother. Just because Shifu wanted the strongest disciple? I've killed so many people already. I'm begging you guys. Cao Cao frantically stabbed Shen Suanzi dozens of times. Only after she collapsed and stopped moving did Cao Cao stop. Turns out, those people in the temple earlier were also killed by her. She stared blankly at the motionless Shen Suanzi, lamenting. But why won't you guys just leave me alone? Suddenly, Cao Cao felt dizzy. Her hand lost its strength and dropped the dagger. Blood suddenly gushed from the corners of her eyes and mouth. Utterly panicked, she thought, Am I suffering backlash? Is this the end of my life? No family, no friends. I haven't even tasted dog meat yet. This little girl has committed countless sins. Yeah, I have no choice but to die. If there's a next life, I just want a normal one. A voice suddenly spoke, startling Cao Cao. Why wait for the next life? This life is enough. Shen Suanzi wasn't dead yet. She was using healing techniques on both of them. She looked at Cao Cao without a hint of hatred or anger, even though Cao Cao had just tried to kill her. Shifu will help you circulate your qi to save your life. Isn't that enough? Don't move. Cao Cao was incredibly moved. Everyone who'd ever approached her wanted to kill her. No one had ever offered to help. And this person she'd just stabbed And she wasn't even resentful. Xiao Chao sobbed. Can I really survive? Shen Xuanzi smiled gently. Nonsense. I got stabbed through the gut and I'm still alive, let alone you. Don't worry. From now on, Shifu will protect you. Protect you for life. After a fast-forward montage of happy times in her memory, suddenly a horrifying scene appeared. Xiao Chao stood before Shen Xuanzi. Her Shifu was impaled on a large stake, pinned to the wall. Chains of sealing power surrounded her. She coughed up blood, her eyes were glazed over. Xiao Chao looked at her Shifu, sobbing. Shifu, don't be afraid. This time I've come to save you. If I can find the Jiang Saint physique and dual cultivate with him, I can replenish the lifespan you've lost. Outside, Yekfan noticed that Xiao Chao's condition was getting worse and worse. The Tin Mi was slowly eroding her mind. I can't take it anymore, I have to solve this quickly. At this moment, Yefan summoned many female spirit bodies from the heavenly book, preparing to forcefully invade Xiao Chao's mind to save her. Turns out these spirit bodies weren't summoned by Yefan from the celestial book, but transformed from the star succubus. Moreover, they even transformed into the appearance of his senior disciple, Luanyan He. Nearly a dozen beautiful Luanyan hairs are staring at Yefan with extremely seductive eyes. Furthermore, there's a hint of charm in the air. They're trying to bewitch and attack his mind. One of them suddenly giggled, her eyes glazed over, her face flushed, looking at Yefan with extreme desire. The star succubi immediately pounced on Yefan, wrapping around him 4 times and using the softest parts of their bodies to make contact with him in order to distract Yefan and lower his guard. While using melons to cover Yefan's eyes, they flirted. Come on, play house with me. Show me how strong you are. Want to try a mountain crossing cannon? Or maybe you like kneading buns? Or do you prefer a whip? I can cater to all your desires. These star succubi are all avatars controlled by a single star succubus standing outside. Seeing that Yefan wasn't resisting at all, she laughed triumphantly. Good, just indulge in pleasure like that. I'll drain your spiritual energy dry. Yefan was currently controlled by 6 melons, but his mind was still extremely clear. He hadn't been bewitched at all. He just shouted softly, "Get lost!" One of the star succubi frowned. Something's off, right? Why isn't this guy being bewitched? Yefan waved his hand and swept out, directly shattering the surrounding star succubi. The shockwave also knocked down the star succubus's main body standing in the distance. But she didn't seem willing to give up. The star succubus licked her lips seductively and said, "Oh my good master, you're very strong and fast. This is gonna be lit. Are you in a hurry? You like being proactive and rough, don't you? But let me tell you something important. Girls like being proactive even more." The star succubus kicked hard, causing Yefan to fall. "You better lie down obediently." "Master, just lie there, and let me serve you. I'll show you how fierce Central Plains women are at riding. Master, transform into my horse." Suddenly the star succubus's body twitched, as if electric current was running through her. The star succubus felt extremely good. Huh? Why is my lower abdomen suddenly so hot? I haven't even taken my pants off yet. What's going on? What did you do to me? Yefan had already grabbed the star succubus's foot and smiled. "Don't you know?" Yekfan pressed hard on the pleasure point on the sole of her foot. Just as the name suggests, it's an acupoint that can bring pleasure. You've clearly cultivated into a corporeal form, but you still haven't explored enough. The star succubus was already too comfortable, unable to hold back, and squirting everywhere, her face showing pure bliss. Her body was also constantly trembling, twitching occasionally. "No, stop it now!" Yefan smiled and thought, "Your true form is about to be revealed, isn't it?" Jingmei screamed in terror. "My good Shifu, please let me go!" At this moment, Yefan had already grasped Jingmei's true form. "Let you go? You are a spirit monster born from human desires. To deal with you, one must get rid of human desires, keep the mind still, and the bird must not be horny. Only by causing you even stronger pleasure will you reveal your true form." Yekfan continued to vigorously rub the joy acupoint under Jingmei's feet. Her spiritual energy fluctuated violently, and was gradually concentrating under Yefan's hand. "Today, if I let you go, who knows how many more victims will be harmed to death." Jingmei was still stubborn at this time, trying to use Luanyanye's appearance to soften Yefan's heart. "Shifu, look carefully. I'm really Luanyanye. Why are you so cruel to make me suffer like this?" Yefan said sternly. "Shut up! Are you worthy to call yourself my Yan'er?" The mark on Yansconner's forehead was because she had to go to the cleansing pool for a month to protect the sect. Cleansing the marrow is extremely painful. Even I can't bear it. But Yankrer didn't shed a single tear. On the contrary, she felt sorry for her junior sister, and secretly hid in a dark corner and blamed herself for not living up to expectations. How could such a kind and upright person serve others with sex just for selfish desires? And you are just a miserable demon, manipulated by desire, stealing other people's memories, trampling on them, and laughing at them. You think you are superior to others? Fool! Go to hell! Ye Fan tightly grasped Jing Mei's entity and pulled it out of the flesh. Jing Mei screamed in pain. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to this level, my flesh. Jing Mei's spiritual energy was completely drained. Her body withered and became ugly and hideous. Jing Mei used her last bit of strength to rush towards Xiao Qiao, who was lying unconscious. You crazy bastard! I hope you stay single forever. My chance is still there. This woman is still in the illusion. As long as I seize her body, I can recover. I don't want to disappear. Jing Mei was about to take over Xiao Qiao's body, but Ye Fan stepped in to stop her in time. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Jing Mei was unexpectedly chopped in half. Ye Fan was shocked and surprised. A serrated sword flew from somewhere and stuck right in Xiao Qiao's head. It turned out that the person who took action at the right time was Taiha Jiangjun. She walked over with a majestic appearance, drew her precious sword out of its sheath. The shining steel reflected her power. Every movement was slow but extremely sharp, exuding an irresistible cool aura. Next, she slowly took off her mask. Her sharp eyes shone straight at Ye Fan. Her mouth slightly curved, flashing a half-joking smile. She lowered her voice in a challenging manner. Venerable one, finding you wasn't too hard, was it? It's as if from beginning to end, everything was just a game that she was sure to win. Legend has it that in the west of the Kangyuan continent, there was a celestial being who created a primordial, secret technique. To perform this technique, 2 cultivators need to devour Xuan stones together, which can summon spiritual fetuses out of their bodies. With the blessing of the blood-killing array, these 2 spiritual fetuses can have telepathic connection. Not only can they resonate in cultivation realm, but they can also communicate with each other from afar. The celestial being named this secret technique Ling Tong Zinti. General He, her eyes bloodshot, stared straight at Xu Feng without blinking. The bloodlust flickering in her eyes sent shivers down people's spines. Xu Feng met that gaze and was momentarily taken aback, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. Not because the woman's gaze was frightening, but because Xu Feng realized that this woman had cultivated the legendary Ling Tong Zinti secret technique, and the person she cultivated with was none other than his top disciple, Lon Yanchi. Empress Lon Yanyi, speaking to Xu Feng through General He, her voice and eyes full of her own personality. Master, do you still remember Yan He? As she spoke, General He approached Xu Feng. Xu Feng was both bewildered and a little frightened, trembling slightly. Your spiritual fetus is of Hong quality, 1 in 10,000 years. Even if Master were turned to ashes, I would still recognize it. The Empress frowned, her eyes full of judgment as she questioned. Master, why are you buck naked? Getting so caught up playing with those succubuses that you forgot to return to the city. That's understandable, isn't it? Xu Feng broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he asked the Empress. You saw everything. The Empress smiled brightly, her face clearly delighted, but it only made Xu Feng even more terrified. I saw everything, from front to back. Every detail. Yan Arier knows everything, from when Master praised me to when you were looking for medicine for that female cultivator. That's why you haven't returned to the city for so long. Xu Feng's face went blank for a moment, his jaw involuntarily dropping. He wondered and asked, No way? Then where did this woman come from? The Empress boomed. Don't try to change the subject. Afterwards, the Empress and Xu Feng sat under a tree and chatted. Xu Feng told the Empress the whole story from when he left the city, without missing a single word. After hearing the story, the Empress pondered. So you're saying Master met this female cultivator and mistook her for the person I arranged in Tianshu City? Xu Feng nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Thinking about it now, it felt off. Yan Care clearly sent me a message telling me not to look at other women, but then immediately sent a female cultivator to pick me up. So it turns out I mistook the person. The Empress then continued to question. But so what? Are you playing dumb? Even if Master mistook the person, she knew that. But she still followed Master regardless. Xu Feng replied honestly. There's indeed a hidden story. This woman followed me to beg for my help. Hearing this way of addressing her, the Empress seemed somewhat relieved that Master didn't see her as a woman. The Empress wondered. How so? Does she have enemies? Xu Feng recounted. I don't know the specifics, but when she was invaded by the succubus, she kept mumbling and calling for Master. I'm sure it's related to her sect. The Empress grumbled. Yes. Master is a righteous person, never ignores injustice on the road, likes to meddle in other people's business. Xu Feng chuckled softly, glancing at General He, who contained the Empress's spirit, with affectionate eyes. That's indeed true. But if it were Yan Guer, would you mind this meddling? The Empress didn't answer for a moment, silently looking at Xu Feng. Recalling the past, when General He was captured and tortured by righteous cultivators, it was Lon Yan Care who stood up and meddled, rescuing General He. In this regard she was indeed similar to her master. Even so, the Empress pretended to be cold and indifferent. I don't care, Master, don't you know? Right now, you're the big bad demon that everyone's cursing and wants to eliminate. The problems that need solving will quickly have someone come and solve them. What the Empress is implying is that Ye Fan should just ignore that female cultivator and return to the city, and someone else will come and help her. But Ye Fan immediately retorted, "Nonsense!" The Empress was stunned to see her master reacting so seriously. Ye Fan stood up and continued, "If things were really as you say, that little girl would have died countless times already. The Empress witnessed everything from the beginning, so she knows all the dangerous situations that female cultivator faced." Ye Faren's words are absolutely correct. Master knows that Yanxie is a kind girl, always carrying a positive belief in the world. You must have suffered a lot over the years, haven't you? Now, your master has returned. You can be yourself freely. Even if the sky falls, your master will protect you. These words directly touched the Empress's soft heart. In that moment she felt emotional. Her inner self seemed to be healed. Her eyes and expression said it all. Biting her lip for a while, the Empress muttered, "What an idiot." Ye Faren didn't hear clearly and was confused. The Empress walked away and said, "What I mean is, okay, with Master here, I don't need to worry about the mundane troubles in this world anymore. Now that everything's settled, Master should quickly return to the city. Don't stay here any longer. Otherwise I'll really chop off your legs. Chop them off and make soup." As she spoke, the Empress looked at Ye Fan with bewitching eyes, but also with seriousness. The Empress wasn't kidding. After saying that, the Empress's fierce divine sense left Taiha General's body, giving way to Taiha's blue divine sense to return to the body. A second later, Taiha opened his eyes wide, with an extremely angry and disgusted attitude. Taiha bristled and roared, "Although Her Majesty has forgiven you, I, Taiha, haven't." Looking at this appearance, Ye Fan knew that the other party had returned to normal. Taiha followed behind, grumbling, "Her Majesty asked me to follow you before returning to the city. I will closely monitor you." Ye Fan sighed. "Oh well, tough luck." Ye Fan's journey now has one more companion. More and more people are traveling alongside him. This little girl is not awake yet. Let me see how she is. Taiha suddenly interrupted. "You are not allowed to touch her, let me see. I am carrying out Her Majesty's order. You are not allowed to touch other women." General Taiha used her sense of smell, which was even sharper than a dog's, to sniff Xiao Qiao Qiao all over. Then, she pressed her ear against Xiao Qiao's chest to listen to her heartbeat. But because she was blocked by those melons, she couldn't hear anything at all. Taiha then used her nails to tear Xiao Qiao Qiao's clothes open for a more thorough examination. Ye Fan, who was standing there watching, panicked. "Wait, hold on!" Taiha turned around, puzzled. "What is it now?" Ye Fan quickly covered his eyes, explaining, "The girl is checking the wound. It's not appropriate for me to watch. I'll go hide in the forest for a bit." After that he ran off, secretly rejoicing. With her taking care of that girl, I won't have to worry about her anymore. Now I can finally go to the Blessed Grotto. Suddenly, General Taiha's serrated sword flew and stuck in front of him. Ye Fan stood still, not daring to run anymore. "If you feel it's inconvenient, you can just turn your back and close your eyes, but don't leave my sight. This is His Majesty's order." Ye Faren was scared shitless, not daring to say a word of protest. Not hearing Ye Fan's reply, Taiha growled, "Your Excellency, are you listening to me?" Ye Fan stood with his back turned and asked, "I got it. How is that little girl?" Taiha cursed inwardly, calling him a dog of a man, then replied, "The spirit miasma has invaded her core. It's not easy to deal with. We can only use a conservative method to wake her up first." Ye Fan thought to himself, "Normally, in this situation, the spirit body should be removed from the body and repaired with magic. But this usually causes damage to the body. Conservative method? Could it be a new spell created by later generations?" Ye Fan turned around to sneak a peek at what was happening, when he suddenly saw General Taiha gradually taking off her clothes. Her back was covered with crisscrossing scars, the marks of hundreds of battles. In stark contrast, her round ass was flawless. Taiha glanced sideways at him. Ye Fan hurriedly turned away in fright. Then, Xiao Qiao Qiao's moaning sounds rang out. "So there's a reaction. So it's here. Why is the sash so tight?" Ye Fan couldn't keep his mind clean when he heard Taiha's words, and he didn't dare to look back. He said to himself, "I still shouldn't be too curious." It wasn't until late that night, when the moon was high in the sky, that the treatment for Qiao Qiao ended. General Taiha stood up, stretching and enjoying the breeze. Her body was also covered in sweat at this time. "It's mostly done. Looking at her condition, she should wake up soon. So your Excellency can rest assured, right?" Taiha glanced at Ye Fan, who was gradually withering away both physically and mentally from waiting too long. And also because he hadn't found a way to get to the Blessed Grotto. He forced a smile and said, "You've worked hard," Taiha asked, puzzled. "You look tired, what's wrong?" Ye Fan thought to himself. "You're asking me what's wrong? I could only become so tired because of you? Can't you just let me go? In fact, While Tiha was treating Xiao Qiao, Ye Fan had made all sorts of excuses to slip away, like, "The spirit miasma is very harmful to people. I'll go to their lair to deal with them." But alas, Tiha replied that the empress had already sent a troop to wipe them out. Ye Fan then said, "You've worked hard to save people. Let me get you some food." But Tiha replied that she hadn't eaten for over 3 years now. Ye Fan still didn't give up. He came up with another excuse. "There must be spiritual herbs growing in this place. I want to pick some and bring them back to replenish your energy." At this point, Tiha was already super annoyed. She snapped, "I'm not scared, not hungry, not tired. Your Excellency, just stay here." Ye Fan sighed, closing his eyes in resignation, then mustered all his courage and said, "Actually, I want to leave the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of bark fell right behind Ye Fan. What am I supposed to do with tree bark, bro?" Ye Fan looked at the bark, totally dumbfounded. Turns out General Tiha deliberately misunderstood leave the palace as wanting to take a dump, and this piece of bark was for wiping. She wanted Ye Fan to do it right there, no permission to leave. Ye Fan was furious, but couldn't do anything. He was frustrated inside. "I clearly said I wanted to leave the palace, but in the end I still can't escape. Even though I really like dogs, it's by the pound, on a plate, not the talent-wasting kind like you." After a deep internal struggle, Ye Fan summed it up in one sentence. "It's nothing." Tiha knew what Ye Fan was thinking. She didn't want to bring it up. Just gently reminded him, this female cultivator's primordial energy is severely damaged. Her recovery is only temporary. Later she will have to find spiritual medicine to nourish herself. It's late now, so finding things won't be easy. After so much effort until now, this humble servant is indeed a little tired, Tiha said, stretching to relieve her fatigue. "How about we rest here and look for spiritual medicine at dawn? What do you think, Your Excellency?" Ye Fan heard these words and immediately realized that the opportunity had arrived. He immediately agreed, patted Tiha on the shoulder and said, "You should rest. I'll keep watch over the two of you." Tiha felt that this pat on the shoulder was kinda sus. Before she could even wonder about it, she felt the world spinning, her eyelids heavy as 1,000 pounds, and she was incredibly sleepy. In an instant she passed out and fell to the ground, ass up in the air. Ye Fan apologized. "I pressed on your sleeping meridian. It's your sleep acupoint. You should rest well first." Ye Fan just left the two beauties sleeping together, then quickly skedaddled. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, sensing that Ye Fan had left. Tiha then opened her eyes. It turned out that she had deliberately pretended to faint just now. Xiao Qiao also slightly opened her eyes to look. "This reminds me of what Yin Susu, Zhang Wuji's mother, said. Remember this, when you grow up, you must never trust women. The more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is to deceive people." So these moves were all arranged by the Empress in advance. Before ordering Tiha, the Empress said, "Xiao Chun, my master is soft-hearted. Don't keep too close an eye on that old geezer. Leave an opening at the right time, to see if master is really just helping." Afterwards, Tiha followed the plan and played along, cleverly showing a balance of strength and flexibility at the right time, taking advantage of carelessness to let Ye Fan make a move, then secretly followed to investigate. Seeing Tiha stand up and chase after Ye Fan with her sword, Xiao Qiao's heart was constantly wavering. Holy crap, silver-haired beast ears, no mistaking it. She's General Tiha, the Empress, right-hand woman. Looking at her like that? She's going after that kid. Qiao hurriedly sat up and stopped her. Wait, but she suddenly realized that her clothes had been torn at some point. She hurriedly grabbed the torn fabric and covered her chest, wondering in her mind, why are my clothes so tattered? Moreover, my inner core still has a slight ache. Qiao covered her face in confusion. Could it be that while I was unconscious, Tiha noticed and snorted, "Oh, you're awake? You were invaded by the star charm, and your inner core is currently unstable, so don't move around carelessly." Xiao was extremely stunned, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Star charm? Wait, it invaded my mind?" Xiao hurriedly rummaged through her memories, seeing many crazy scenes. They really are unbelievable scenes. But what's with this puppy dog look? She was so horrified that her face distorted, and she didn't look like a human for a moment. After all her calculations, Qiao didn't expect to be controlled by the star charm. I've never been so rude in front of others before. Wait, now that I'm stable, could it be that the male cultivator helped me? Did we do that? I suddenly feel kinda good. Oh my, I guess I'm still pretty charming? Xiao just kept imagining all sorts of random things in her head. General Tiha looked disgusted. But she didn't really care. She said one sentence to Qiao and continued straight ahead. Just stay here. Qiao excitedly wanted to find Ye Fan and asked, "General, are you gonna find him? Let me come with you. I have to thank him for sacrificing his life to save me. I have no other way to repay this kindness but with my life." Tiha couldn't take it anymore, so she turned around, grabbed Qiao, and looked at her with a cold, chilling gaze. Then, Tiha smirked and said, I didn't realize you were such a righteous person. Cao Cao pushed Tai Ha's hand away and replied, "What are you saying, General? Not repaying kindness is like kicking away the ladder after you've climbed it." Tai Ha's words made Xiao Qiao utterly dumbfounded. "That's a great saying. Then repay my kindness with your body. After all, I am your benefactor." Xiao Qiao's fantasy shattered instantly. The imagined scene of her and Ye Fan playing house completely crumbled. "What?" Xiao Qiao screamed violently, unable to believe her ears for a moment. "Why would it be like this?" General Tai Ha unsheathed his sawtooth sword and unleashed a purple sword aura that filled the sky. The sword aura then formed a circle, surrounding Xiao Qiao, directly turning into a small barrier, preventing Xiao Qiao from stepping outside. Moreover, this barrier can also prevent ordinary demonic creatures from attacking inside. Alright, the Honored One's intentions are not something you can understand. The person the Honored One wants is Her Majesty the Empress. You are just a small star, how can you compete with the bright moon? Just stay in there peacefully. That barrier can protect you completely. Don't daydream anymore. General Tai Han left just like that. Xiao Qiao watched with a somewhat sad look, but not sad because her rival was the Empress, but sad because she hadn't had a chance to dual cultivate with Ye Fan. I'm still young, I still want to dual cultivate. Xiao Qiao pursed her lips, unwilling to give in. At this time, General Tai Ha had already moved quite a distance using King Gong. Although always loyal to the Empress, this time Tai Ha felt a little hesitant. Your Majesty, why? Does it have to be him? It turned out that Tai Ha and the Empress Luan Yanher had been close for a long time, so this time, Tai Ha might have developed feelings for the Empress. This time, being ordered by the Empress to find Ye Fan. Tai Ha couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She gritted her teeth and whispered, Yanher. Why? Tai Ha was moved, unable to hold back her tears. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. General! Tai Ha turned around and was surprised to see that Xiao Qiao had caught up. What? I clearly locked you up? She didn't expect that her earth formation couldn't trap this small female cultivator. Xiao Qiao held the half-burnt talisman in her hand and replied, I have my own ways, General, don't worry about it. Tai Ha then slowly extended 2 fingers, and 2 strands of spiritual energy condensed on the fingertips. I underestimated her. Do I need to use a stronger move? Just as she was about to attack, Qiao suddenly spoke. General, you misunderstood. I don't like him, I just crave his body. Tai Ha snapped. Ugh! You shameless thing. While Tai Ha and Xiao were busy arguing, on the other side, Ye Fan had arrived at his destination. He gently landed on the ground with his superb King Gong. The mist on the ground slowly dissipated. Ye Fan looked up at the cave entrance with a look of reminiscence. I've finally arrived, Blessed Land Cave. The sky here is lush with spiritual herbs, and the scenery is desolate. Outside the cave entrance are the remnants of collapsed structures, and fireflies are countless in the cave. The scene is very romantic. But Blessed Land Cave is deep and bottomless, leaving people with an indescribable feeling of horror. Over the years, no couples have dared to linger here. How big will his second disciple be now? The desolate scene of the Blessed Land Cave entrance made Ye Fan a little uneasy. A memory suddenly flooded back to when Ye Fan was still teaching his disciples. Although his third disciple, Luo Yan, was still very young at the time, she was very active. In a flash, Luo Yan had dug up a massive centipede and brought it to show off to Ye Fan. Master, look, I just dug it up from the ground. Luo Yan happily showed off. Seeing this, Ye Fan was also happy. This is a spirit-devouring centipede. This thing can only be found in places with abundant spiritual energy. Luo, looks like we've come to the right place. Luo Yan hugged the spirit-devouring centipede like a pet and wondered, But Master, why do we have to find a place where spirit herbs can be grown? Shouldn't cultivators practice in the early morning and meditate in the evening? Ye Fan smiled gently and explained, That's not wrong, but Luo, do you remember why Master wanted to establish the Xuanji sect? Luo Yan was dazed, then recited her master's motto. In chaotic times, seek peach blossom springs. Impoverished scholars yearn for joyful faces. Although she recited the words, she didn't understand them at all. Ye Fan nodded slightly. That's right, this is the path that I wholeheartedly seek. But to achieve good results, great divine powers alone are not enough. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Today, Luo and I have found fertile fields to grow spirit herbs. Who knows, in the future we may be able to help more people. Luo Yan naively replied. Luo likes Master very much, and also likes the things that Master does. Master, rest assured, Luo will turn this place into the place that Master wants. Ye Fan smiled and replied, Haha, good. Well then, let's borrow Luo's good fortune to name this place. Let's call it Blessed Abode Grotto Heaven. Back then, the Blessed Abode Grotto Heaven looked extremely grand and beautiful. The entrance was spacious and clean like the entrance to a palace. But now, it looks no different from the lair of some giant demonic creatures, desolate to the point of being pathetic. Ye Fan sighed, feeling nostalgic. Ye Fan suddenly thought, Luo Luo has now become a woman who can stand on her own. How is it that the old saying, once a girl grows up she won't stay at home, is so true? Suddenly, Ye Fan sensed something. Haha, it seems like those two little brats who were pretending to be asleep are chasing after my clone. I also need to thank Little Dog General. She deliberately revealed a flaw, so I could go with the flow and lure the tiger away from the mountain. But deceiving people like this is also wrong. Let's take care of the work first, and then compensate them later. They probably won't be here that fast anyway. They probably haven't caught up with my clone yet. As Ye Fan predicted, Tiha General and Cao Cao were still closely monitoring his clone, but had not shown themselves. The two were hiding behind a tree. Cao Cao hugged Tiha tightly and buried her face in her melons, inhaling deeply. Tiha was about to ask her what she was doing when Cao Cao quickly covered her mouth. General, don't say anything right now. If it leaves a psychological scar, he won't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Tiha angrily, with furious eyes, shouted, Are we just gonna let him be like this? The emperor thinks of him as a gentleman. What a waste. Cao Cao nodded with her arms crossed. Your mood is understandable. The Empress, White Moonlight, is indulging in his desires to the point that he won't even spare the trees. It turned out that Ye Fan's clone, lacking intelligence, just rammed his head into the tree in front of him, causing the two of them to mistakenly believe that Ye Fan was fucking the tree. Looking closely, his posture was very skilled. The frequency was sometimes long and sometimes short. Truly a master. Tiha General snapped. Is this the time for you to do live commentary? No wonder he tried every means to leave. It turns out that he's being consumed by lust. This absolutely cannot be reported to the emperor. I fear it will defile her ears. Tiha turned around and suddenly saw Cao Cao was about to take off her clothes, and even intended to approach Ye Fan. She wanted to take this opportunity to both help Ye Fan satisfy his desires and cultivate together, which would only benefit Cao Cao and not harm her. Tiha hurriedly grabbed Cao Cao's collar and pulled her back. You stop right there, Cao Cao then said. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? The evil fire is raging. Let me extinguish that fire. No need to thank me. Tiha grit her teeth. Shut up. You are truly shameless. Shu Fan suddenly felt a chill down his spine and sneezed involuntarily. Who's thinking about me? He wondered. Suddenly, Shu Fan saw a glimmer of light at the cave entrance. This is a wind chime, no doubt about it. Wind chimes can only grow in places where spiritual energy accumulates. Luo Luo has managed this place very well. That girl loves to show off her accomplishments. She wants me to come here quickly. She must think the peach garden is complete. She deliberately didn't tell Yan Mer, just waiting for my praise. Very good. I'll go see what this secluded paradise is like. Shu Fan went deeper into the cave and unexpectedly saw a giant centipede. It was holding another snake in its mouth, but the lower part of its body had a large wound, the size of the entrance to the heavenly cave. The centipede saw him. Its eyes turned blood red, and murderous intent flared. But Shu Fan wasn't afraid at all, and just yawned. How is this anything like a secluded paradise? That giant centipede charged straight at Shu Fan. Shu Fan's expression turned serious, and the sound of something slicing cleanly could be heard somewhere. He used his bare hand to directly split the centipede in half with ease. Shu Fan turned around and smiled. You win. Then, he raised his fist high, gathered his strength and aimed straight down at the ground, throwing a punch. The ground cracked open, and Shu Fan fell into the peach garden below. The scenery here was completely different, with lush trees, abundant spiritual energy, and flowing water. Looking around, he even saw a statue of Shu Fan under an ancient tree. Shu Fan gently called out, Have you played enough, Luo Luo? From within the air, streams of spiritual energy suddenly gathered in front of Shu Fan again. Then, Luo Yan's figure gradually appeared. Luo Luo opened her eyes, overjoyed to see her master. She reached out with both hands to support her master and said, Master, long time no see. How do you feel? Luo Luo scared you half to death, but your soul's still intact, right? The heavenly cave and the demonic beast, were they all illusions created by you using your nascent soul? Luo Luo seems to have improved a lot. Lu Kao Yan smiled and replied, Didn't Master already see through it? It's not the first day you've met me. We haven't seen each other in so long. Master still doesn't want me to tease you a little? Shu Fan grinned. That's right, Master was scared by you. I almost forgot that Luo Luo likes to be praised, and also likes to joke around. Luo Yan happily rubbed her head against Shu Fan. As expected of Master, you're still the one who understands Luo Luo the most in the world. This girl is really... Fine, tell me, What's so important that you have to hide it, even from your eldest martial sister, and didn't even tell me before your nascent soul went wandering? Luo Luo hesitated to explain at this time. Actually, I'm not a nascent soul wandering, but only the nascent soul is left. Luo Luo is actually already dead, so that's how it is. No wonder Luo Yan was a little hesitant. But her face was always smiling optimistically, even with a bit of playfulness. After hearing his third disciple say she was dead, Xu Feng's face suddenly darkened, and a surge of wild rage erupted in his heart. In an instant, fury mixed with murderous intent, filling his eyes with death. He glared and asked, "Luo Yan, who was it? Who made you like this?" Seeing her master so angry, Luo Luo quickly said, "Master, please calm down. Actually, this situation was Luo Luo's own choice. Words can't describe it, so please see for yourself." Luo Luo reached out her hand and gathered spiritual energy on her fingertip, then directly channeled the spiritual energy into Xu Feng's mind to replay the memories of the past. Streams of surging spiritual energy gradually entered Xu Feng's sea of consciousness. Before Xu Feng's eyes, Luo Luo's memories slowly appeared. During the 100 years Master was in seclusion, many villains coveted our Xuanji sect. The sect repeatedly fell into dangerous sieges. Fortunately, the first senior sister and I seriously followed your teachings, Master. We cultivated diligently and didn't dare to slack off, so we overcame the crises without danger. After killing all the rebel leaders from all sides, the first senior sister changed the name of Xuanji sect to Wuji sect. Only then could the sect escape danger. However, a few years later, Luo Luo suddenly packed her luggage and chose to leave. Lone Yan Nh. I hurriedly ran after her, pleading, "Those who dared to look down on and invade our sect are all dead. Now that senior sister has taken power, we just need to wait for Master to return. Why do you insist on running away from home?" Luo Luo replied, "Because I miss Master too much. But there's still a very long time before Xu Feng comes out of seclusion, and the sect has already overcome its tribulation. So I decided to leave and fulfill the promise I made to Master before." But because the sect needed someone to manage it, Luo Luo didn't want to reveal this to Lone Yan Nhi. She could only bite her lip to hold back, then turned around and gave a sarcastic smile. "Isn't it because senior sister manages too much? No staying up late, no eating sweets, and not even allowed to flirt with guys. People say senior sister is like a sister-in-law, but I think you could be my real mom." As she spoke, Luo Luo stuck out her tongue to tease Lone Yan Nhi. Yan Nhi was very angry but couldn't argue. She was just worried about her junior sister. Luo Luo suddenly took senior sister's hand and spoke in a caring voice. "Senior sister, don't see me off anymore. Protecting the sect isn't just your responsibility. I don't want you to worry anymore." Hearing this, Yan Nhi felt touched and somewhat comforted. Her junior sister actually knows how to worry and share the burden with me now. In the midst of this touching moment, it suddenly turned cold when Luo Luo continued, "If you become a wrinkled old woman, then when Master returns, the one he loves more will definitely be me. You don't stand a chance." Luo Luo said this to dispel the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Then she ran away. Yan Nhi chased after her, yelling, "What did you say? You're clearly just a little worm that I have to feed. Stop right there." Luo Luo ran even faster, laughing gleefully. In her heart, however, Luo Luo murmured, "Senior sister, I'm sorry." The divine calculator saw through the heavenly secrets, from the time the sects besieged our sect, to when Master was forced into seclusion. It was all controlled by someone behind the scenes. If you knew, you would definitely spare no expense to purge the enemies again, right? I don't want to see you like that again. Master, you must understand your disciple, right? We are the only family in this chaotic world. After that, Luo Luo found the mastermind behind it. He was called the Evil Buddha, or also known as He Shao. A life-and-death battle ensued. Although Luo Luo used all her power, the opponent's strength was too great, so Luo Luo was directly shattered by a powerful attack. After that battle, the disciple used the Phoenix ancient treasure to protect her nascent soul and escape. Then, the disciple created a false body and established Tianshu City to stall for time, waiting for Master to emerge from seclusion. Senior sister probably still thinks I'm alive, right? To be honest, waiting another 3 to 5 years, my nascent soul won't be able to hold on anymore. Fortunately, Master, you have arrived." Xu Feng stood still, his heart churning with mixed and indescribable emotions. Sorrow, emotion, anger, and remorse. He blamed himself for not taking care of his disciple and causing Luo Luo to become like this. Xu Feng said, "Luo Luo is very good, Master knows. Don't worry, Master will help you try to recover and recreate your body. Let's use that He Shu's original core." Luo Yan happily replied, "Master is so good. But this may not be easy. Don't look at me now, I only have a nascent soul, but after all, I'm also a first-level life-and-death realm cultivator." Xu Feng was surprised. Luo Luo has actually cultivated to the life and death realm? Luo Luo's cultivation is higher than mine. In the Jungian continent, cultivation realms have 6 major realms with 9 levels each. The 6 major realms are, in order, Qi Gathering Realm, Condensing True Essence Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Transformation God Realm, and finally, Life and Death Realm. The Life and Death Realm is further divided into 9 levels, with each breakthrough equivalent to progressing from the Qi Gathering Realm to the Life and Death Realm. Last time we fought, Yan reaching the Transformation God Realm was already considered dominating the world. Although my body has become a saint, if we're only talking about Cultivation Realm, I'm just at the peak of the Transformation God Realm. Yet Luo Luo, in the first level of the Life and Death Realm, was still defeated by the enemy. Just how strong is this enemy, really? At this moment, a series of questions suddenly appeared in Ye Chen's heart, accompanied by concern and anxiety. Luo Luo observed her master, and, understanding his worries, said, "When I fought the evil Buddha last time, his cultivation realm was probably already at the fourth level of the life and death realm. My nascent soul escaped and should have been able to recreate a body. But even after trying thousands of ways, it still didn't work. Master, did your cultivation realm break through after exiting seclusion?" Ye Chen then retorted, "Are you afraid your master will lose?" He secretly thought, "Although my cultivation realm hasn't broken through, I have cultivated a saint body. The 4th level of the life and death realm isn't impossible to fight." Luo Luo smiled brightly and replied, "I know you want to face him directly. However, winning by just a little is as good as losing. To win, you have to crush the opponent overwhelmingly." "Master, do you think what I'm saying is right?" Ye Chen smiled. "You understand me, only Luo Luo." Luo Yan then stuck out her tongue and spat out a glob of cyan, true essence qi, with incredibly dense but invisible and formless spiritual energy. Ye Chen looked at it, puzzled, and asked, "This is..." Luo Yan continued, "This is the reason I stayed here. This ancient heavenly silkworm ice pill is a Kilian pill that I refined using the spiritual medicines from the Blessed Paradise Grotto. Over the past few decades, Master, after you consume it, you will break through your cultivation realm, increasing your chances of winning by 5 parts. As someone who has cultivated for many years, it wasn't difficult for Ye Chen to notice a problem. He frowned, looking at Luo Yan with pity in his eyes. "Luo Luo, you're lying to me again. If there were such miraculous pills, why didn't you use them for yourself? Even if only the nascent soul remained, after nourishing the qi, the chance of recreating a body would be greater. Moreover, the spiritual medicines in the Blessed Paradise Grotto are still the batch we planted together 100 years ago. They don't have such effects at all. This ancient heavenly silkworm ice pill, you refined it using your own nascent soul, didn't you?" Luo Luo's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her master to see through her so quickly. It really wasn't easy to fool Ye Chen. She suddenly burst out laughing, her laughter growing louder and louder, clapping her hands and squinting her eyes as she laughed. Her laughter echoed throughout the Blessed Paradise Grotto. Luo Luo was laughing so happily, but Ye Chen's gaze became even more bitter and sorrowful. Luo Luo wiped away tears after laughing loudly, and then replied, "As expected, master is still master. Luo Luo admits defeat." Ye Chen turned around, his voice cold. "You don't need to worry about the matter of breaking through the cultivation realm. Just stay here obediently, and wait. Master will be right back." Suddenly, Luo Luo's hand passed through Ye Chen's body. She laughed loudly. I caught Master off guard. Thinking that Luo Luo was going to stab him in the back, she unexpectedly used all of her remaining spiritual energy to transmit it directly into Ye Chen's body. Torrents of spiritual energy surged, plunging straight into his inner core. Luo Luo's nascent soul also gradually became faint. Ye Chen immediately realized the problem, and he quickly turned around and shouted, "Luo Luo, that's your nascent soul. Quickly take it back." Luo Luo's nascent soul was gradually disappearing. She embraced her master one last time, gently saying, "Master, please say hello to senior sister for me. Luo Luo loves everyone the most." A moment of illusory memories appeared. Ye Chen and his 2 disciples were playing and gathering together. The scenery was peaceful. But now, he had to say goodbye to his most beloved disciple. Just a few seconds later, Luo Luo's nascent soul exhausted its spiritual energy and disappeared completely, ending the life of a magnificent ancient emperor. After Luo Yan devoted all of her remaining spiritual energy to her master, Ye Chen's power surged more fiercely than ever. The surrounding cave also suddenly began to collapse. Ye Chen chuckled, a painful smile. "So this blessed grotto heaven is being held up by you alone? I said to borrow your blessing, not to tell you to risk your life to keep it, silly Luo Luo." Ye Chen tried to hold on to a trace of Luo Luo's true essence in his hand. He really didn't want the blessed grotto heaven that Luo Luo had used her life to protect to collapse so easily. Ye Chen embraced Luo Luo's true essence, then knelt on one knee, beginning his breakthrough. The spiritual energy unleashed by Ye Chen spread around the cave. Waves of rich spiritual power radiating in all directions. Wherever the spiritual energy reached, the cave and its creatures were reinforced. Before long, the cave's collapse halted. After completing his breakthrough, he had reached the life and death realm. Yi Chen stood up and whispered, "Luo Luo, Master is sorry. I have to break my promise. You can go and ask your martial sister how she's doing yourself." Yi Chen waved his hand and took out the celestial tome. Then he immediately placed Luo Luo's last trace of true essence into the celestial tome. Nurturing Luo Luo's soul within the book would prevent it from dissipating. For now, this will have to do. He held the celestial tome in his hand and murmured, "Luo Luo, didn't you always love traveling and seeing the sights? Then let's go on a road trip with Master, shall we?" Yi Chen suddenly radiated an intense killing intent. A flash of death energy in his eyes, black energy enveloping his body. Just looking at him was terrifying and shocking. He said, his voice filled with rage, "The mastermind behind this, huh? This spot sounds like it'll be a blast." At this moment, the tremors from Ye Chen's breakthrough also reached Cao Cao and General Tai Ha. The two were watching Ye Chen's clone when a strong earthquake measuring 6.9 on the Richter scale struck, directly causing the 4 watermelons to shake violently, showing signs of falling to the ground. At this moment, Ye Chen's clone was detonated by the earthquake. General Tai Ha was stunned. A clone? But the scent was definitely right. When did this happen? Tai Ha suddenly perked up her ears, sensing spiritual energy converging in one direction. Someone is breaking through, and their realm isn't low. Suddenly, a cry from Cao Cao caught Tai Ha's attention. She turned to look and saw that Cao Cao had collapsed to the ground, her limbs limp, without any strength, and she was panting. Tai Ha asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Cao Cao shook her head. "I'm fine," she thought to herself. "There's no mistake. Only when a supreme yang physique breaks through does my inner core fluctuate like this. If I cultivate with a supreme yang physique who just broke through, the longevity elixir's quality could take a leap. Now is the best time for harmonious dual cultivation." Tai Ha pressed further, her eyes full of concern. "You look very uncomfortable. Is my guidance of star charm not thorough enough?" Cao Cao was quite surprised, thinking, "Is she worried about me? That's right, she's the Empress's person. If I act alone to cultivate with that cultivator, she'll have to report it, right?" But at this moment, the image of her master Shen Xuanzi appeared in Cao Cao's memory. Saving her master was still the most important thing. She gritted her teeth and chanted, "Myriad living beings, celestial net and earthly web, nowhere to escape." Suddenly, a series of talismans appeared, flying around General Tai Ha, and formed a barrier binding her. Tai Ha recognized this as the Mystic Gate Evasion Formation. Cao Cao declared loudly, "Today I must cultivate with that person." In the Empress's eyes, he is a supreme yang physique that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. By joining with him, I can refine a longevity elixir to extend my master's life. No peeking at things you shouldn't. General, please detour around the gate of life. Swish, swish, swish! A few flashes of swordlight sliced through, directly shattering the talismans and breaking the 8 trigrams formation without needing to go through the gate of life. Tai Ha General, eyes cold, looked at Cao Cao. "You don't actually think you can win against me, do you? If you behave yourself and wait for the Honored One to resolve this trivial matter for you, His Majesty might show leniency towards your infatuation. But if you insist on acting alone, then things will have to be discussed differently. Let me say, is this how your master taught you? Spouting grand righteousness, but in the end, you still need to rely on others to help you succeed. You're truly birds of a feather, a rotten bunch." As he spoke, Tai Ha threatened Cao Cao with his sword to her neck. Those insulting words directly triggered Cao Cao. Insulting her was fine, but touching on her master was unacceptable. Cao Cao, enraged, glared and retorted, "Take it back! Take back what you said! Does my being a useless piece of trash have anything to do with my master?" Cao Cao shouted, then continued to cast talismans, erecting the heavenly net earth cage formation. This time, she used more talismans, and the scale was larger. Dozens of talismans flew around, forming a formation to trap Tai Ha General. Tai Ha did his best to slash at the talismans, but, surprisingly, he couldn't cut through them this time. Cao Cao spoke. "It's futile. General, you should just rest in the heavenly net earth cage formations." After that, she immediately formed hand seals and chanted the incantation again, a streak of yellow spiritual energy flashing from her fingertips. Suddenly, an imprint appeared on Tai Ha General's chest. Tai Ha realized it was the formation imprint that Cao Cao had placed when she hugged him earlier. Cao Cao turned around and said coldly, "The earth cage formation uses bloodlust as its foundation. Only the caster can dispel it. Apart from someone in the nascent soul realm being able to break the formation, there's no other way. General, your cultivation is 100 times higher than mine. I naturally can't resist." The 8 trigrams formation was just a smokescreen. I figured you wouldn't like my methods. Tai Ha angrily shouted. You planned this from the start. You're a con artist. Cao Cao paused in her steps and said, I didn't con you. Precisely because I'm useless, I can only use underhanded tricks. This is called self-taught. Without a teacher, it has nothing to do with my master. As she spoke, she looked at Tiha with a look that was both sad and aggrieved. After that, Cao Cao immediately dashed straight towards Ye Chen. As she ran, she thought to herself, it's not that I don't want to bravely trade my life for my master's safety, but I have no other choice. I can only use these despicable methods to slowly prolong my master's life. Master, rest assured, no matter how despicable the method, I will protect you. Just then, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. It was the evil Buddha, the enemy that Luo Luo had once faced. His face looked extremely terrifying and horrifying. Just looking at it made people's hearts tremble. He spoke, his eerie voice echoing. You're thinking right, Cao Cao. Cao Cao panicked, countless thoughts running through her head, not believing her eyes. Lord. She was extremely shocked, not expecting the evil Buddha to appear so proactively. He smiled eerily, his black eyes, like bottomless pits, swirling into Cao Cao. His cold voice rang out, carrying an aura of terrifying threat. Over the years, the longevity elixirs you've offered have all been low-grade, refined from caterpillar fungus spiritual beasts. Now that you're willing to refine yourself into an elixir, I'm very pleased. As it happens, I sense near you a medicinal guide who has just broken through the nascent soul realm. Bring it to me. Cao Cao's gaze suddenly turned heavy. Before, she had only refined elixirs from spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts, never harming people. This time was the same. She only wanted to dual cultivate with Ye Chen, to refine an elixir to save her master. She had no intention of harming anyone, but the evil Buddha's request this time truly troubled her. She wanted to save her master, but she didn't want to do anything immoral, harming innocent people. While she was hesitating, struggling with her thoughts, a familiar, powerful voice suddenly rang out from behind. No need to bother searching. I'm right here. Come and get some. Xiao Cao Cao saw Xu Feng approaching with overwhelming pressure, and he could also directly see and talk to that evil Buddha. Cao Cao was extremely surprised. Her expression changed drastically. She stammered. What? How can you? Xu Feng glared coldly and retorted, I'm not talking to you. Xu Feng carefully observed the evil Buddha behind her, feeling that his aura was exactly the same as the one in Luo Luo's memory. It seems he's the culprit. The evil Buddha's Tao image was overjoyed when he saw Xu Feng, never expecting the person he needed would offer himself up. He excitedly rushed towards Xu Feng, laughing loudly. Not bad. A tiny ant with only the first layer of the life and death realm can actually detect my presence. Very good. Truly a top-grade medicinal primer. As he spoke, he activated his demonic power, enveloping Xu Feng, intending to capture him and take him back for refining. But Xu Feng stood still, not bothering to react, coldly sneering, and said, Medicinal primer, you say? Finishing his words, Xu Feng poured his strength into his fist, directly unleashing an extremely powerful punch at the face of that dark, evil Buddha. After punching, Xu Feng confidently declared, All I see is that you're about to die. This punch from Xu Feng directly shattered his avatar of primordial spirit. However, the evil Buddha manifested again. He glanced at Xu Feng and said, A strong temper, even better. Below, at this time, Cao Cao saw the large explosion and saw the evil Buddha's primordial spirit avatar being smashed. She was extremely shocked, her eyes revealing disbelief. How can this be? He can hurt that one's primordial spirit avatar? The evil Buddha had just recondensed his original form when Xu Feng rushed forward and punched him right in the face. Xu Feng glared and asked him, Damn it, you evil Buddha! Did you harm Luo Luo? The evil Buddha was extremely angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He quickly aimed directly at Xu Feng, condensed demonic energy, and directly shot a palm toward Xu Feng. However, Xu Feng quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the ultimate move. The evil Buddha was even more furious. He shouted, How dare you! I am the joyful Yama Buddha. I'm the top dog, got it? You should kneel down and worship me when you see me. The joyful Yama Buddha stretched out his arms with incredible speed, aiming directly at Xu Feng like swatting a mosquito. The swat created an explosion with a damage radius of about 100 zang, causing spiritual energy to erupt. Smoke and dust filled the air. He tightly gripped his hands, trapping Xu Feng inside, and burst out laughing gleefully. Even if you reach the first layer of the life and death realm, you are still just a mortal body. But being able to make me manifest twice can be considered your ability. However, at this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the joyful Yama Buddha's hands, and then the cracks gradually spread out. The evil Buddha was extremely shocked. He is unharmed? Moreover, my hand is being broken from the inside by him." Xu Feng at this time condensed spiritual energy into his palm, directly unleashing a light punch, shattering the evil Buddha's hands. Xu Feng's body had long since entered sainthood, nearly immortal and indestructible, so being hit by that palm just now was no different from a mosquito biting stainless steel to him. Xu Feng grinned, speaking up. "Manifest? You clay Buddha statue, don't you dare summon your true form? I don't care what kind of Buddha you are, as long as you dare touch my disciple, I will send you to the Western paradise immediately." As he spoke, Xu Feng condensed spiritual power into his fist, then aimed directly at the evil Buddha's face, and unleashed a palm. The evil Buddha didn't bother to dodge, and so, he was shattered again by this punch from Xu Feng. The impact from Xu Feng's punch created a huge, earth-shattering explosion. At this time, only one eye of the evil Buddha was left falling down. Xu Feng immediately caught it, holding it in one hand, looking black as coal. Joyful Yama Buddha, even after being punched in the face, was still able to make a sound. Disciple. Ah, I remember now. Decades ago I seem to have, enlightened, a tiny ant. Your aura is indeed very similar to it. Ha. He was also at the first level of the life and death realm. I crushed his 6 paths. Even if he desperately used his nascent soul to escape, he can't rebuild his body. Before he died, he was mumbling something about his master. Your ending will be just like that little worm's. Hearing this, Xu Feng angrily crushed the remaining piece of him like smashing tofu. He looked at the evil Buddha with disdain and replied, "Good at barking, fast at running, that's all you've got. But don't rush, bro." Xu Feng then glanced at Xiao Chao Chao standing nearby. Xiao Chao Chao was both surprised and terrified. General Tai Ha then tied up Xiao Chao, planning to take her back for interrogation. But Xu Feng stopped him. General Tai Ha angrily shouted, "I've said it so many times. The matter is so serious, and you're just gonna let her go that easily? This girl is definitely an enemy spy. She's been following you for a long time. She definitely has bad intentions. I think you should take her back to the sect for thorough interrogation." Xiao Chao sat quietly, not arguing, her eyes filled with sadness, drooping down, looking extremely melancholy. Xu Feng stood still, gazing at her for a long time before speaking. "Little girl, what's your relationship with Shen Xuanzi? After I dispelled the evil Buddha's nascent soul clone, his aura on you also disappeared. Only then did I realize you have a Xuan's aura on you." Xiao Chao Chao's face changed drastically, extremely surprised. She stammered, "Why do you know my master's name?" General Tai Ha was also stunned at this time, blankly asking, "Ghost God weirdo? Your Majesty is your master? You're the grand disciple of His Majesty? Immortal Venerable Xu Feng is His Majesty's master?" Hearing this, Xiao Chao was even more stunned, her mouth hanging open in shock. In her mind she thought, "He is my grandmaster? The legendary supreme devil? I thought he'd be a smelly, ugly old man with white hair, but why is he so handsome, hung like a horse, and can go all night?" Xu Feng glanced at Xiao Chao's chest, and then continued. "A Susian used his life-protecting energy to pass it on to you. Now he's no different from a mortal. This was also caused by the evil Buddha, right?" Xiao Chao lowered her eyes, tears glistening. She sobbed and recounted, "That's right. Because of me, that beast had a chance to take advantage. If Master hadn't channeled energy to me, with his skills, wouldn't it have been easy for him to escape? But at that time, Master's spiritual power was exhausted, and he was captured by the evil Buddha. That beast knew Master's title of Ghost God Weirdo. He wanted Master to divine the heavenly Tao for him, to find a way to descend to the mainland. Maester refused, so he imprisoned Maester's body, and dragged out his nascent soul to divine himself. After divining the results, he ordered me to collect the 1,000-year lifespan longevity pill. If he devours and refines it all, he will be able to walk on the earth. The most pitiful is still Master. He's been imprisoned in his hands for decades. Living is worse than death. Every year, I have to offer him longevity pills. But his greed is bottomless. He tortures Master in front of me, using this to suppress me. Now, he wants 500-year longevity pills. I can only find a supreme Yang physique to mate with in order to gather enough. I thought I was just one step away from finishing, but that evil Buddha is outside the 5 elements, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. His projection has collapsed, and the connection between me and him has also been cut off. I can't find him, so I can't find Master either." As she spoke, Xiao Chao sobbed, tears falling down her face. She missed and worried about her master immensely. At this moment, she just wanted to do everything possible to save him. After hearing the story, Xu Feng coldly said, "Stop crying. Can you stop it? Look at your swollen eyes. You're not as pretty as when you smile. Be good, I have a way." General Tai Ha then reported the whole matter to the female Emperor Luan Yanher, through telepathy. Right now, Empress Luan Yanhair is buried in paperwork, looking totally beat. After hearing the story, she asks groggily, "Wait, what? You guys had to take a detour? Xiao Chun, I sent you to wrap things up quickly. Why'd you head south? It'll take 3 extra days to get back to the city." At the other end of the line, General Tai Ha replies, "Your Majesty, this female cultivator is indeed trying to save her master. I can vouch for her. It's just that the journey is long." Speaking of which, Tiha sensed that the Empress was very tired, so she said, "Your Majesty is tired. Please get some rest. This humble servant has exhausted most of my cultivation to save the female cultivator, and now setting up a spirit communication formation will probably harm your dragon body." The Empress felt a little suspicious inside and asked, "Xiao Chun, did you guys run into any trouble? You exhausted your cultivation and had to take a detour. Besides, no matter how far south it is, using formations and talismans would only take half a day. Tell me the truth." As she spoke, the Empress got out of bed, and 2 maids were already ready with a feather cloak for her. Tai Ha hesitated on the other end before replying, "The Venerable One said that there's a precious flower in the south called Bian. This flower is incredibly red and beautiful, growing at the bottom of Dragon Abyss. It's hard to get, but it'd be perfect for Yanhair to decorate the wedding with. Top-tier stuff." The Empress's heart fluttered wildly when she heard this, her heart pounding. Even though she was still half asleep, she woke up completely after hearing this. Tai Ha on the other side is racking her brains to make up a reason to present to the Empress. The Empress confirms, "Did Master really say that?" Tai Ha's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of sadness flashing across them. Even though this is something the Empress would love, she doesn't want to see the Empress with someone else at all. However, for the sake of the Empress's happiness, she could only give an After finishing talking to the Empress, Tai Ha kicked a few stones while walking, feeling extremely guilty. She clearly swore not to lie, but ended up breaking her oath. But at this time, outside Wuji's sect, there is old ancestor Zhui Ha watching, and one cannot be distracted by other things. As for the matters of the Ghost God Freak Palace, let the Venerable One handle them. At this time, Ye Chen is mobilizing his spiritual power to track down the location of that evil Buddha. Golden strands of true essence wrapped around him like shimmering, luminous ribbons. A moment later, Ye Chen opened his eyes and said, "Got it! Just now in the battle, I put my true energy into his spiritual sense clone. He can't run this time." Tai Ha looked at Cao Cao with a worried look and asked, "But that thing is outside the 5 elements, right?" Cao Cao then replied, "That's right, even if you can locate him, but if you have to go outside the 5 elements, then the so-called outside the 5 elements is a place of no heart, no self, no desire, no pursuit, no form. It is a chaotic region in the Kangyuan continent. Even a cultivator, who transcends the realm, must at least abandon his physical body to enter. Before, I entered the outside world because the evil Buddha used energy to cover my 5 elements. I secretly guessed that the energy cover is a formula that can only be enlightened by great powers, who have reached the 3rd level of transcendence of life and death." Tai Ha looked at Ye Chen worriedly. "Venerable One, after breaking through, you are still only at the 1st level of life and death. Could it be that you have to?" Tai Ha suddenly reached into her crotch, not knowing what she was planning to do, but Ye Chen immediately said, "No need to bother." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Ha's golden true essence turned into strands and escaped from her body. These strands of red true energy flew towards Ye Chen's hand and converged into a bunch. Tai Ha was extremely surprised. "This is golden thread, isn't it my key meridians?" Ye Chen manipulated Tai Ha's strands of true energy like noodles, transforming their flow. After that, he did the same to Cao Cao. Strands of powerful energy poured out of Cao Cao's body. She closed her eyes and felt her body. "My key meridians, which defy the Chu Tian, have also become chaotic." "Master, how could you?" After a while, the process was over. The strands of true energy that had been touched by Ye Chen returned to the bodies of the 2 female cultivators in turn. Both of them felt an extremely strange and new sensation coming from their bodies. Ye Chen said, "It's done. The key meridians of cultivators are connected to the 5 elements. I have changed the direction of your Qun meridians so that they contrast each other. The 5 elements after the disorder can be called nothing." Tai Ha and Cao Cao were horrified, and their emotions were violently expressed on their faces. "What? Change the direction of the key meridians while someone is alive? Isn't this like defying fate? Like an immortal?" Xiao Cao Cao reminded herself that there was no time to be surprised anymore. She immediately said, "There's no time to delay, we must set off quickly. Every extra moment puts Master in more danger. I volunteer to lead the charge." Ye Chen calmly replied, "Don't rush, we have something more important to do." Cut to Bishi Yanfu's abode. On the surface, it looks incredibly bright, with a dreamy, fairy tale vibe, but upon closer inspection, Everything is skulls and bones. Golden flowers float on the water's surface. Bi-Shi Yanfo is sitting on the largest lotus platform, his face still hurting from Ye Chen's punch. Even though it was just a spiritual projection, he still suffered some indirect damage. He covers his face, head bowed, angrily striking the lake surface with a palm, causing the water to ripple violently. The sea is agitated, but he still clutches the wound on his face. A trace of spiritual energy that Ye Chen secretly implanted remains there. He angrily curses under his breath. Damn it, that really hurts. That sly little thief dared to use the opportunity to plant a restriction on my shadow. Does he think he can defeat me like this? How laughable. That furnace girl, to save her master, will definitely find a way to have a joyous union with that little thief. Even just 3 breaths is enough for me to... Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, continuing his sentence. Enough for you to buy a coffin, right? Bi-Shi Yanfo turned to his left in shock, seeing that Ye Chen had found his way here. He panicked inwardly. Ye Chen appeared, his whole body covered in golden light, his eyes coldly fixed on his opponent. Pinching his nose, Ye Chen coldly said, No wonder you ran so fast. Turns out you like stinking up this garbage dump. Bi-Shi Yanfo was bewildered, thinking, he's moving this fast? Isn't he only at the first level of the life and death realm? Bi-Shi Yanfo then responded, his voice full of arrogance, I was wondering who it was. Isn't it my precious elixir guy? Have you finally seen the light? He approached Ye Chen, his eyes full of pride, continuing, To become a part of my body is more glorious than being an ordinary cultivator. You should feel honored. As he spoke, Bi-Shi Yanfo looked at Ye Chen with confident, arrogant eyes. As if everything was in his grasp, he believed that with his true body cultivation, he could easily suppress Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled and replied, his voice full of sarcasm, Indeed, I have seen the light. As the saying goes, grudges should be resolved, not harbored. I'm short on a watchdog. If you kowtow 800 times, it's not impossible to take you in as a watchdog. Just guarding the gate, that's all. As he spoke, Ye Chen looked at Bi-Shi Yanfo with provocative eyes. He even flicked his left hand with 2 fingers, as if to say, Come on and try me if you dare. Bi-Shi Yanfo was extremely enraged, his eyes flashing with 7 parts murderous intent and 3 parts resentment. He immediately brought down a palm strike with immense force, aimed directly at Ye Chen's head, but Ye Chen simply shattered his palm with a single punch. However, the battle wasn't that easy. At this moment, streaks of red demonic energy radiated from the surroundings, then flew out from behind Ye Chen and converged, forming a rapidly spinning drill that pierced straight towards Ye Chen. As quick as lightning, Ye Chen grabbed the drill with one hand just before it could pierce his eyes. The power of the drill was considerable, but not enough to trouble Ye Chen. Bi-Shi Yanfo said in a dry voice, I've changed my mind. I'm going to devour you alive. With that, he opened his mouth wide. The inside as black as a bottomless pit, with jagged teeth and gums, looking extremely terrifying. He intended to directly devour Ye Chen, swallowing him whole. But Ye Chen showed no fear, his eyes calmly staring straight into Bi-Shi Yanfo's mouth. In this moment, Ye Chen was even worried in his heart. I wonder how those 2 girls are doing. Hopefully they're alright. While Ye Chen and Bi-Shi Yanfo were engaged in intense combat, Xiao Chao Chao, along with General Tai Ha, were wading through a black river, trying to find the place where Shen Xuanzi was imprisoned in order to rescue him. Barely a moment before Ye Chen figured out how to enter the primal chaos void, Xiao Chao Chao was in a frantic rush to rescue her master. But Ye Chen calmly said, Don't rush. There's something more important. Xiao Chao Chao was burning with anxiety, jumping up and down, her voice full of urgency. Grandmaster, don't beat around the bush. What could be more important than rescuing my master? Ye Chen kept his voice calm, continuing, Precisely because of that, we can't act rashly. The evil Buddha came to seek the elixir of immortality. He anticipated that you would get entangled with me. If you succeed, he'll benefit from this conflict. Conversely, he can use this time to recuperate, returning even stronger. But if Asuan is still in his grasp, he'll always have something to worry about. General Tai Ha spoke up, asking, Venerable One, just tell us straight. What do you need us to do? Ye Chen immediately replied, Feint to the east. Attack in the west. When we break out of the 5 elements formation, immediately split into 2 groups. You guys go rescue Asucian, I'll confront and stall the evil Buddha. Only, your situation will be far more dangerous than mine. To break the 5 elements, I've disrupted your chi meridians, which also means you can't use any spells anymore. The timing of the rescue is the only variable in this plan. Xiao Cao stammered, muttering, Variable. A chance of survival in a desperate situation is also a variable. Then, she clearly and decisively stated, Grandmaster, I'm willing to try. Life and death be damned. Xiao Qiao's steadfast expression and resolute will directly astonished General Tai Ha. He never expected that a big-boobed but pea-brained girl would possess such ambition. Ye Chen then raised 2 fingers, flicking them lightly. Instantly, 2 streams of golden spiritual energy condensed into 2 leaves, falling into Qiao Qiao and Tai Ha's hands. Alright, after you succeed, blow on this leaf. I'll immediately end the battle and regroup with you guys. Ye Chen brought his hand to his mouth, forming a hand seal, then said, "Let's go. Meet the battle." Ye Chen's spiritual power instantly formed a barrier and teleported the 3 out of the 5 elements formation to the primal chaos void, the evil Buddha's dwelling. As soon as they arrived, Qiao Qiao and Tiha immediately followed Ye Chen's instructions, splitting into a group to rescue Shen Xuanzi. Wading through the dark and gloomy river, Qiao Qiao took out a light talisman to illuminate the path, but the light seemed much weaker than usual. Qiao Qiao worriedly said, "Without the support of spells, the talisman can only burn this much?" Taiha wondered, "Are you sure you're not going the wrong way?" When the formation opened into the 5 elements, I vaguely saw the evil Buddha, in a pristine white land. Qiao Qiao replied, "I've walked this path thousands of times, definitely not mistaken. That pristine white land is an illusion created by a demon. In essence, it's no different from this muddy swamp." The 2 continued to wade forward. Suddenly, Qiao Qiao saw something. She gestured for Tiha to stop, not making a sound, then whispered, "We're here." In front of the 2 was a tall stone pillar, on top of which was a giant red eye enthroned on a lotus platform. Although the eye was huge, its field of vision seemed limited, so it didn't detect the 2 people right below it. Taiha asked in surprise, "What kind of demon is this thing?" Qiao Qiao explained, "This thing is called Tongtian Dao. It's a guard set up here by the evil Buddha. If it catches you within 10 feet, you won't have a single bone left. Master is imprisoned behind that." Taiha thought to himself, "Judging by the appearance of this thing, its vision must be excellent. Even without the support of magic, with my speed, knocking it down in an instant isn't difficult." But this might alarm the evil Buddha, hindering the Venerable One's plans. Suddenly, Qiao Qiao began to count down. 2-1. Taiha panicked. "What is it? Wait a minute." The space was unusually silent. Just as the countdown reached 1, the giant red eye suddenly closed. At this moment, Qiao Qiao hurriedly said, "Run!" She lifted her skirt and ran. Tiha didn't understand why the eye closed on its own, so she asked, "What did you do?" Qiao Qiao explained while running, "I didn't do anything. Tongtian Dao has good vision and a fierce personality, but it has a fatal flaw. Every 30 breaths, it will close its eyes to rest for a moment. That's our chance. Ahead is a small door. Remember to close your eyes when passing through the door, otherwise you'll be blinded by the mechanism. 15 feet from the small door is a dim lamp. Take it, or you'll be harassed by wandering souls." Taihe listened in astonishment. She wondered, does she always have to overcome obstacles like this? Passing through trap after trap, remembering every mechanism day after day, just to save her master. If it were me, could I do what she does? Endure and hide for so long? Following Qiao Qiao's guidance, the 2 successfully bypassed Tongtian Dao, obtained the dim lamp, avoided the traps and the harassment of wandering souls. Finally, they arrived at the place where Shen Xuanzi was imprisoned. Qiao Qiao asked Tiha to break down the cave door and rush inside. Taihe, although doesn't have magical skills, his swordsmanship and physical body are very strong. 1 slash is enough to cut through the cave entrance. A surge of cold death energy rushed out from inside. The scene inside gradually came into view. Qiao Qiao was overjoyed to see her master and cried out, "Shifu, your disciple is here!" At this moment, Shen Xuanzi was bound by hundreds of strands of cold iron chains and red threads. He was also impaled through the abdomen by a large stake, pinning him to the wall. At a glance, his body seemed lifeless and unresponsive. After Qiao Qiao arrived, she seemed to have exhausted her life force after being tortured by the evil Buddha. She sobbed and said, "The Taka Buddha is arrogant, believing that no one can overcome the maze to save Shifu. Therefore, there are no more defenses here. General, take out the soul-capturing nail from Shifu's body, cut off the shackles, and we can save him." Taiha used her sense of smell, which was even more sensitive than a dog's, to sniff around. She realized something was wrong, and said, "The ghost god Oddball, your highness, has the scent of soul-severing silk on him. This thing wraps around the meridians, and is difficult to detect, but it can connect the caster and the target of the technique. If the silk breaks, not only will the target die, but the caster will immediately realize it." Hearing these words, Qiao Qiao's joyful mood immediately plummeted. Images of the time she spent with her master and her memories suddenly flooded back. From the first time her master bought her candied haws, to the times when the 2 of them went flirting with guys and got chased away, even when she accidentally stabbed and seriously injured her master. All these memories filled her with extreme disappointment, and she collapsed to the ground, her face pale. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed, "What? So I still can't save Shifu?" Taiha then replied, with a teasing tone, "Haven't brushed your teeth in a long time, or what? Your breath stinks." Taiha held a blue jade in her hand and said, "The Venerable One told us to come here together, so don't worry." Taiha handed the jade to Cao Cao and explained, "This is the Emperor's Command Jade, also known as the Rebirth Talisman. When faced with certain death, it can be used to replace a life. The Venerable One must have recognized that I had this Command Jade because it has the Emperor's aura on it. The soul-severing silk only recognizes the caster, not the target. As long as you use hair as a medium and tie the Rebirth Talisman to it, it will replace Gi Shen Guai Dian Xia." Cao Cao held the Rebirth Talisman in her hand, her heart filled with hope, and her eyes lit up again. Looking at the jade, she felt like a light at the end of the tunnel had appeared. Back to the battle between Ye Chen and Bishi Yanfo. At this moment, Bishi Yanfo had sensed something unusual. He turned to look with a suspicious look. "Oh, soul-severing silk. Something seems to be changing. Huh? Is it an illusion?" Ye Chen was immediately distracted, but quickly regained his focus. He raised his fist and shouted, "Evil Buddha!" With that, Ye Chen unleashed an extremely powerful punch, directly shattering the Evil Buddha's true form. After the punch, Ye Chen raised his unblemished fist again, smiled, and taunted, "Where are you looking? You have to concentrate when fighting. I'm teaching you, got it?" The Evil Buddha now only had his head left, while the other parts had been shattered by Ye Chen. However, he was not completely destroyed yet. He said angrily, his voice full of killing intent, "Little bug, don't you understand the situation yet? The moment you entered this place, you were already in my hands." The Evil Buddha immediately transformed into a stream of black gas, then rushed forward to bind Ye Chen. He transformed into huge, hideous maws, approaching to bite and devour Ye Chen. His voice rang out with arrogance. "You only have one choice, to be crushed by me from head to toe." Just as the Evil Buddha was about to devour Ye Chen, a loud voice resounded, its echoes lingering endlessly. The sound made the Evil Buddha feel extremely uncomfortable. "Too noisy. What's that sound? What did you do?" Ye Chen with a cold voice spoke. "Didn't do anything, but about to do something." Ye Chen no longer held back, directly unleashed his berserk energy, breaking the Evil Buddha's restraints. He pushed back the Evil Buddha along with his hideous, demonic maws. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with 7 rays of killing intent, 3 rays of coldness. He pointed at the Evil Buddha's face, and confidently declared, "I can finally beat you to a pulp without holding back." Yang energy radiated from Ye Chen's body, billowing into the air. Seeing this, the Evil Buddha got hyped. "Yang energy, pure Yang energy. You actually have this much. Ji Yang holy body, at the first layer of the life and death realm. And you can see my true form without being affected at all. Your talent is truly outstanding. I must eat you." His form at this moment looked incredibly deformed and terrifying. The true form of the Bishi Yan Buddha had 3 large eyes on its forehead, and its entire body was patched together as if made from many different parts. Teeth and lips were jumbled together, many arms but no legs, and its lower body was all wiggling tentacles. He hurriedly grabbed onto Ye Chen, then shoved him straight into his mouth to chew. The Evil Buddha confidently bragged, "Once you've been hit by my gluttonous devour, even if you're a 6th layer life and death realm powerhouse, you can only lie still and let me devour you." But at this moment, a crack sound came. The Evil Buddha was shocked. "What? Why can't I bite down?" He used all his strength to increase his jaw strength, but he still couldn't move it even an inch, feeling like he was biting into a rock. Ye Chen then sneered and said, "How long has it been since you've eaten? Are you tickling me? Each strike from her is more painful than your bite." With a light wave of his hand, Ye Chen punched the Evil Buddha in the mouth, shattering it, teeth and lips in a mess. Just one punch directly shattered his entire lower jaw. Answering the Evil Buddha's question, Ye Chen politely punched him straight in the face with a punch full of affection. Just a light touch to the cheek, and the Evil Buddha's face was extremely deformed. Ye Chen chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you jealous? I have another gift I want to give you." Ye Faran channeled true essence, spiritual power into his hand, and continued to punch the Evil Buddha right in the middle of his body again. Ye Chen's punch directly shattered the Evil Buddha's lower body. Moreover, Ye Chen's Yang energy prevented him from recovering. But the next second, the Evil Buddha's body suddenly transformed into a form that looked more like a human body. It turned out that Ye Chen used his own spiritual power to create a body for him. The Evil Buddha panicked, groping his body in amazement. This is... Ye Chen smiled. "Haven't you always wanted this physical body?" The Evil Buddha was extremely panicked inside. Suddenly, the chaotic maw on his shoulder exploded. He hurriedly turned around and ran for his life. Just what kind of deity is this kid? that he can create a physical body for me with his bare hands. But outside the five elements realm, this physical body will quickly dissipate. I have to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, the evil Buddha's body couldn't move and froze. His entire body was tightly bound by Ye Chen with chains of true essence energy. In fact, the evil Buddha had fallen into the formation that Ye Chen had already set up. This formation is called the Nine Heavens Mysterious Gate Formation. Ye Chen calmly said, "Haste makes waste. You fall into the trap. Slow and steady wins the race. No traps to fall into, no ropes to trip over." Ye Chen smiled and slowly approached, his entire body exuding earth-shattering killing intent. The evil Buddha struggled to break free but couldn't move an inch. His heart became extremely frightened, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. What kind of magic is this that can make me unable to move? He was about to speak when swooshed, his right arm was chopped off. He glanced over in panic and cried out in pain. Ye Chen flicked his finger lightly, and a part of the evil Buddha's body was cut off. Ye Chen said coldly, "Now that's what I call a vibe. You got yourself a body, you should be happy, right? Why the ugly mug?" Before the evil Buddha could say anything, Ye Fan jumped in, cutting him off. "You don't need to open your mouth, I already know why." The evil Buddha's mouth was suddenly sewn shut by Ye Chen with spirit energy. After muzzling him, Yang Chen smiled and continued, "You're someone who cares a lot about appearances, so the reason is because this body is too ugly." Suddenly, a dog's head sprouted from the evil Buddha's shoulder, created by none other than Yan Chen. The evil Buddha was extremely furious, but he couldn't open his mouth, so he could only cry. Sweat soaked him, tears and snot running down his face. Ye Chen wasn't letting up yet. He waved his hand again and said, "It's okay, I'll fix it for you." A deafening schlick rang out. Ye Chen chopped off two of the evil Buddha's tentacles. Schlick! Again. And his hands went flying too. While attacking, Ye Chen leisurely said, "There's a lot more. No rush. These legs are bad. You only use them to hurt people. Not good. This blockhead makes you have evil thoughts. Also not good. You don't need these things." Ye Chen chopped as he spoke. The evil Buddha couldn't resist and could only struggle hopelessly. After turning the evil Buddha into a cultivation world coconut head, Ye Chen finally felt relieved, thinking, "That's more like it." Ye Chen then unsewed the evil Buddha's mouth. The evil Buddha was filled with extreme hatred. He roared, "You mutt! You think you can kill me like this? I have another body here! Connection thread, get over here!" A red thread suddenly appeared on the evil Buddha's neck. This was the thread connecting him and the divine calculator. The evil Buddha bit the thread with his mouth and pulled hard. A burst suddenly happened in the air. The evil Buddha thought he would be able to pull the divine calculator's body over this time. But what surprised the evil Buddha was that at the other end of the thread was just a jade. It was the Iron Blood General's revival talisman used as a substitute for the divine calculator. The revival talisman fell on the evil Buddha's head, making a thunk sound. The evil Buddha, who was roaring loudly, instantly turned into an idiot Buddha, his eyes blank and uncomprehending. Ye Chen saw the evil Buddha's goofy face and burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha, I'm dying. This is what you call a body? So small and exquisite, but you're so big, can you even fit in there?" The evil Buddha was furious, grinding his teeth and roaring in anger. "You did this, didn't you? I must kill you. I will definitely kill you." Suddenly, at this moment, blue spirit energy threads appeared around the evil Buddha. Wherever these threads touched, the evil Buddha's body was restored. The limbs that Yan Chen had just chopped off grew back as before. The evil Buddha exclaimed in panic, "My body! It should be dissipating, but now it's recovering?" And none other than Ye Chen had made the move. He had used the heavenly book to restore the evil Buddha's body. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Your body is dissipating. I know you're in a hurry. But don't worry, isn't there still me? I said I would fix it for you, fix it until I'm satisfied." Ye Chen then gathered spirit energy on his fingertips, preparing to continue trimming. The evil Buddha looked at Ye Chen with extreme fear. He began to realize that this time, dealing with Ye Chen was not as easy as he thought. Being controlled, disintegrated, and now forced to recover, only to continue enduring the torture. A moment later, a golden leaf made of spirit energy floated over. Following that, Cao Cao, along with Tai Ha carrying Shen Xuanzi, appeared one after the other. Cao Cao spoke up. "Master Ancestor, the leaf guiding the way has brought us here." But the next second, Cao Cao and Tai Ha were gaping in astonishment. Before their eyes was a scene of the evil Buddha being tied up with a tie and brutally tortured by Ye Chen. At this time, the evil Buddha was unconscious, no longer struggling to resist. On his chest was a red seal cast by Ye Chen. Both of them were dumbfounded, standing still for a few seconds. Ye Chen glanced behind him, then coldly said, "So, you've arrived?" Seeing Tai Ha carrying Shen Xuanzi, Ye Chen immediately stood up and asked, How is Asuyan? Cao Cao happily replied. Thanks to General's help, Master is no longer in mortal danger, just waiting to wake up. Tai Ha wondered. Venerable, is this scumbag dead yet? Cao Cao suddenly became agitated, yelling, What? Dead? Wouldn't that be too easy for him? He made my master wish he were dead. How does he deserve to have his body and soul completely destroyed? Even if we chopped him into 8 pieces, cooked him into pills, it wouldn't be enough. Yi Chen chuckled, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, Haha, even so, it's still too easy for him. I've used magic to imprison him here and placed a fleshly body curse on him, so he will have to endure the pain of disintegration and regeneration of his body forever, until the end of time. Hearing this, Cao Cao was extremely relieved, her face filled with happy admiration. As expected of Master Ancestor. Seeing this, Tai Ha was extremely shocked, his heart constantly trembling. Revenge is only part of it, but more importantly, the evil Buddha no longer has the opportunity to step out of the 5 elements, heaven and earth. Thinking back, from before entering the Chaos Void, to when I used the Jade Token to save Ghost God Oddity Your Highness, the Venerable has arranged all possibilities. This result must also be within his calculations. So this is what a powerhouse is. Yi Chen looked at Tai Ha, smiled, and asked, General, how is Asuyan? Tai Ha suddenly woke up, and hurriedly replied. Venerable, what are your instructions? Yi Chen gently said, Put Asuyan down. Tai Ha gently placed Shen Suanzi on the ground. Shen Suanzi was still unconscious at this time, his whole body weak, without a trace of spiritual energy. Cao Cao worriedly asked, Master Ancestor, isn't Master's condition not very good? Yi Chen explained. Asuyan's body can exist outside the 5 elements because of the evil Buddha's aura. Now that he has declined, I must take advantage of the aura not yet dissipated to rearrange the meridians for Azasumain. You two stand back a little. Cao Cao worriedly continued to ask, Is the reason why Master hasn't woken up for so long also related to the aura? Yi Chen immediately replied, That's right, but the deeper reason is that Asuyan lost his heart-protecting life aura. He is really too weak, and Asuyan's spiritual root is of the yin type. I and Asuyan clash, so I can't directly transmit aura, I can only temporarily maintain his life. I'll think of another way when we return to the outer world. Cao Cao suddenly felt a pang in her heart, her inner self in pain. Master, you have become like this because of me. The more she thought about it, the more she felt extremely sorry for her master. Cao Cao couldn't bear to see her master like this. She clenched her fist, mustered all her courage and spoke up. Master Ancestor, my spiritual root is of the same type as Master's. Let me give my spiritual root to Master. Tai Ha was stunned. Give your spiritual root? But you'll die that way. Cao Cao, her eyes filled with sadness, profoundly said, General, have you considered how your life would end? Thanks to the heavens, my inner core is Zhi Yin, but it's considered a dimmed Zhi He, a breeding furnace. At first, I thought my destiny was just to be a tool to help others cultivate. Everyone looked down on me, abandoned me, or approached me for their own gain, just because I was born a heretic. Honestly, I never thought I'd have the chance to save someone, especially the most important person to me. This ending is perfect for me. Cao Cao clasped her hands, bowed to Xu Feng, and said resolutely, Therefore, please fulfill this disciple's wish. Xu Feng nodded slightly and said, All right. Immediately afterward, Cao Cao's spiritual root, under Xu Feng's control, gradually transformed into spiritual energy, escaping from her body. Cao Cao hurriedly said, One more thing. When Master wakes up, please tell him that Cao Cao has gone to travel the world, becoming a righteous cultivator. This disciple is content. Cao Cao's tears fell before the final moment of her life. Her eyes gradually closed. The last image she saw was her master, divine calculator. Cao Cao closed her eyes, ready to embrace death, but waited, and nothing happened. Cao Cao frowned, feeling utterly confused, then suddenly jumped up, surprised, and asked, I gave my spiritual root to Master. My body should have disintegrated. Why am I still in one piece? A gentle voice echoed, Silly girl, the chaos spiritual root, if someone else did it, you would have died. But now I'm in control, saving your life is easy. It's just that your spiritual root is gone, and your inner core is ruined. I'm afraid you can no longer cultivate. Cao Cao immediately rushed over and hugged Xu Feng tightly, crying with joy. That's great, that's just too great. Master is saved, and I don't have to be a heretic anymore. Ancestor, thank you, thank you. Xu Feng, seeing Cao Cao hugging and pressing her face close to him, blushed with embarrassment, and hurriedly pushed Cao Cao away. Come on, just saying thank you is enough. Cao Cao wouldn't let go and said, How could that be enough? Tai He, seeing this scene, immediately changed her mind about Xu Feng. Now, she secretly accepted Xu Feng. The Venerable One has a heart as soft as silk, indeed. Her Majesty's judgment is truly the best. Xu Feng raised 2 fingers and chanted an incantation, then said, Alright, everything is resolved, we should go back. As he finished speaking, a yellow gate of spiritual energy opened. Tai He and Xiao Qiao stepped forward first, while Xu Feng, for some reason, lingered behind, seemingly reluctant to leave. Xiao Qiao, seeing her ancestor spacing out, reminded him, "Ancestor, let's go!" Xu Feng snapped out of it, and said, "Ah yeah, coming!" In Xu Feng's hand at this moment, without him realizing, he was holding a revival talisman. He looked at the revival talisman and wondered, what the heck is going on? As soon as Xu Feng and his friends stepped through the yellow gate of spiritual energy, they immediately returned to the presence of the Empress. The Empress sat on her throne, looking down with a cold face, her eyes sharp, reflecting sternness. She asked, "So, what's the meaning of all this?" Everyone didn't dare to look directly at the Empress, turning their heads away. Even Xu Feng was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, stuttering, "Yan let me explain." The Empress, her eyes showing suspicion, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "Yeah, I'm listening. I have to hear carefully why you just went on a trip and came back as a major cultivator at the first level of the life and death realm." "Ah, soothing. The junior sister is fine, but why did you bring this female cultivator back to the sect too?" "Your master? You better think carefully before you speak. If you don't speak well, you're dead meat." The divine calculator was still unconscious, and was immediately taken away by the physician for treatment. Xiao Qiao watched her master go, her eyes full of worry. Understanding Xiao Qiao's feelings, Tai He patted Xiao Qiao's shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry. His Majesty has summoned the #1 healer of the sect to treat his royal weirdness. I believe he will wake up soon." Xiao Qiao took a deep breath, then smiled reassuringly and replied, "Yeah, His Majesty has countless talents and oddballs at his disposal. I definitely trust him. This trip has really caused too much trouble for everyone." "All right. Where did His Majesty and Grandmaster go?" "I want to pay my respects to show my gratitude." Hearing this, Tai He was startled, thinking for a while, not knowing how to tell Xiao Qiao, and finally changed the subject. "Let me take you to change your clothes and get something to eat first." Those two were still busy with a lot of things. Inside the Empress's palace at this moment, the Empress was breathing heavily, dressed in her silken robes, making her plump derriere stick out towards the sky. The Empress's face was flushed, and her eyes were dazedly fixed on Ye Chen, as if she had just finished drinking 1,000 jars of strong wine. Ye Chen was naturally tied up. For no apparent reason, he panicked and stammered, "Yancher, what's going on? You want to find a secluded place to ask about your master? I get it. But why do you have to tie Shifu up like this?" The Empress then placed her finger on Ye Chen's lips, then blindfolded Ye Chen with another red silk cloth and said softly, "Shifu just needs to wait, why talk so much?" After tying him up, the Empress began to take off her outer robe. Ye Chen was still completely unaware, internally questioning, thinking, "This eldest disciple of mine is really angry. Looks like she won't forgive me easily. I should just go along with it for now, and cool her down a bit." At this time, the Empress looked aggrieved, as if she was suffering a grievance, looking at Ye Chen. Her right hand held the red thread, then wrapped it around her finger a few times, and then transferred a stream of spiritual power into it. Ye Chen immediately felt it, and his heart panicked. "Wait, this feeling is—" The Empress, at this time, with cold eyes, slowly spoke. "What Shifu said is really too coincidental. Yanker is no longer a 3-year-old child. She is not so easily deceived. Then let the truth-telling thread verify the truth of your words." Speaking of the truth-telling thread, this is the ultimate weapon of the Limitless sect, specializing in interrogating suspects. When spiritual power is transferred into it, connecting it between those being interrogated, their feelings will be linked. When one side tells the truth, the other side will feel infinite pain. Ye Chen panicked and hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "What if Shifu accidentally hurts you?" "Yancher, be good, take it off first. Shifu will tell you everything." Before he could finish speaking, the Empress grabbed Ye Chen's arm, pressed him down on the bed, then leaned close to Ye Chen's ear and whispered, "Shifu, when you broke through to the first level of the life and death realm, did you do something with that female cultivator?" Faced with this question from the Empress, plus the truth-telling thread wrapped around him, Ye Chen basically had no choice. Hesitating for a moment, Ye Chen said coldly, "Yes." The Empress did not feel anything from the truth-telling thread. The truth-telling thread did not react. So it was a lie? This is still acceptable. As expected of my Shifu, he's looking out for me, lying on purpose to keep me from getting hurt. But a lie is still a lie. I'd rather take the pain than hear a lie that makes my heart ache. Ye Chen felt a pang, and thought to himself, the truth-weaving thread reacted, so Yanfreer's telling the truth. But I'm her Shifu, how could I let my disciple get hurt? Ye Chen opened his mouth to say something, but the Empress immediately covered his lips with her hand, then gently nestled against him, whispering, "If junior sister Azuo is really that female cultivator's Shifu, who would come to the rescue first? Someone who cares more about Azuo, or that female cultivator? Yi Chen thought, not this again. Whether it's that little brat or Azuo, I saved them for no other reason than they're from our sect. As the sect leader, burdened with this great responsibility, how could I let myself get caught up in romance? Ye Chen sat up and gently hugged the empress. Luckily, neither answer was the truth, so no matter which one he picked, Yan Fear wouldn't feel any pain. Ye Chen treated the empress like a daughter, affectionately patting her head. The empress, meanwhile, was waiting for his answer with bated breath. Ye Chen replied, Azuo. The empress didn't feel any pain, and her eyes instantly went blank. No pain? Was that a lie? Could it be that Shifu cares about that female cultivator more? Ye Chen, noticing her stillness, called out, Yan Fer. At that moment, the empress embraced Ye Chen tightly, wrapping her legs around his lower body, her mind racing, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Gasping slightly, she asked, did the person who brought that female cultivator back to the sect develop feelings for her? Ye Chen panicked at the question, clarifying, no way. How could I have feelings? Before he could finish, the empress felt a sharp pain, her whole body involuntarily trembling, and she started to whimper softly. Ye Chen realized his mistake and, incredibly worried, quickly cut himself off, not daring to say another word. Crap, I accidentally told the truth and made Yang Trier hurt and break the thread first. The empress's breathing grew even more labored, and her expression became extremely blissful. Pressing her hands to her lower abdomen, suppressing her emotions, she softly whispered, Yaner is so happy. Ye Chen felt the pain and was shocked. There's pain? Is this the truth? But why? Yan Krer, are you happy because I don't have any feelings for that little brat? The empress slowly began to shed her clothes, and she gradually leaned lower. A second later, only a thin undergarment remained covering her chest. The empress pressed her body against Ye Chen, her lips close to his, and slowly asked, Yan Fer wants to ask you one last question. Shifu, would you share our wedding night with me? Hearing his eldest female disciple ask if he wanted to consummate their relationship, Ye Chen's eyes widened in a daze. At this moment, Zhu Feng was extremely bewildered. His brain short-circuited, unable to comprehend what was happening. Did Yantra misspeak? Consummate? Consummate the heavens? Consummate the east? Or what? Hello, where am I? Who am I? Why is a carp a submarine? Seeing her master suddenly become so dumbfounded, the empress pouted and scolded affectionately. You big dummy. Then, she spread her arms and legs, tightly wrapped her lower body around Ye Chen's upper body, and said softly, feigning ignorance, playing dumb. Is it really that hard to understand? Ye Chen's face flushed red at this point, his mind was blank, and his whole body became unbearably hot and bothered. He didn't know how to answer, only stammering a few meaningless words. The empress's eyes darkened as she murmured, lovingly asking, Master, is it because Yan hair isn't beautiful enough? Yi Chen suddenly shouted. How could that be possible? The empress was taken aback by her master's reaction. But because they were still wearing the truth-binding silken threads, and Ye Chen had accidentally spoken the truth, the empress was struck by a wave of pain that went straight to her head. She staggered and cried out in agony. Yi Chen was extremely worried when he heard this. Yanir! At this moment the empress, though in pain, was also delighted. She panted and murmured, Of course I knew that. It's just that if master doesn't agree with me, I will forever pester you. To be honest, I'll suffer forever. I really want to see if you have the heart to bear it. As she spoke, the empress lightly bit Ye Chen's ear. Yi Chen hurriedly turned away and said loudly, Stop fooling around. The empress then grabbed Ye Chen's mouth with her hand and pulled it back. Then, she pressed her chest right in front of Ye Chen's face and said, Don't want to answer? Even better. The empress then took Ye Chen's hand and placed it on her smooth, flawless, snow-white thighs. I'll take that as a tacit agreement then, okay? In the next second, the empress boldly reached down, feeling for her master's little bro. The instant that hand touched his little eagle, Ye Chen jolted, and with a poof, Ye Chen exploded into a cloud of white smoke right before the empress's eyes. The smoke dissipated, revealing a body double of Yi Chen in its place. Yi Chen had left a long time ago. The empress was a little disappointed. Hey, he ran away. On the other side, Ye Chen was running for his life, still completely shaken. Damn it. I'm the master. How could I react to my disciple like that? The empress on this side was also covering her face in embarrassment. This was the first time she had personally touched her master's mighty little eagle. It almost bit her hand off just now. No wonder he ran away with such force. He must be afraid of hurting Yan Aware. Silly master, it's okay if you run away. We have plenty of time. At that moment, Zhu Feng had already flown to a waterfall and was meditating underneath it to calm himself down. While meditating, Zhu Feng recited the mantra, Women are fleeting clouds, the old master is everything. Women are fleeting clouds, the old master is everything. But the problem was, The more he recited, the more the moment of intimacy with Yang Shi kept flashing in his mind. Just a fleeting thought was enough to make that eagle spread its wings, wanting to fly out. Xu Feng immediately punched himself in the face to regain his composure. The aftershock of the punch blew away the waterfall's flow in an instant. The water surged violently, then turned into rain. Xu Feng felt disappointed in himself at this moment. Alas, chanting the mind-clearing mantra 100 times is useless. It seems my cultivation is still shallow. Yan, aren't you supposed to be an understanding girl? The kind that breaks my heart? Sharp-tongued, yet with a soft heart. You don't compete, you don't snatch, always yielding to your junior sister. Many years ago, when the sect was in chaos, I charged ahead to kill enemies, while you silently maintained order in the rear. You once said that, in times of turmoil, you only wished for the sect to be at peace, because we are family. But since we're family, why would you want to do that with me? How am I supposed to face you after this? While he was perplexed, struggling with his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Shifu, are you playing dumb, or are you really clueless? Tianshu suddenly flew out, and Luo simultaneously appeared from within Tianshu. Xu Feng was surprised. Luo, you can manifest a physical form now? Luo nodded mischievously, replying, that's right. Thanks to Shifu placing my remnant soul within Tianshu, my primordial spirit has been nurtured very well. Xu Feng said worriedly. But right now is when Luo is condensing her physical form and true Qi. Suddenly revealing herself is very dangerous. As he spoke, Xu Feng pulled out the glowing command jade, but Luo didn't even bother to pay attention. Luo immediately urged, you still haven't answered my question. Do you not know senior sister's feelings? Or do you not have feelings for her, so you're avoiding it? Luo smiled slyly, continuing. If none of that is the case, then what does Shifu think of Luo? Faced with Luo's question that was 7 parts unexpected, 3 parts troublesome. Seeing his female disciple ask if he wants to consummate their relationship, facing Luo's question, that's 3 parts helpless, 7 parts unbearable. Xu Feng's eyes went wide with confusion. At this moment, Xu Feng's mind was completely blank, only stammering a few words. What do you mean? Luo flashed a mischievous grin, then fluttered around Xu Feng, continuing. It's obvious, right? If Master doesn't want to do it with eldest sis, then what about me? Luo whispered into Xu Feng's ear. Even though this disciple is currently just a spirit body, what Luo knows isn't any less than eldest sis. As she spoke, Luo puffed out her chest, adding a dazed and mesmerized look. What do you think? Xu Feng's eyes didn't have even a trace of desire. Without hesitation, he turned around and smacked Luo on the head. Bonk! Luo was already short, and now she looked even tinier. Xu Feng scolded loudly. Being naughty again? Don't think just because you're a spirit body master can't deal with you. 1 person. 2 people. Is it so fun teasing your teacher? Luo clutched her head and hissed in pain, then smiled softly again. Her eyes drooped slightly, tinged with melancholy, and her tone became gentle, slowly saying, the result is clear, Master. The way you look at me is really just looking at a child. Can't the words of a child move an adult's heart? At least, cause some annoyance. Luo wore a confident expression, pointed directly at Xu Feng, and concluded. Otherwise you already see eldest sis as a full-fledged woman. Xu Feng was embarrassed and flustered, and also felt guilty, trying to loudly deny it. A woman? Then he turned his face away, not daring to look at Luo. No, that's not it. Yan is your senior sister, and also the most important disciple I have. Luo slowly flew in front of Xu Feng again, then continued. That's not contradictory at all. What does love between a man and a woman have to do with status? Luo covered her mouth and giggled mischievously. Or, is eldest sis not your type? Does Master prefer someone smaller? Xu Feng immediately shouted. Nonsense! What size? It's not like there's anything. Before he could finish explaining, Luo suddenly dove into the heavenly book and disappeared. Xu Feng was still wondering what was going on when, at the same time, a familiar voice came. The Empress walked over, picking up the heavenly book, and said, Master, who were you talking to? And you even chose such a hidden place, it was hard to find you. The Empress looked very docile at this time, and also very mature, unlike before in the palace. Xu Feng was still very embarrassed, not daring to look her in the face, and only reached out to take back the heavenly book, then stammered in response. Thanks. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Xu Feng sighed in relief in his heart. It seemed that Luo had not been discovered. At this moment, the Empress suddenly grabbed Xu Feng's wrist and said, What's the rush, Master? Just now, it seemed like this disciple heard something about size. Xu Feng broke out in cold sweat. After thinking quickly, Xu Feng immediately explained. Right. Oh, that's right. According to my observations, size and inner core Q volume are directly proportional, which affects the speed of breaking through realms. This is my latest research direction on cultivation. In short, with cultivation, the larger and higher the realm. Not used to lying, so Xu Feng's words were all over the place. A jumbled mess that made no sense. Even Xu Feng didn't understand, and he thought to himself, I'm done for. What am I even saying? Blabbering on so fluently, I'm definitely going to be seen as a fraud. The current situation is already difficult. This time Yan will definitely suspect me. Contrary to Xu Feng's expectations, the Empress suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, then burst out laughing, flashing a bright smile, and happily said, What funny thing did Master just say? Master is thinking about all sorts of nonsense again. According to that theory, wouldn't the cultivation of all the men in the world not be able to keep up with women? Looking at the Empress's face, smiling as beautiful as a flower, Xu Feng was as if his soul was sucked into it, only knowing to open his mouth wide, staring blankly. His complexion also turned reddish. The more he looked, the more he was captivated. Xu Feng's pupils dilated, not even blinking once. Looks like Xu Feng was completely floored by his first disciple's stunning beauty. Seeing her master spacing out with no reaction, the Empress called out several times, Master! Master! What are you thinking about again? Xu Feng snapped back to reality, then turned his face away embarrassedly and said, It's nothing. It's just that your teacher suddenly thought that, in all the world, only Yan Kar would laugh at my whimsical thoughts. While Xu Feng was expressing his feelings, the Empress gazed intently at her master. However, it was no longer the lustful look from before. Now, Yan He looked much more normal. As Xu Feng spoke, his voice grew softer. About that matter you just mentioned, your teacher still doesn't. Not letting Xu Feng finish, the Empress immediately stepped forward, blocking his mouth with her finger. Then smiling, she said, Master has been traveling outside for so long, you must be tired. Why don't you go and rest for a bit first? Xu Feng was pleased and nodded slightly, thinking to himself, Yan Xie really knows what's on my mind. I was definitely overthinking it. He'd barely finished congratulating himself when, a second later, Xu Feng immediately rejected his own thought. Like hell, that's the reason. The reason is because the Empress is taking him to bathe together. Xu Feng was tense, not daring to move, sitting stiffly in place, his whole body covered only by a thin cloth covering his junk, sitting tensely. Suddenly, the Empress spoke, making Xu Feng jump. It turned out that the Empress had already been soaking in the lake. Now she urged, Master, why haven't you come down yet? Xu Feng internally screamed in despair. This is bullshit. I thought rest meant eating or sleeping, but it turns out it's bathing. At this moment, the Empress suddenly said in a deep voice, Master, what's wrong with you? This disciple clearly remembers that Master is the most hygienic person. So why are you unwilling to enter the lake now? The water in this lake is called Jade Dew, the #1 life-nurturing divine spring of the continent. Not only does it eliminate fatigue, but it also strengthens muscles and bones, advances cultivation, and also invigorates the kidneys, strengthens yang, increases vitality, and treats all kinds of kidney deficiency, kidney weakness, frequent urination, and weak libido. Master has been traveling outside, and in a short time, he broke through realms. Yanfear thinks that now is precisely the time you need to nourish your Could it be that Yankor guessed wrong? Upon hearing this, Xu Feng hastily shouted, How could that be? This is exactly what I need. Yaner is so thoughtful, thinking of me this much. I'm happy beyond words. Xu Feng gave a forced smile. It's just, there's a difference between men and women. You only need to bring your teacher here, and I can handle the rest myself. The Empress listened, then gave a mysterious smile, then lunged forward and grabbed Xu Feng's hand. The water in the lake immediately rippled. Next, without hesitation, she hugged Xu Feng tightly. After a long while, the Empress finally raised her head and continued, Master, I am your disciple. What does gender difference matter in terms of seniority? Moreover, before Yankar was injured, Master took care of this disciple even more meticulously. Now I say, simply soaking in the Jade Dew spring is not enough. To effectively nourish your life force, you need to circulate inner energy. Replenishing Q in the lake is the best. As she spoke, the Empress tried hard to rub her body against Xu Feng's. In the next second, the Empress leaned into Xu Feng's ear and whispered, Master, don't be stubborn anymore. Just go along with me this time, okay? Xu Feng hurriedly refused. No need. I'm not that tired. At this moment, suddenly the heavenly book inside Xu Feng's clothes moved and flew up. Following that, Luo Luo suddenly appeared, then reached out her hand, giving a strong push, causing Xu Feng to fall forward. But her push was skillfully done, making Xu Feng fall in such a way that one hand landed directly on the Empress's left breast. The Empress, of course, lay there enjoying it, not struggling at all, her eyes glazed over with sensation. Xu Feng at this time also felt the softness, fullness of that plump meat bun. However, he didn't know how to explain himself at this point. This innocent spiel? I'm tired of saying it. Xu Feng blanked out, not knowing what to say, just standing there, frozen. Accidentally pushed by her master, the female emperor's face turned ashen, and she whispered, "Master, you hurt your disciple." In the hazy mist, Ye Chen quickly helped the female emperor up. Yanir, I'm sorry, does disciple not like being hurt? I understand now. By sheer coincidence, this easily misunderstood conversation between the female emperor and Ye Chen was overheard by Taiha and Cao Cao. Taiha was furious and excitedly charged forward, yelling, "You!" But before she could finish, Cao Cao gagged her and pulled her back. Cao Cao pinned Taiha under her arm, one hand covering her mouth, the other holding her tight, and hurriedly whispered to reassure her, "General, what are you planning to do? Haven't you heard the saying? Better to destroy 10 temples than to break up a couple?" Taiha yanked Cao Cao's hand away from her mouth and shouted, "Break up or not break up? They're not even married yet, and they're already being so unrestrained in broad daylight. What about Her Majesty's reputation?" Cao Cao smiled and continued, "Oh look, where did this old fogey come from? It's none of our business what they do. You heard it just now. Ancestral Master cherishes the fairer sex, so don't worry. Lower your voice. Speak softly." Taiha still seemed a little annoyed, so she snorted coldly and turned her face away sulkily. Cao Cao nudged her elbow and smiled. "Speaking of which, luckily the general invited me to give thanks first and brought me here to clean up. Otherwise, how would I have been able to witness such a beautiful and exciting scene, wouldn't you agree?" The mist had gradually dissipated, and the scene of Ye Chen hugging the female emperor from behind became increasingly clear. The two looked no different from a loving couple passionately practicing 77-88 positions. Speaking of this, Cao Cao suddenly remembered something, and her voice gradually lowered and deepened. Tai Hang's expression also began to droop, and her eyes showed an indescribable sadness. Cao Cao recalled, "That's right, the female emperor is a very important person to her. For her to see something so private, the general must not be feeling well." Cao Cao pondered for a moment, then smiled and continued, "But what the general said is also true. It's one thing for other people, but this is Her Majesty the female emperor, whose reputation is known throughout the world. We can't let others find a weakness and be scrutinized behind her back." Cao Cao slowly began to climb over the doorway, muttering, "General, come here a little. Let's secretly find a good opportunity to launch a surprise attack and break them up." Cao Cao just looked up and saw the female emperor standing in a posture with her chest forward, her butt defensively sticking out, and her eyes dazed and intoxicated. Cao Cao was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she also suddenly became excited, intending to shout to stop them. General Taiha quickly covered her mouth, dragged her back, and whispered, "Shh, weren't you the one telling me to speak softly? Why are you the one making a fuss now?" Cao Cao then said, "Didn't you say he cherishes the fairer sex? Why is he suddenly doing it for real? And in the bathtub no less. What if the water in that tub isn't clean, leading to an infection?" Taiha thought it was for some big reason, but it turned out to be this. She was speechless and blurted out, "Is that the important point?" Cao Cao indignantly shouted, "Nothing is more important than this. General, you don't know. I used to not only be a fortune teller, but also a renowned quack doctor. Over the years, I've encountered no shortage of cases where a woman's condition worsens due to careless actions. Furthermore, Ancestral Master is the solar holy body, mainly about invincible power, but too much drilling hurts the whole. If she's not careful, Her Majesty will definitely be injured. Not to mention, if there are some more special preferences." Taiha didn't want to listen anymore, and hurriedly interrupted, Okay, don't say anymore." Cao Cao then grabbed Taiha's hand and said, "That's why I say we are both women, so we understand the suffering of women. Now, it's not only related to Her Majesty's reputation, but also to her health. We must prevent any unexpected things from happening." Taiha heard this argument and found it reasonable, so she nodded in agreement. That makes sense. After speaking, the two of them focused on observing the situation inside the bathtub. At this time, a sound was coming from between Ye Chen and the female emperor. Hearing this, the female emperor moaned softly. "Ah, master, that place." Seeing that the two people inside weren't paying attention to their surroundings, Cao Cao and Tai, he looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then, they both charged in like their lives depended on it, shouting, "Grandmaster, hold on, don't rush into anything." The two rushed in, but their faces were downcast, not daring to look up. After a long while, without any reaction, Cao Cao and Tai looked up and no longer saw the Empress and Ye Chen there. The two blankly looked around, searching, only to find that the Empress and Ye Chen had quickly hidden nearby. The Empress snuggled close to Ye Chen, one hand reaching up to touch his muscular chest, whispering, thinking it was a private bath, I didn't set up a barrier. Who knew? Luckily, Maester used a stealth technique in time. Now we can safely continue, right, Maester? The Empress didn't hear Ye Chen say anything and looked up. Seeing Ye Chen's strangely dazed state, it turned out this was just a clone created by Ye Chen. The real Ye Chen had already hurriedly grabbed his clothes and run away. While running, Ye Chen hastily tied his pants, looking extremely distressed. Ye Chen's face was flushed red as he exclaimed, "Again, this is really too dangerous." A moment later, Ye Chen had already slipped out to the outside of the Boundless Sect. Here, the streets were bustling with activity, with people crowding each other. Luo Luo. It's been a long time since we returned to the city, so she immediately appeared to admire the scenery. Seeing a kid holding a candied hawthorn skewer in front of her, Luo Luo was extremely delighted. Ooh, it's a candied hawthorn skewer. I wonder if any kind-hearted master would buy one for me. Ye Chen sighed. You're a spirit body, having a hard time. Where would you grow teeth to eat a candied hawthorn skewer? Luo Luo cleverly said. Yours truly. Doesn't yours truly have a master who loves her the most? Even when physically and mentally exhausted, he doesn't forget to hide the celestial book so others can't see me. Luo Luo had just snuck out of the celestial book to wander around. Ye Chen turned around at this moment, his tone reproachful. I care for you, but do you understand half of my concerns? Just now in the bath, if you hadn't pushed me, Luo Luo casually continued. If this disciple hadn't given you a push, when would Master have met senior apprentice sister? Ye Chen sighed again. Never mind. Children shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Luo Luo seemed a little angry when she heard this, and said with a pout, Whatever! You've been in seclusion for over 100 years. Whether it's senior apprentice sister or Luo Luo, we're no longer kids. You and senior apprentice sister clearly have feelings for each other, so what if people saw? Yet you deliberately ran to the sect's gate. This disciple really doesn't understand. Senior apprentice sister doesn't eat people. Is the word love that difficult to write? Muttering as she walked, Luo Luo didn't realize Ye Chen had suddenly stopped, so she bumped her face into his back. Luo Luo turned around and angrily asked, Aya, master? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Luo Luo was very surprised when she looked ahead, because in front of them were two female cultivators who seemed to be injured. One with pink hair was carrying one with blue hair on her back, walking with a limp. The two of them were the female cultivators from the Yehua sect that Ye Chen had met at the beginning of the story. Bai Qingni saw Ye Chen, her eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling. Senior. Senior. Then she suddenly shouted decisively, begging, Senior, please save my senior apprentice sister. Ye Chen blankly looked back at this moment, suddenly recalling their first meeting after leaving seclusion. You are, looking at these two sisters sobbing, their eyes filled with grievances. He didn't know what they had encountered to end up in this state. Those two female cultivators were then brought back to the Xuanji sect by Xu Feng for treatment. After Xu Feng took action, Bai Xiaohei's complexion gradually recovered, and her skin became rosy again. After finishing the treatment, Xu Feng said softly, quote, All right, your senior sister became like this because her inner core was depleted, and she had no more strength. I have used my magic to replenish her, so don't worry anymore. Bai Qinger was moved and cried, Thank you, senior, for helping us. If it weren't for you, my senior sister would probably... Before she could finish her sentence, a sound like tearing cloth rang out. The lower part of Bai Qinger's robe around her abdomen was suddenly torn open, revealing her abdomen with strange birthmarks. Bai Qinger screamed in panic. Xu Feng asked coldly, Just now on the street, I sensed a strange aura of a spell mark on you two. What exactly is going on? Bai Qinger turned away, hesitant for a long time. Then she said shyly, as expected of a senior, Then I have no choice but to tell the truth. Senior, please take a look. As she spoke, Bai Qingxie turned around to face him and opened her robe for Xu Feng to see. As soon as Xu Feng saw it, he suddenly realized, This mark. Isn't that the holy mark of the Blood River sect that I personally destroyed the entire sect of 100 years ago? Xu Feng asked suspiciously. Did you voluntarily accept the Blood River mark? Bai Qinger explained in a panic. How could we? My sister and I come from the 100 Flowers sect and swore before the old patriarch that we would never betray the sect. Xu Feng said again. Could it be that they have a grudge against you? Bai Qinger shook her head, even more confused. Even less likely. This is the first time my sister and I have come down the mountain to travel. Luo Luo appeared at this moment and said in a suspicious tone, Oh, how strange. The first time you went out you encountered such a thing, and you are wandering in the territory of the Boundless sect. Master, aren't these two sisters spies? Xu Feng had a pensive expression and thought to himself, These two people have appeared before the 100 Flowers team. If they are really spies, why would they return to the Boundless sect? After thinking for a while, Xu Feng said again, When disciples of the 100 Flowers sect go out to travel, they must go through an order from the sect master. Could it be that on the way back, they were involved with the Blood River sect? Bai Qinger was extremely flustered. How could it be, Grandmaster? Speaking of which, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Then she stood up and recounted. We were ordered by our Grandmaster to go to the central continent to find herbs. On the way, we passed through the territory of the Boundless sect, and were lucky enough to be rescued by the senior, and escaped death. After that, my sister and I went all the way east. But in a village, we ran into people from the Blood River sect who were preaching. No? Instead of calling it preaching, it would be better to call it assault. They used cruel punishments to force the villagers to join the sect, and forcibly marked them with the Blood River mark, not even sparing a 7-year-old child. My sister and I planned to escape first, and wait for an opportunity to rescue the villagers, but we were caught by them. In a moment of crisis, my sister used her life-saving magic to protect me. After a while of fighting, we escaped from them, but when we escaped to a deserted place, we discovered we don't know when my sister was engraved with the mark of the Blood River. That night, on the night of the full moon, my sister suddenly felt unbearable pain and almost committed suicide. The road back to the sect was long, and my cultivation was too low. I was afraid that I would be followed by the people of the Blood River sect, so I had to take my sister back to the territory of the Boundless sect, hoping to rely on the prestige of Her Majesty the Empress to stop the bad guys. If we were lucky enough to meet you, who knows, we might be saved once again. It's just that. Speaking of this, Bai Qingbeer suddenly hesitated, her voice gradually lowered. Xu Feng then said, there is no need to be embarrassed. When traveling the world, there will always be times when you need to ask for help. But according to what you said, only your senior sister was marked with the Blood River seal. So why are you? Bai Qinger replied sadly. The mark on my body suddenly appeared last night. Perhaps they never intended to spare my sister and me from the beginning. Xu Feng thought for a while, feeling that this was really troublesome. The so-called Blood River seal is the restriction imposed on the followers by the leader of the Blood River sect. Those who are marked with this seal will have all their spiritual power drained from their bodies and poured into the body of the leader. The fate of the followers is either to be drained dry or to become prey. And to remove this seal, the only way is to kill the person who cast the spell. Bai Qingni plucked up her courage and continued, Senior, perhaps by the next full moon, my sister and I will both be affected by the Blood River seal. Last time it was the exhaustion of our spiritual energy. Next time it might be the disintegration of our bodies. If that really happens, please bring our remains to the 100 Flowers sect. Consider it as fallen leaves returning to their roots. Your kindness, this little girl will definitely repay in the next life. As she spoke, she reached out and took Ye Chen's hand, pleading earnestly. Ye Chen, who was originally a chivalrous person, wouldn't ignore injustice when he encountered it. This time, running into this matter, plus he had fought with the Blood River sect in the past, and with 2 female cultivators in trouble like this, Ye Chen couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Luko, who was standing to the side watching, knew the upcoming developments all too well, so she just sighed softly. Trisk, haven't I seen this plot a million times before? And the same old home-cooked meal. A minute later, Ye Chen immediately set off to find the Blood River sect, to settle the score, just as dawn was breaking. Luo then asked, Master, are you planning to leave the city and directly take care of those red-robed guys? Ye Chen coldly replied, Of course. The Blood River sect was already a demonic sect 100 years ago. I remember their sect leader's title was, Luo chimed in, the Blood River Old Ancestor. That's right. But in the battle between the sects, I clearly remember I knocked him off his high horse. Luo smiled upon hearing this and said, What's so strange about that? My 6 paths were shattered, and yet I'm still alive in the heavenly tome. Which cultivator doesn't have a life-saving treasure? Luo switched to a worried tone. But Master, is it really okay for you to just go off like this? Ye Chen resolutely replied, Being a cultivator doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You heard just now, the Blood River sect has already attacked ordinary people. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? Luo shook her head. That's not it. Ye Chen was puzzled. Huh? Then what is it? Luo gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. The eldest senior sister. Luo couldn't stand her master's naivety and below-room temperature IQ, so she turned and knocked Ye Chen on the head and said, Master, this is the territory of the Boundless sect. If what the little girl said is true, how could eldest senior sister not know about this? Ye Chen thought about it, and it was true. A girl from elsewhere could discover traces of the Blood River sect, let alone Yan Wei, who had become a female emperor. Ye Chen whispered, Yanyer hates evil like the plague. She can't not care. Unless, Luo continued, I've already said, we're not kids anymore. Eldest senior sister must have her reasons for doing things this way. Master doesn't need to be like before, always rushing to the front lines. What's more important is to discuss things thoroughly with eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister is definitely waiting for you to return. Hearing these words, Ye Chen felt a little awkward when he thought about Yan Ye, because he didn't know how to face his eldest disciple. But everything had to be resolved eventually. He couldn't just keep avoiding it like this. Ye Chen looked into the distance and said, it's true that I should go back. But what right do I have to meet Yan Kuei? Yang Chen then turned back to the Boundless Sect. He stood in front of the room's door for a long time, not daring to open it and go inside. After sighing for a while, summoning his courage, Ye Chen was about to knock on the door. Before he could even finish calling out Yanner's name, the door suddenly burst open, and kitchen smoke billowed out from inside. Seeing Yan He come out looking disheveled, Ye Chen was extremely surprised. Yan He? The female emperor was wearing an apron at this time. It seemed that she was personally in the kitchen cooking for Ye Chen, but her cooking skills were probably too superb, so her hair was messy, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. Seeing Ye Chen outside, the female emperor hesitated a bit. Master? You're back? I just finished bathing, and I was just feeling hungry, and I happened to have prepared some snacks in the room. The snake eggs you like the most. Ye Chen was extremely touched. There was such a big commotion just now, he was worried, and didn't dare to face Yan Xie, but Yan Xie was worried about whether he was hungry or not. Thinking back to before, when she met Xiang Mei, Yan Xie only swapped spiritual senses with little Kaoxiang General, and didn't leave the city to look for him. Perhaps at that time, Yan Care had already discovered the whereabouts of the Blood River sect. After thinking for a while, Ye Chen then said, Yan Care, Master has something to say. Before he could finish the sentence, the female emperor used her hand to cover Ye Chen's mouth, and then gently replied, Yan Fear already knows everything that Master wants to say. After Xu Feng went into seclusion to cultivate, the female emperor Lon Yen Nhi felt extremely sad and wronged. She often sat on a rock at the foot of the mountain, crying alone, Master, you really are gone as soon as you said it. Why? Now, the remnants have been eliminated, and only good days remain. Why didn't you take your disciple with you, leaving Yen Nhi alone? Out there. Why? That year, when Master went into seclusion, your disciple went to the cliff where you were cultivating every day to sweep, hoping you would suddenly change your mind and come out to reunite with the sect. But as soon as you had been in seclusion for over a month, the old ancestor Zhu He, who should have been cut down by you, appeared before me. Not only was he not dead, but he also used magic to bind me, wanting to inscribe the Zhu He marked on me, turning me into a forbidden object of the sect. At that time, your disciple was already a creation god realm cultivator. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have fallen into such a weak position, but I was suppressed to the point where I couldn't move. It was at this moment that I noticed a red skull in his hand, different from the Zhu He mark. This skull not only had a terrifying appearance, but also emitted an ominous aura. I guessed that this skull was no ordinary object, so I looked for an opportunity to use magic to destroy it. But unexpectedly, the old thief Zhu He used his nascent soul to resist, determined to protect the skull and escape. After that, he disappeared without a trace. No one has any news of him anymore. Xu Feng, upon hearing about the red skull, tried hard to rummage through his memories to see if he had ever seen this object before. According to Yen Nhi, this skull was the life-saving method of the old ancestor Zhu He. Could it be a sacred object of the sect? Xu Feng thought to himself. That's not right. I couldn't have been unaware of such important information back then. The female emperor continued. Your disciple felt that this matter was suspicious. But at that time, the old thief, Zhu He, was hiding too deeply, and restoring the sect was urgent, so I had to put the matter of the old thief aside for the time being, only sending out scouts to search the continent. But little did I know. Xu Feng immediately interjected. Disorder had already occurred within the territory of the Boundless sect. The female emperor was surprised. Master, you also know about this? Xu Feng stood up and said in a deep voice, This is not difficult to guess. In that old thief's eyes, you are the disciple he must kill to vent his anger. He should have eliminated you immediately. But he didn't, instead wanting to inscribe the Zhu He mark on your body. This mark is for the sect leader to gather Qi to cultivate, so at that time, he wanted to develop in the shadows even more. If he's developing in secret, then the more chaotic the situation, the more beneficial it will be for him. With his vicious personality, he will definitely release disciples within the Boundless sect's territory to recruit new believers, making it impossible for you to cope. But that alone is still, the female emperor continued, not enough. In the past 10 years, the old thief, who had no movements, suddenly appeared, spreading news about him recruiting soldiers in the north. Moreover, he killed several nurturing spirit realm generals of mine. Clearly, he has become much stronger, and is about to break through to the life and death realm. Along with the news, there was also news of the deaths of innocent civilians living within the territory of the Boundless sect. I personally verified that the mark was the shape on the red skull, which is also the Zhu He mark. Speaking up to here, the female emperor was enraged, clenching her fists and continuing. After discovering his intentions, your disciple knew that the old thief's followers didn't have high cultivation levels, so I sent people to distribute spiritual medicine to the people. Drinking it would prevent them from being marked, but in the early stages, the effects of the spiritual medicine resembled being marked to deceive them, but their cultivation speed was faster than I expected. After discovering my delaying tactic, they began to torture the people as a show of force. In my heart, it really is. The more the female emperor spoke, the more choked up she became. Her eyes looking at her clenched fists filled with helplessness. Xu Feng immediately grasped the female emperor's hand, continuing, "Hate." The female emperor suddenly felt that her master understood her very well, as if the conversation from before had been unusually smooth. It was as if the two of them were telepathically connected, understanding each other's thoughts. Seeing that her master empathized with her so much, the female emperor was very touched. Xu Feng wiped away the female emperor's tears, and slowly said, "I understand Yan He's suffering. The old thief, Xue He, is insidious, likes to torture and kill, and never dares to confront directly. If he wants to hide, then no one in this world can find him. If we take action now, and order the slaughter of the scattered followers in the sect, it will definitely cause panic among the people. The more chaos there is, the harder it will be to catch the evildoers. He is spreading news to attract your attention while stirring up the people's hearts in the sect, precisely to make it impossible for you to cope. When you are in chaos, he will take the opportunity to attack. If you focus on the main battlefield, he can also gather more believers. Either way, he won't lose out. This move is truly insidious to the extreme. A little impatience spoils great plans. Yan Yehi's actions were already the best choice. Rest assured, I will personally behead that old thief and use his blood to offer wine." At this point, without a word, both the Empress and Ye Chen said in unison, "Let's catch them all in one fell swoop." The Empress was even happier now, laughing as she said, "This disciple didn't tell Master beforehand because I was afraid you'd crush those evangelists in a fit of anger. But they're like locusts, always hiding behind the people to cause trouble. Kill one batch, and another sprouts up." The Empress snuggled into Ye Chen's arms and continued, "Now this disciple understands. Master and disciple are of one mind after all. I can't help but feel more at ease." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "In your eyes, am I really that hot-tempered? You're making fun of me, Yang Ye. If I hadn't coincidentally met the Baihua sisters this time, who knows when you would have opened your mouth." Hearing Ye Chen mention the Baihua sisters, the Empress suddenly flared up with murderous intent, her face darkening as she gritted her teeth, saying each word with emphasis. "The Baihua sisters, huh?" The next moment, the Empress's eyes were like a death god glaring at Ye Chen. "Master, didn't you discover the blood river mark on the people? Baihua is... the Baihua sect? Oh, the white-robed woman who used to help our sect often, right?" The Empress gritted her teeth, her sharp eyes seeming to pierce through Ye Chen. Seeing the Empress like this, Ye Chen broke out in a cold sweat, quickly clarifying, No, not Ruoji. Just a disciple under her, wandering outside." Thinking this explanation would ease the situation, it didn't. The Empress's face darkened even further. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Ruoji, huh? You don't even call her by her title, you two must be close. Real chummy, aren't you?" Ye Chen panicked, waving his hands and feet wildly. "It's not like that. We just fought together once. After I came out of seclusion, I haven't seen her again, I swear." The Empress's anger subsided temporarily, but she was still a bit annoyed. She crossed her arms, pursed her lips, snorted, and looked at Ye Chen with a suspicious gaze, asking again, "Really?" Ye Chen immediately put on his most serious face, raised 3 fingers, and swore, "If I'm lying, may my knees become equals." The Empress pressed her hand against Ye Chen's cheek and said softly, all right. Yan Kir will trust you this time. Let's call it even. From now on, this disciple won't hide anything from you, and Master can't hide anything from me either." Ye Chen quickly replied, Okay, I'll listen to Yan Kir." In his heart, Ye Chen thought he was just about to praise Yan Kir for growing up and knowing how to scheme. But unexpectedly, she still has the mentality of a child. Even so, it made Ye Chen feel relieved. After the misunderstanding was temporarily resolved, they both sat back down at the table. Ye Chen asked, "So now, with the current situation, what does Yang Kir want to do? Can you tell Master now?" The Empress smiled mysteriously, then slowly leaned close to Ye Chen's ear and whispered, "Don't they want to cause chaos? Then let them achieve that goal. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more the fish jump. Our plan is..." As the Empress was speaking, the scene shifted to a dark cave, hidden deep within the mountains. Inside the cave, a person in a black robe was sitting on a rock, a long sword placed in front of them. Another person in black robes entered from outside, respectfully speaking, "Old ancestor, you truly are as wise as a god. That old woman of the Limitless sect really doesn't dare to start a massacre. She also couldn't have imagined that we're no longer in the northern region, but right within the borders of her sect. Before the black-robed person could finish speaking, their head was suddenly chopped off, blood splattering everywhere. The one who made the move was a mysterious figure, also wearing a black robe, sitting on another rock. Their face was wrapped in bandages, only revealing cold, emotionless eyes. The remaining black-robed figure only slightly turned their head, sighed, and said in a hoarse voice, "You led me into the borders of the Limitless sect. I already considered you an ally. Now that we are family, why must we resort to violence?" The one who beheaded him was a mysterious man, with his face wrapped in bandages, who looked like an assassin. The black-robed man just turned his head and said coldly to him, noisy. 5 years ago, Xu He Laozu lurked in the north, secretly developing his power throughout the continent. But he was wary of a force in the central region, led by the empress of the Wuji sect. Even though the Xu He sect now had some power, Xu He Laozu still didn't dare to openly confront the empress. In the martial world, the two sides maintained a perfect balance until one rainy night. The Xu He sect suddenly received a storm of blood. In the middle of a heavy rainy night, where the moon was still very bright, a mysterious guest not only found Xu He Laozu's carefully hidden lair, but also slaughtered the elite soldiers beside him. This person's strength was powerful and immeasurably deep. Xu He Laozu couldn't fight back. He could only tuck his tail and run. But before he could run 3 steps, the person had already caught up, unleashing a sword aura that blocked Xu He Laozu, thinking that the mysterious person would finish him off. But surprisingly, he sheathed his sword and said coldly, "Just doing business." Back to this moment, after having the head of a loyal soldier under his command reaped by that person, Xu He Laozu was very angry but could do nothing, only sighed and said, "Heaven, you're doing it again. If you feel it's noisy, just say a word. I'll send people away. Why did you have to do it like last time, killing everyone? But a little quiet isn't a bad thing." As he spoke, he turned around and took off his hat, revealing an extremely hideous face. His face was severely disfigured. His skin was patched up in many places. His mouth even revealed his gums. His head was bald. He had no earlobes, looking like a demon. Seeing that the mysterious person didn't say anything, Xu He Laozu continued, "I have news from the loyal soldier I planted in the inner sect of the Wuji sect. The empress plans to hold a heaven and earth sacrifice tonight. That heaven and earth sacrifice is using the power of ghosts, gods, and heroes to bless herself. Just a slight mistake will cause backlash. Not only will she not be able to break through, but also risk death and the dissipation of her cultivation. She wants to settle everything in one go, ending all grievances forever. Worthy of being the most dazzling woman on the continent. But in the end, she's still too hasty." He rubbed the skull in his hand and continued, "The overall situation is set, just lacking the east wind. I hope my ally will help me break the restriction in Wuji City, so that my followers can enter the city to add some fun for the empress." The mysterious person just coldly said, "You're the one who's anxious." Hearing this, Xu He Laozu suddenly reconsidered, and then carefully said, "The empress doesn't know that you and I have stationed troops in the Wuji sect. As long as the army floods the altar, she will definitely be in chaos. Now is the best time. How could I be anxious?" The mysterious person didn't want to say much, pointed at his head with his hand, and said 2 words, "Open scheme." Xu He Laozu was startled. He thought about it. How could everything be so smooth? Could it be that the empress predicted that my army would attack the altar? Was this information intentionally let my loyal soldier know? The mysterious person said indifferently, "Not too stupid." At this time, Xu He Laozu finally realized, so that's it. She already knew that there were my followers causing trouble in the inner sect. How could she easily let me receive news about the heaven and earth sacrifice? If the army doesn't enter the altar, she will break through peacefully. But if I bring the army to break in, on the road that must be passed, she has already set up an ambush, inviting the king into the urn, huh? Fine. Let the followers in the stronghold celebrate when the host breaks through, so that I, this old monk, can personally congratulate her alone. Waiting for the moment she breaks through, the spirit embryo and the body can't merge instantly. This old monk will mark her with the Blood River seal, turning the empress into a forbidden object of my sect. By then, I'll control the entire Wuji sect. It's as easy as pie. And you'll also retrieve the lost artifact from the empress. So the deal is done, my friend. Rest assured, this old monk is definitely not an ungrateful person. After it's done, besides that artifact, I'll also give you." Before the Blood River old ancestor could finish his sentence, he suddenly had to stop, because he heard the sharp sound of a sword being drawn. The muscles in his mouth seemed to stiffen. He held his head and screamed in fear. At this moment, the other person sheathed their sword, looked at the Blood River old ancestor with contempt, and said coldly, "Disgusting." The Blood River old ancestor lowered his voice. I was being presumptuous. On the outside, he seemed so afraid, but in reality, he was genuinely scared. However, he was also extremely angry. In his heart, he cursed incessantly. "BTCH, I treated you well, but you didn't want it. Then don't blame me for being heartless. When I capture the Empress who has broken through to the life and death realm, turn her into a forbidden object, I'll immediately control her to fight you again, reaping the benefits. Then, I'll absorb you into my Blood River sect, to avenge you slaughtering my camp years ago." Thinking this, he still humbly asked, "The plan is set. When do we set off?" The mysterious person pulled out a golden book and said indifferently, "Now." Switching the scene to the inner sect of the Wuji sect, it was completely dark, and the entire city was brightly lit. At a nearby cliff, the Blood River Old Ancestor and the mysterious person had arrived. The Blood River Old Ancestor excitedly said loudly, "My friend, you truly live up to your name. Everything is as you predicted. The Empress has indeed set up many ambushes on the inevitable path to enter the city. But what even I didn't expect is that you secretly set up an underground path from 5 years ago in the Wuji sect, leading directly to the main hall. Now we just wait for the play to begin." The mysterious person didn't care at all, only glanced in another direction, as if searching for something, then said coldly, "Too much talking." At the same time, inside the Wuji sect, the Empress was tidying up her attire, preparing to conduct the heaven and earth sacrifice. Today she wore a white and silver robe, embellished with gold threads, extremely powerful and solemn. The Empress held a piece of lipstick paper and reapplied her lipstick to make it bolder. At this moment, Yi Chen stood behind the screen and softly asked, "Yanker, are you ready?" The Empress gently put down the lipstick paper and replied, "Yes, let's go." The Empress's makeup today is stunning. One could say that the flowers are jealous of her beauty, and the willows resent her color. Bai Qingdaier had just woken up from her coma. Xiao Qiao was also hiding, lying in ambush. General Tai Ha seemed to have just gone through a battle, looking tired. Under the golden moonlight, the Empress stepped out proudly, full of majesty, and declared loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived." That night, the whole city was lit up with decorations, and people flocked outside, celebrating like a festival. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and bustling. A little kid asked, "Mommy, it's so crowded and lively today. Is it New Year's already?" The mother shook her head, chuckling softly. "It's only New Year's when it snows, silly." Then the kid wondered, "Why aren't people asleep so late?" The mother pointed towards the Empress's palace and said, "Because there's a proclamation from Her Majesty the Empress." At the same time, the Empress's subordinates were taking turns distributing prayer documents to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take this prayer document." The mother took one and gave it to the child. "Here, hold it tight." The kid was surprised. Isn't Her Majesty the Empress asleep either?" The mother picked up the little girl and said with a smile, "That's right. Her Majesty the Empress wants us to have good days, so she works very hard every day. Don't you really like Her Majesty the Empress?" The little kid smiled and nodded. "Yeah, then let's pray for Her Majesty the Empress, wishing her lasting blessings." Then, the two walked and muttered the prayer document. "May the heavens shine upon us. May the earth gather key. May all spirits find their place. May light above illuminate. May those below diligently serve in all directions. Gods of the heavens, spirits of the earth, may you protect our Emperor Chainburning." Just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared on a high rooftop nearby, none other than the Blood River Old Ancestor. He had infiltrated the inner city to observe, looking down from above. The Blood River Old Ancestor smiled smugly. "Ha! The altar has been set up, and the commoners are reciting the prayer to heaven and earth. As expected, Luan Yanker will perform the heaven and earth sacrifice." He took out the skull to check the sacred object, ensuring there were no abnormalities. "This is too good." Looking at the Empress and her subordinates walking down the street, the old man sneered. "I thought Luan Yanker had some backup plans, but now it seems I was worrying too much. Next, you and I just need to discuss one thing. When she breaks through, my ally, can you cover for me?" There was no response. The Blood River Old Ancestor turned around but didn't see the mysterious person anymore. He snorted coldly. "Left already? HMPH. Wants to sit back and reap the benefits. Doesn't want to show his face. Good. I don't need to say anything. Once I've got Luan Yanashare in the bag, the initiative in this deal will be in my hands." At this moment, a series of bloody hands suddenly appeared around the Empress, frantically grabbing, clawing, tearing the Empress's clothes to shreds. The next second, the Empress seemed to be controlled. Her pupils turned blood red, and her mind was in chaos. However, this Empress is strange. There is no unique mark on her forehead. Immediately after, the Empress couldn't control herself, erupting with aura, pushing all the surrounding subordinates away. A servant covering his face went along and cried out in panic, "Your Majesty, will the great sacrifice succeed?" The Empress then scrambled to get up, but her state was no longer lucid. A pile of evil Blood River seal markings immediately appeared on her body. The Empress had now become a puppet of the Blood River Old Ancestor. The Empress turned to look at her subordinates with murderous eyes. After confirming that he had successfully placed the seal, the Blood River Old Ancestor appeared, laughing triumphantly. "I've finally got you, Luan Yan Cherer." The other subordinates immediately drew their weapons, shouting, "Blood River villain, why are you here?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Blood River seal appeared on this female soldier's arm. The Blood River laughed coldly and said, "Wrong, you should call me Old Ancestor." As he spoke, he took out the skull magic artifact, continuously casting Blood River seals on everyone around, while controlling the Empress to rush forward and attack. "Go, Luan Yanernhair. Use your life and death realm cultivation to plunge the entire limitless sect into Blood River patterns." The Empress lost her mind and rushed forward madly. But the next second, the Empress suddenly overloaded, her eyes rolling back like a slaughtered pig, and with that, she crashed, face-planting into the ground. Old Ancestor Shu. He was stunned. Huh? What just happened? He carefully examined the unconscious Empress on the ground, her spiritual energy dissipating. What? Could the Heaven and Earth ritual have failed? No, impossible! When I branded her with the Blood River mark, I clearly sensed the aura of the life and death realm. Before he could finish, Ye Chen suddenly appeared and punched him straight in the face. The punch was so powerful that it sent him flying in an instant. He was slammed into the wall, creating a deep crater, severely injured, and unable to move. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. "Long time no see, Shu he." Old Ancestor Shu. He coughed up blood, horrified as he looked up at the familiar figure before him. You're... Ye? Yi Chen slowly walked forward, smiling. "Shu he, you haven't changed. Still wicked and greedy." "Zhu," he exclaimed, blood spurting out with his words. "No. Impossible. I've been searching for your whereabouts for centuries, confirming that you entered the gates of death, your Dazio extinguished. There's no way you could be here." Just then, a gentle female voice chimed in. "What's so impossible about it?" Old Ancestor Zhu. He turned in shock, only to see the female subordinate who had been beside the Empress earlier walk forward, remove her veil, and reveal her true face. Turns out, this was the real Empress. The previous one was just an imposter. Yi Chen asked with concern, "Yanhair, are you all right?" The Empress smiled and said, "With Shifu here, of course, I'm safe and sound. It's just a pity that the puppet you created is no more." Old Ancestor Shu. He was stunned when he heard this. What? What? You weren't the one who entered the Heaven and Earth ritual? But you, Ye, are only a Feng Shen realm cultivator. How could you refine a puppet with flesh and blood, and one with the aura of the life and death realm after the ritual? Could it be that not only are you not dead, but you've also broken through? Ye Chen nodded slightly, then shook his head, saying, "Didn't I say? You haven't changed. With your personality, the Northern Blood River army approaching couldn't have been your initiative. If it was, then you definitely had preparations elsewhere, and the internal chaos within the Boundless Sect was your best choice." Yancare's actions of guarding the inner realm for many years are completely different from her vengeful personality. You assume she had no army, and could only find a way to break through to face the battle. Reality proves that you indeed thought that way. If you had thought a little more tonight, and continued to endure and lie in wait, the situation wouldn't be so certain. I originally planned to trap you when the ritual started, but you only used your spells to check once before the ritual began. The only possibility for making a treacherous person so hasty is, you were sure of victory and had a powerful helper. That's why I patiently acted out this whole charade. Old Ancestor Shui He, after realizing he had fallen into Yin Chen's trap and act, felt utterly defeated and pathetic. He laughed in humiliation. "Yay, you say I haven't changed. But what have you changed? 100 years ago, I was beheaded by you. You thought you had planned everything. But didn't I still find a chance to live and break out of my cocoon? All this talk, isn't it just to find out who my helper is so you can eliminate them completely? Fine." Zhu. He took out a skull magic artifact, from which dozens of blood-colored thorny vines sprouted. In the eye sockets of the skull, a deadly light flashed. "Still want to watch the show? If I die, then this deal will be all for naught. Hurry up and save me, Killer King." Just then, an assassin appeared behind the Empress, launching a surprise attack. The Empress turned around in shock. In the moment when the sword was about to strike the Empress, Ye Chen rushed out in time, using his bare hand to block the slash. Because his physical body has entered sainthood, blades and spears cannot penetrate. The Empress became bewildered. As she saw the assassin's face, she stammered, How? How could it be you? Second Shiji? Ye Chen was also shocked to hear this. The Killer King standing before him, the one who wanted to kill his eldest disciple, was actually his own second direct disciple, Gi Ying Shura. Shu Feng dashed out, barehanded, deflecting Tula's sword, his eyes sharp and cold as he questioned sternly, "Is it really you, Tula? How did you become like this?" Tula's eyes were devoid of emotion, without a trace of reaction, only silently stepping back, pulling the cloak to conceal her face. At this moment, Blood River Old Ancestor stepped forward from behind, laughing loudly. "Ha! Shu Chu. When you schemed against me, did you ever think about this good show? Don't rush, I still have a big gift for you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shu Feng's palm strike slammed straight into his mouth. The palm force then exploded, creating a massive blast, smoke and dust obscuring everything. Shu Feng growled, "One more word, and you can kiss your chin. Goodbye." Tula seized this opportunity to attack Shu Feng. The Empress hurriedly spoke to stop her. "Junior sister, don't do it." Hearing this, Tule abruptly changed her attack direction. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Without hesitation, she turned and slashed her sword towards the Empress, the gleaming blade tearing through the air with killing intent. The Empress was struck by the sword energy but seemed unharmed. Tula said coldly, "Senior sister, isn't it fun to deceive yourself like that?" Shu Feng had already moved behind Tula, his rage soaring to the heavens. Tula instantly sensed Shu Feng's fury, her hair standing on end. Shu Feng unleashed a palm strike, its power like a huge explosion. Tula used her sword to block Shu Feng's palm, but due to the immense power, the ground where Tula stood cracked and shattered. Shu Feng glared angrily and said, "Fellow disciples are like family. No matter what, you shouldn't attack your senior sister, Tula." Tula wasn't afraid at all, coldly replying, "Pretty much." Then, Tula swung her sword, breaking free from Shu Feng's grasp, and retreated backward. Next, she channeled her inner energy into her treasured sword, charging forward while saying, "Perfect timing to test the blade!" Tula charged up and attacked Shu Feng like a maniac, showing no mercy at all, almost using her full strength. Of course, this didn't pose any difficulty for Shu Feng. He only needed to stand still and easily deflect the sword attacks with his bare hands. The Empress cried out in alarm, "Master, Tula, please stop! You shouldn't deceive yourself." "Junior sister, look carefully. The person in front of you is the real master. Why won't you believe it?" Hearing this, Shu Feng was a little surprised and asked, "Yan Ter, what does this mean?" As soon as he finished asking, before Shu Feng could even hear the answer, Tula immediately rushed to attack the Empress. "Senior sister, quickly hand over that thing. I definitely won't make things difficult for you." Suddenly, whoosh, a strange sound was made. Tuluo got bisected by a beam of light. Turns out it was Ye Chen who made the move, but he held back, letting Tuluo escape in time. However, her cloak was sliced in two. Tuluo, with a gash on her cheek, thought to herself, "He still has this much power?" Ye Chen spoke. "Tuluo, you were able to evade my attack entirely thanks to the mirage-shifting treasure on you. This is something I gave you back then. I'm just asking, are you sure you want to oppose your own sect?" Ye Chen held the Empress in his arms, his gaze towards Tuluo filled with fury. Ye Chen's appearance and aura momentarily reminded Tuluo of her master, but she stubbornly refused to believe that the Ye Chen before her was the real master. She then tugged at her clothes, denying, "You are not my master." Ye Chen retorted, "Is that so? Then I have no choice but to subdue you again." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Chen had already closed in on Tuluo. Tuluo was utterly shocked. He can still increase his speed further? And so, Tuluo and Ye Chen engaged in battle once more. The aftershock of their fight was akin to a massive explosion. The Empress, standing far away, was also affected by the tremors, but the Empress wasn't angry at all. Tuluo, on the other hand, showed pity. Second junior sister, why, in the end? Going back many years, Tuluo and the Empress had fought. The reason was because Tuluo wanted to leave the mountain. Tuluo questioned, "Senior sister, why are you stopping me from going down the mountain?" The Empress then replied, "Master is not dead, he's just in secluded cultivation. Junior sister mustn't listen to slander." Tuluo charged forward to attack and yelled, "Lying! I personally saw Master's corpse. Senior sister, stop deceiving me." The Empress explained, "Absolutely not. I personally escorted Master to the cliff for his secluded cultivation. What you saw was a conspiracy of those thieves. Going down the mountain to seek revenge is just falling into their trap. I can't watch you walk to your death." At this moment, Tuluo said something that stunned the Empress. "Ba Tianzhen Zun." Hearing the real culprit's name, the Empress's eyes widened. Tuluo angrily shouted, "Hearing the name of the perpetrator, you're scared, aren't you? I'm not afraid, I'm no longer a coward. Master's revenge, I will avenge." Back to this moment, Tuluo's sword had been knocked away by Ye Chen, but Ye Chen suddenly stopped. It turned out the Empress had stepped forward to block in front of Tuluo. The Empress's eyes were full of pain and she said, "Master, Yan Helser begs you, let's sit down and listen to second junior sister explain everything clearly." Just at this moment, the Empress felt a burning sensation all over her body. Her pupils turned blood red. Moments later, a series of red marks spread across her body, causing her to scream in agony. Old Ancestor Blood River then appeared from behind. He held a skull burning brightly in his hands, laughing loudly. Luanyaner, from now on you truly belong to me. On the dark and silent night, two figures suddenly streaked across the sky. Bai Xiaohe hurriedly called out to her older sister. She anxiously asked, Sis, your injuries haven't healed yet. Let me do the scouting. Bai Qingreer coldly refused. Absolutely not. It's all my fault for being too arrogant and indulging you to the point where you've forgotten our sect's teachings. Answer me honestly. After that expert saved me, did you tell him about our mission? Bai Xiaohe quickly explained. How would I dare? The mission our sect entrusted to us is to find the owner of the heavenly book and give them the token. Otherwise, our 100 Flowers sect will face the danger of annihilation. Heaven would strike me if I let that slip. But sis, what does this have to do with you insisting on going to that senior's place? Bai Qinghe was stunned by her little sister's question. She froze mid-air, causing Xiaohe behind her to brake too late and bump into her, letting out a painful ugh. Qing'er quickly rushed to support her little sister, Xiaohe. Xiaohe resentfully said, Sis, it hurts so much. It feels like 10,000 insects are biting me all over. Bai Qing'er realized. Symptoms of the Blood River Marks outbreak? Xiaohe, you too? Suddenly, loud screams echoed everywhere. Ah! The people below the city were writhing in pain, a chaotic crowd constantly crying out, It hurts so much! Daddy, Mommy, save me! Aha! The Blood River Mark also gradually appeared on Bai Qingreer's neck. She groaned in pain. It started. The Blood River Mark is gathering. Elsewhere, Lin Yanher was also immersed in indescribable pain. The Blood River Mark erupted violently, its dark red lines spreading across her body, emitting a brilliant but sinister light. Her heavy breathing mingled with the pain of her flesh being torn apart. Ye Chen couldn't help himself as he watched Lin Yanher sink into utter agony. A look of intense determination flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he flew straight towards Blood River Old Ancestor, intending to end all danger before his eyes. But at that moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in mid-air, rushing towards him. Tu Luo had arrived first, directly confronting Blood River Old Ancestor. The two enormous forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. The surrounding space trembled violently, with patches of dazzling golden light erupting. Tu Luo's eyes radiated a red killing intent as she coldly said, The order is wrong. Just then, from the midst of the dazzling golden light, a powerful fist suddenly flew straight towards her. The power contained within that fist carried an astonishing killing intent. Its terrifying power caught Tu Luo off guard, and she was sent flying backwards, her body thrown far away. Blood River Old Ancestor looked at the scene, a smirk appearing on the corner of his lips, his cold voice echoing in the space. Tu Luo, it's too late, he smugly said. The Blood River Seal has gathered Lin Yan'er's spiritual energy into me. I've broken through the third level of the life and death realm. As long as the Blood River Seal exists, I will be immortal. The order. Could it be that he first obtained Ye Chen's old item, the Sky Mirror Seal, and then I took in Lin Yanher? He continued. But with the current situation, do I still have to listen to you? You are also something that belongs to me. Not allowing Blood River Old Ancestor to continue his arrogant words, Ye Chen decisively attacked, swinging a kick with incredible power straight at him. The kick was like an explosion, shaking the surrounding space so violently that dazzling golden rays burst out everywhere. Blood River was angered, hissing through gritted teeth. Ye Chen, your attack is truly vicious. Ye Chen's eyes were filled with coldness, like a still, icy lake. But hidden within was a sharp killing intent that made those facing him shiver. Blood River Old Ancestor was weighed down by the pressure from Ye Chen's cold, killing intent, but quickly regained his original arrogance. His face became ferocious, his eyes flashing with a red, angry light. But the current me, no matter who comes, they can't kill me. 100 years ago, I couldn't take your life. But now the time has come. Even if you've reached the life and death realm, you're only at the first level. What can you do? Even if our realms are equal, you still don't have any chance. Because the current Blood River Seal is no longer a forbidden technique, but a spirit seal art. Blood River Old Ancestor's eyes were as deep as an endless abyss, hiding an evil and all-consuming power that nothing could stop. His voice was full of arrogance, mixed with arrogant laughter. In this world there is nothing more advanced than this artifact. Haha. Blood River Old Ancestor raised the red skull high, the light from the skull erupting powerfully, emitting a golden-orange energy that spread throughout the space. He fanatically said, Let everything become my nourishment. As long as I have this sacred object in my hands, not only will I dominate the continent, but ascending to become a saint will be nothing difficult. And now I'm certain to win. But Ye Chen interrupted his madness. No wonder you suddenly became so bold, he coldly continued. So, you're playing with a spirit now? Seeing each streak of the Blood River Mark avoiding Ye Chen, He was stunned, thinking, the blood river marks, activated by the holy artifact, are avoiding him? Ye Chen snapped his fingers and continued. Then you, the space around him was instantly enveloped by a powerful azure energy. He sneered at the old man, his voice filled with ridicule. You have to call me Daddy, Blood River Old Ancestor angrily shouted. What? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The spirit of the heavenly tome acknowledges you? Impossible! Even I can't lift it. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood River Old Ancestor's entire body was instantly bound by strips of cloth, tightly wrapped around him, making him unable to move even a bit. Ye Chen said emotionlessly, his voice chilling. Who asked you? Blood River Old Ancestor's mouth was now also sealed, preventing him from making any sound. Ye Chen looked at Blood River Old Ancestor, his eyes cold. He said, Isn't it obvious that something I created recognizes me? What I'm asking is, the unfilial son in your hand. Blood River Old Ancestor was tightly bound by Ye Chen, his entire body unable to move, only able to make ugh, you sounds in his throat, like hopeless groans. Blood River Old Ancestor's eyes revealed obvious panic as the skull rolled down, further away from his reach. Each Blood River mark on the faces of the people gradually disappeared, as if erased by an invisible force. The burning red marks on their skin faded, dimmed, and then disappeared completely, surprising them so much that they gasped. They said in succession, I'm okay, I'm awake. The thing on me is gone. It doesn't hurt anymore. Call the healers. This place needs help. The blood river marks on Zhu Luo's body also gradually disappeared. Each red mark on Lin Yanhere's body also gradually vanished. After dealing with the matter, Ye Chen rushed over to support her in his arms. Blood River, now unbound at the mouth, said in astonishment, This sentence actually made the holy artifact withdraw its divine power? What was the point of me worshipping and offering sacrifices to it before? Why haven't I ever heard of the spirit of the heavenly tome's ancestor originating from you? He realized. The revival plan that I taught, isn't that? Ye Chen coldly asked him. Blood River, it seems like you really want to reminisce with me? I'm free now. He threatened him. Where do you want to talk? A place for tendon plucking and skinning? Or a place for boiling oil and burning flames? Ye Chen's expression was as cold as death. He was completely emotionless. His voice was cruel and cold as he asked, Choose. As soon as he said this, the old man exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Ye Chen looked mockingly at Blood River, now a pool of blood at his feet, and said, Oh my, you're still the same as before. I just said a few words, and you were so scared that you committed suicide. Before he turned to leave, he called out, Zhu Luo, your senior sister is about to be in danger, but you still chose to swing your blade at the enemy. For my sake, I'll tolerate you this once. He continued, 3 days. After I've dealt with everything and returned to the sect, I'll give you a chance to explain. Xiao Luo remained silent, dejectedly pulling down his hood. Ye Chen carried Lin Yanhe away from this place. After that figure disappeared, a person hiding behind a rock in the distance gradually revealed themselves. Bai Qingshare carried Zhao He, who was unconscious, on her back and said, Found him. The moon hung high, a perfect circle suspended in the silent night sky. Silver light spilled across the forest, painting a scene of heartbreaking tranquility. But the stillness shattered with a loud crash as Killer Ji Wang face-planted into the dirt. Dust billowed, a thick cloud choking the air. The painful fall elicited a soft groan, ugh. A mocking voice echoed from nearby, ah. That wasn't easy now, was it? She continued. To still have the strength to run to a deserted place after being hit by the Blood River Vein Qi, you truly live up to your title, Killer Queen. I almost couldn't keep up. How annoying. Killer Ji Wang said coldly. According to you, the bones have been retrieved. Can you talk now? The other woman picked up a skull, inspecting it. You mean Ye Chen from the Limitless sect? Ah yeah. Has it been that long? Have you already forgotten your master's last wish? Gi Ying Zhu Luo. A's last wish was to fall into the hands of Ba Tianzhen Jun's subordinate. I am merely unwilling. If there's a chance, I must avenge him. The one he loved most when he was alive was you. So he entrusted this last wish to you. But what did you do? You trusted someone who looks almost identical and even attacked you. I'd laugh my head off. Your eyes are just for show. That was just a fake body created by Lin Yan'er. Unbelievable. Finishing her sentence, she lifted Ji Wang's chin, saying with disdain, The Killer Queen is just like the female emperor, a weakling who only knows how to deceive herself. Finishing her sentence, she lifted Ji Wang's chin, saying with disdain, The Killer Queen is just like the female emperor, a weakling who only knows how to deceive herself. The insulting words ignited Ji Wang's rage, a spark of defiance flickering in her eyes. I'm not! Before she could say anything more, the other woman suddenly attacked. A blazing red power erupted from her, flooding the space. Before Ji Huang could dodge, a pressure hit a pressure point between her eyebrows. Her body stiffened, she froze, her eyes blank. The attacker, Qi Shanjun, while controlling the Killer Queen, explained her reasoning. I can never truly relax. I always have to take advantage of your unstable mental state to succeed. That interrogation exhausted you, didn't it? Don't worry, I'll let you relax a bit now. Relax to the point where you forget what just happened. The spell will help you eliminate unnecessary memories. You only need to remember that the enemy who killed your master is Batian Zhenjun, and your master is waiting for you to revive him. That useless old geezer Blood River actually did one good thing before he died. Too bad I don't have time to personally watch what happens next. At the female emperor's palace, Bai Qingzhe stood hidden in the distance, silently listening to the commotion. Panic-stricken voices echoed through the tense atmosphere. Your Majesty has fainted. Quickly summon all the remaining healers. She realized the situation was much more chaotic than she had imagined. Clutching the necklace in her hand, a look of contemplation flickered in Bai Qingzhe's eyes. The old ancestor's instructions echoed in her ears. The old ancestor instructed us to hand this token to Zhu Tianshu alone. Qingzhe's eyes turned sorrowful as she glanced at her younger sister lying motionless on the bed. Little sister is still unconscious, and there's no chance. Little Tao. Suddenly, someone called from afar. Your Excellency! Startling Qingzhe. Ye Chen instructed the other two. All right, go get some rest. Hearing Ye Chen's words, the girl replied worriedly. But Ye Chen suddenly exuded a dangerous aura, his eyes as sharp as knives, intimidating the girl. The two girls hurriedly lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear but still trying to maintain a respectful demeanor. Their bodies trembling, they replied in unison, yes. Stepping into the room, Ye Chen called, Luo Luo. Luo Luo immediately understood what he wanted her to do. She flew to the female emperor's resting place, gently touching Lin Yanhere's face to check her condition. Luo Luo discovered that her master's prediction was correct. It was indeed poison. Ye Chen pondered. So, removing the mark was indeed the right call. Yanker was still unconscious when I was holding her. I already suspected this, but the world is full of countless bizarre poisons. Luo Luo, do you know what poison Yanker has been afflicted with? Luo Luo replied with some worry. It's something that has been lost for a long time, only recorded in ancient texts. Ye Chen asked suspiciously. Is it the poisonous curse seal? The so-called poisonous curse seal is essentially a curse engraved in the connection between cultivators. The person afflicted with this curse is like a limiter carrying spiritual power. The curse seal will cause the afflicted person to constantly weaken. If they forcibly break through, it will damage their spiritual flesh, even causing them to explode and die. So the Blood River markings on Yanner are just a superficial killing move. The real threat is the poisonous curse seal beneath the spiritual energy. In that case, the Blood River is just a pretext to be used, and the owner of the bone is the mastermind behind everything. As for Luo Luo angrily cursed, a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This mastermind is truly despicable. I don't believe second senior sister betrayed the sect and turned against everyone. Ye Chen coldly replied. We'll find out the truth in 3 days. Now the most important thing is to remove the poison for your senior sister. Luo Luo expressed her concerns. If it were a normal poison, it would be fine, but the poisonous curse seal is symbiotic with the spirit body. How can we remove the poison? Does Master have a chance of success? Yi Chen considered his answer. This matter cannot be forced, he continued. Originally, the curse seal could be separated using the reversal of the 5 elements, but the Blood River mark has absorbed most of Yansher's essence. Forcibly separating it might severely injure Yanare. I won't gamble on that possibility. So, there's only one way. Finishing his words, Ye Chen suddenly took off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles that made Luo Luo's eyes hurt a little. The girl shyly covered her face, asking suspiciously, Could it be that? Ye Chen had already embraced Lin Yanrer, frankly answering, spirit root co-cultivation. Lin Yanter uncomfortably cried out. Ye Chen immediately reached out and pinched her mouth open. Streams of spirit root began to flow into Lin Yanshir's mouth. Ye Chen explained to Luo Luo. Spirit root co-cultivation can allow the curse seal imprinted on Yanyer's spirit body to manifest. I can then guide this seal into my body, so that I can— Just then Bai Qing'er shouted from outside, No! Startling the 2 people in the room. Ye Chen asked in surprise, You're one of the 100 Flower Sisters? Shouldn't you be resting in the inn? Bai Qing'er entered the room, shyly not daring to look directly at Ye Chen. Other words later. If Senior wants to use spirit root co-cultivation to remove the poison for Her Majesty the Empress, I'm afraid it will be wrong. Ye Chen asked back, What do you mean by that? We of the 100 Flower sect specialize in the art of imprints and curses. When I was studying with the old ancestor, I once rescued a cultivator afflicted with the curse seal. Of course, the best way to remove this seal is to guide it away, But there is a trap in this. That is, when the cursed seal attacks the spirit body, the afflicted person's imprint also becomes a part of the afflicted person's spiritual power. In other words, the person guiding the cursed seal away is equivalent to taking away her remaining spiritual power, making it even more dangerous. In such a situation, it is still best to reinforce Her Majesty first. We need to discuss the ability to strengthen the foundation. If the 100 Flowers sect calls ourselves second in strengthening foundations, no one dares to call themselves first. If Senior trusts me, I am willing to try, which can also be regarded as repaying the kindness of you helping my sisters. Luo transmitted her voice to Ye Chen. Master, I used my magic to probe. Regarding the imprint parts, what she said is true, but while speaking, she concealed something in her motive. Ye Chen replied, I know. Suddenly, Yanfei cried out painfully, Ugh! Her complexion becoming hot and flushed, full of discomfort, which made Ye Chen very worried. Seeing this, Bai Qing'er rushed forward. Time is urgent. I'll be rude first. The girl began to transfer spiritual energy into the Empress's body, causing her to become even more uncomfortable. Ugh! Ha! This situation made Bai Qing'er's expression full of worry. Ah, wait. Something doesn't seem right. Qing'er recognized in horror, glancing at the Empress who was uncomfortably frowning below, while her cultivation was being continuously sucked away, she judged. She is constantly absorbing my cultivation. Bai Qingni was getting anxious. She couldn't just watch her cultivation being drained away like this. Ugh, no way. This killer seal only drains the cultivation of the person who's been cursed. I'm just helping her strengthen her foundation, that's all. How did it reverse on me? Now I'm the one being drained dry. Could it be? Just as Bai Qingni was realizing something in a panic, Lin Yanhe whispered in her ear. Want? Immediately after, Bai Qingni screamed in pain, ugh, ah! Seeing this, Xu Feng quickly raised his hand. Xiao Yu! He blasted Bai Qingni away with a palm strike. Xu Feng explained, I appreciate your good intentions, but Yanshir's constitution is too special. You'll only end up hurting yourself. Bai Qingni asked suspiciously. Could it be because Her Majesty's spiritual root is compatible with the killer seal? Xu Feng replied, Exactly. Yanfire's spiritual root is fire, and the killer seal is wood. When the two meet, they only grow stronger, indiscriminately draining the surrounding spiritual energy, friend or foe. I appreciate your kindness, but the current situation is far more dangerous than anything you've encountered. Initially, I planned to have my spirit aura nourish her inner core and provide spiritual power while I guided the killer seal. But I didn't expect you to jump out first. Bai Qingni was stunned by these words. A spirit aura? He's calling the invaluable heavenly tome a spirit aura? Won't the heavenly tome be angry? Her eyes shone with admiration and reverence for Xu Feng. Bai Qingni thought, Heavens, how foolish of me. I thought that by offering help he'd show me some consideration and make it easier to hand over the token naturally. But in this crisis, I forgot that he's a big shot protected by the heavenly tome. Why would he need me to interfere? He must have seen through my petty intentions. If he's starting to get wary of me, then... Xu Feng sighed and said casually. But having said that, he picked up Yankai and called out, Xiao Yu. She replied, Yes, what are your instructions? He said. Relying solely on the spirit aura to nourish the inner core is only a superficial solution. The healing incantation you just used was really effective. You can still move around, so would little friend be willing to teach me the spell for this healing incantation so I can cast the incantation and combine it with the spirit aura's nourishment? It'll be like having an extra layer of insurance in removing the killer seal. Little friend, are you willing? Before he could finish, Bai Qingni hurriedly agreed. Willing. It's just that the healing incantation is a secret, exclusive to the 100 Flowers sect. It takes at least 10 days to master. Hearing this, Xu Feng replied bluntly. No need, he said confidently. If I say I can do it, I can do it. This incredibly cool statement made Bai Qingni deeply admire him. Her face flushed red, and she quickly turned away, not daring to let Xu Feng notice. Seeing her strange behavior, he asked, What's wrong? She hurriedly replied, Nothing, thinking to herself. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Still flustered, Bai Qingni said to Xu Feng, Then please, at Her Majesty's Dantian, pinpoint the Qi. This is the most difficult part. The Qi within the body is hidden within the 5 elements. If you pinpoint it incorrectly, Xu Feng immediately followed her instructions and asked, Like this? Seeing the spiritual energy before him, Bai Qingni exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Pinpointing the Qi? Aren't there only 8 anchor points? Not only that, but he can instantly light up all the anchor points in the QSC. To put it bluntly, the incantation is connected by the QSC's anchor points to form a pattern. Then, depending on the desired effect of the incantation, the pattern is adjusted to create changes. The more anchor points, the more complex the pattern, and the stronger the effect of the incantation. But even the founding patriarch could only find 9 anchor points, and even activating those would take at least 3 days. Yet what on earth is this man? While Bai Qingni was lost in thought, Zhu Feng suddenly called out, "Zhao Yu, then I'll be counting on you next." Qingni quickly agreed, her mind still wandering. But then again, if the treatment seal had more than a dozen anchor points, how powerful would it be? She just taught Ye Chen the next steps, and couldn't help but look forward to seeing it. Glancing at Ye Chen next to her, her eyes filled with curiosity, wanting to see. Lin Yanker, who was undergoing treatment, suddenly showed great discomfort. Her face increasingly showed pain from deep inside her body, as if it was too much for her to bear. Bai Qingni looked at the power of the dozen or so seal points and thought with longing, really wanting to experience the feeling of this seal for herself. It wasn't until late at night that Yan Qin finished treating the female emperor. He straightened his clothes and walked out, calling Bai Qingni, who was waiting outside. "Xiao Yu." Qingni hurriedly asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" Gripping the newly learned power in his hand, Yang Chen replied, "Yeah. Thanks to you, Yanker is finally out of danger." Qingni, praised, replied shyly, "Don't flatter me. Even without me, Her Majesty would have been fine judging from your display just now. You saw that I had something to ask for, so you gave me face and let me help, right?" Ye Chen laughed freely and replied, "Wandering the Jianghu, helping others is also helping oneself. Since Yem Mu has accepted this favor, don't worry too much about the process. Just tell me. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse." Bai Qingni finally dared to tell the truth. "Nothing can be hidden from you, but now is not the time. Please allow me and my junior sister to stay for a few more days. When my junior sister wakes up, I will definitely inform you immediately." Yi Shen didn't rush and replied, "Oh? Then can I ask you to help with one more thing?" Qingni was also very willing. "Please speak." Ye Chen asked her, "Zhao Yu, do you know how many people in the world know how to use the killing seal?" She said in a deep voice, "The killing seal is an ancient seal, but now it has been put on the forbidden list. Only those Jianghu cultivators who want to quickly break through their realm will use it. The old ancestor took me to rescue these people, but I don't think any of them would dare to plot against Her Majesty." Yang Chen agreed frankly. Of course, he thought to himself, but where did those Jianghu cultivators who want to quickly break through their realm get the forbidden seal from? Qingni continued, "But the old ancestor once said that the killing seal was not originally used to harm people, but only 100 years ago, someone changed the art of the killing seal and spread it all over the world. But she only mentioned it once." Ye Chen asked curiously, "Then do you know who this person is?" She replied, "Huh? No. In her heart she wondered, does he know the old ancestor's name? Are they old acquaintances? Suddenly a cry came from inside, causing them both to freeze. "Ah!" Ye Chen hurriedly ran in, concerned, and asked, "Yanser, you're awake?" Yanner said with difficulty. "Master." She weakly sat up and asked, "What's the current situation of the war?" "The common people, my second junior sister." Yi Chen reassured her, "Don't worry, everything is fine. And this Fakli. The most important thing right now is for you to try your best to rest well. As for your second junior sister, I have other plans." Yanker suddenly said, "Master, I'm sorry." With a face full of guilt, she said, "Yanker lied to you." Yanker looked up at him and said clearly, "I said I wouldn't hide anything from you anymore, but I still slipped up." Shu Feng gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. He knew what she meant. Could it be related to Tula? Lin Yanshi hesitated and said, Actually I know the reason why second sister did that. Back then, when you went into secluded cultivation and sent us down the mountain to train, we secretly returned to the sect, but I discovered a mysterious message in the sect's secret chamber, where Master usually cultivated year-round. It said that you weren't in secluded cultivation, but were killed by Batian Zhen Jun, leaving no remains. Although I tried my best to explain, I couldn't reassure everyone. Second sister insisted on believing that you were dead, and was determined to find Batian Zhen Jun to avenge you. I fought with her to stop her, but in the end, I couldn't hold her back. Shu Feng thought upon hearing these words. Batian Zhen Jun. I remember him. He was already a master 100 years ago. At that time, Tula hadn't even reached the primordial god realm, right? If she's really lured by the rumors and goes for revenge, she's just walking the path to death. He continued to ask. And then what? Lin Yanker continued the story. After that, Profound Extremity sect was split. I led the disciples who believed that you weren't dead to establish Limitless sect and ascended the throne as emperor. After Tula came out of the mountain, She didn't immediately seek revenge, and formed an assassin organization to travel the continent. As for Luo Luo, she went to southern border alone to establish her own sect and investigate the truth about the sect's siege back then. But 15 years ago, second sister suddenly came to me and said that she had found the one who killed Batian Zhenjun, but needed to use the Soul Heaven Jade Mirror that Master had given me to use as a catalyst. I tried to dissuade her, but we broke out into a great battle outside Limitless Sect City. As a result, we were both seriously injured. After that, second sister returned many times to steal the Jade Mirror, but each time she failed. Finally, she disappeared without a trace, until today. Lin Yaner weakly threw herself into his arms and cried, "I didn't expect that this time she would collude with the old thief, carrying the title of King of Assassins to come and snatch the Soul Heaven Jade Mirror." But these words made Xu Feng very suspicious. This was too strange. Batian Zhenjun was very strong, not someone who could be defeated with just one token. He was still thinking. Moreover, Yan Care said that after Tula came down the mountain, she didn't immediately seek revenge. Then her whereabouts for the past few decades are really worth investigating. King of Assassins, huh? Tula. Clearly, in the sect, you were the most timid one. Xu Feng thought of second sister in the past who was always afraid of the dark. Sniff, sniff. Master, it's really dark at night. I'm so scared. When the little Tula was crying in the middle of the night, Xu Feng came and scolded her. Tula, why did you run to the back mountain alone in the middle of the night? Your senior sister is going crazy looking for you. Seeing him striding over aggressively, Tula called out a little scared. Master. Tula stammered. But if I don't practice being braver, they won't play with me anymore. Xu Feng picked up the little Tula, who was still small, in his arms and said, How about this? Master will lend you my personal treasure. He gave the little girl an item and said, This thing is a recording illusion mirror. When you encounter danger, you just need to wipe it, and you'll be taken to a safe place. Tula Ma took it and said, Master, do you also have times when you're scared and want to run away? Xu Feng laughed loudly and pinched her nose, saying, Of course. As people, everyone has times when they're scared. But Tula didn't believe those words. No, that's impossible. Every time there's an enemy attack, Master is always the first to go into battle, and he's never lost a battle. Xu Feng then explained to the little girl, It's also because I'm afraid. If I lose, there will be no one to protect you guys anymore. You going to the back mountain to practice in the middle of the night isn't also because you want to play with everyone? Xu Feng continued to teach the little girl, Fear can bring courage. Calmly accept it. And in the future, you will definitely become a great cultivator who isn't afraid of any danger. Hearing this, Tula hesitated and asked, Then can you not have to be so brave today? Xu Feng replied, Of course Master can. Seeing that Xu Feng was a little distracted, Lin Yanyer quickly woke him up. Master, what's wrong? Xu Feng calmly replied, It's nothing, you don't need to worry. I've already ordered her to come to the sect in 3 days. Then, the truth will be revealed. Hearing these words, Lin Yanher suddenly panicked. You've already made an appointment with her? She weakly stood up and said, 3 days is still a bit of time. Now, I'll have someone set up a formation. This time, we must keep junior sister here. Right, that old thief, Zhu. He is dead. The forces he left behind in the inner sect also need to be cleaned up. And, before she could finish speaking, she fainted weakly into Xu Feng's arms. He called out in concern, Yan Sher. She weakly opened her eyes and called out, Shifu. Xu Feng interrupted. Look at you can't even stand properly. The most important thing now is your body. He continued. Although I used the spirit root co-cultivation method to remove the killing imprint in your body, your inner core is still damaged. It can only be slowly nurtured back. You can't overwork yourself. Hearing this, Yan Stair asked with shame, Spirit root co-cultivation? Seeing her complexion was not good, Xu Feng thought something was wrong and quickly asked, Hey, is there something you're not comfortable with? She raised her hand and gave her Shifu a hit. Lin Yangher asked, with a bit of dissatisfaction, Why did this have to be done when I was unconscious? She angrily hit her Shifu a few times. Couldn't you wait until I was a bit more awake? You stinky Shifu, you bad Shifu. This caused Xu Feng to only beg for forgiveness, saying, when saving someone, do we still need to pick a time? After hitting him for a while, her weak body couldn't take it anymore. She breathed heavily, exhausted. Xu Feng called out awkwardly, Yan Firer. Lin Yanher suddenly asked the most important question, Speaking of which, how did I get hit with the killing imprint? This doesn't seem like that old thief's methods. And furthermore, junior sister isn't skilled in imbuing techniques. Her eyes became sharp. She called out, Zhao Chun. Tai Ha immediately answered the order. This subordinate is here. According to your majesty's order, this subordinate has been guarding the secret passage in the palace. As you predicted, someone tried to intrude. That person fought with this subordinate for a while, and then suddenly left. The opponent is an expert who specializes in imbuing techniques. After grasping the situation, Lin Yanker replied, I understand. You don't need to worry here. Everything is fine. You stand still there. I'll immediately call someone to send you back to the imperial capital. Then she turned to Xu Feng and said, Shifu, behind junior sister there's someone else helping her. The killing imprint on my body was probably created by that person. Junior sister has an accomplice. In 3 days, I'm afraid she won't come to the rendezvous. But Xu Feng confidently replied, Number 2 Luo will come tomorrow. Xu Feng continued. The fact that she continued to fight even after encountering me proves that Tu Luo's goal from beginning to end was to take the Soul Heaven treasure mirror. She retreated not because she recognized me, but because she was injured and couldn't win. The current situation is chaotic, and you're unwell. For someone who always walks on a dangerous path, this is truly a good opportunity for Tu Luo, Lin Yanser quickly said. But if junior sister returns, her helper won't abandon an enemy in the dark. We're in the open. A chance of keeping junior sister here will increase by a few points. He pinched his fingers and calculated for a bit. Then, with a confident attitude, he said, Tomorrow is an auspicious day. At this time, in another room, Zhao Qiaoqiao knelt before a coffin. Zhao Qiaoqiao, with a face full of anticipation, said, The time is right. Just then, the girl inside slowly woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, suspiciously looking at the surrounding scenery. She wondered where this was. Zhao Qiaoqiao was so happy she cried when she saw she was awake. Shifu! Qiaoqiao rushed over to hug her Shifu, making her a bit surprised, calling out, Qiaoqiao, NHI. The girl sobbed, Shifu, Shifu, you're finally awake. As expected, Shizu didn't lie to me. Qiaoqiao's Shifu froze when she heard that name. She sat up and asked, Shizu? So, these things are… Then she quickly asked her disciple, Qiao Nhi. My good disciple, you've met Shizu? Where is he? Suddenly she heard someone calling her. Suyan. Ye Chen and Lin Yanher walked in, and he greeted, Suan, long time no see. Ye Chen continued, Do you still like the life you have today? Sulian was a bit stunned when she heard him ask. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she asked him, You must have planned this meeting long ago, so why ask me if I like it now? Ye Chen replied, Predictions only reveal the outcome. I could foresee that we, teacher and disciple, would meet today, but I couldn't foresee the difficulties in the process. Sunyan. It's been hard on you, Lin Yanher also asked with concern. Shimei, how does your body feel? Just tell me if you need anything. Dashiji will take care of it for you. Suyan smiled faintly after hearing them. That's great. Actually, I do have a wish, but before that, she turned to look at Ye Chen and asked, Shifu, you want me to help with something, right? Ye Chen was a bit contemplative. Seeing that she understood him so well, nothing escapes your eyes. The next day, as expected, Tu Luo arrived. Her eyes were full of indifference and apathy as she glanced around. Then she flew down to the main hall of the sect. Suddenly, she heard Lin Yanher calling her. Shima. Lin Yanher approached and asked, You still haven't cut off that thought? We share the same master, so why must we fight each other to the death at this point? If Shifu sees us harming each other, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Tu Luo gave Lin Yanker a cold glance, then quickly swung a sword towards her. Tu Luo glanced at her Shiji, and said indifferently, To be able to hide your aura to this extent, Shiji. Lin Yanher said gently to Tu Luo, Why put on such a weak and foolish facade? But then, Lin Yanker became serious. From her hand, scarlet threads like blood suddenly shot out, like living snakes, tightly binding Tu Luo's limbs. Yanner resolutely said, Unless I die, I will never hand over the Soul Sky treasure mirror that Shifu left behind. We will settle this here today. The atmosphere suddenly changed. From the midst of the tension, a sharp blade shot forth with terrifying speed. The cold tip of the blade touched her skin, and Tu Luo said coldly, No need. She continued, With spatial shift you can't catch me, senior sister. As for the Soul Heavenly treasure mirror, you don't need to hand it over. I know where it is today. A palm strike landed on the floor, sending dust and smoke billowing. A concealed box was revealed amidst the rubble. Tula coldly waved her hand, retrieving the box. Seeing the box slowly floating towards Tula's hand, Lin Yanker cried out in alarm. Second junior sister! She hurriedly advised her younger sister. Don't listen to outsiders anymore. Master really isn't dead. Please, believe me this time, senior sister. As soon as she finished speaking, the item landed in Tula's hand. Suddenly, Lin Yanher's expression completely changed, flipping like a page. From panicked and worried she turned cold and dangerous, saying, Unbelievable. This attitude greatly surprised Tula. Her eyes widened, as if sensing something bad was about to happen. She turned to look at her senior sister's back and realized the aura had changed. Lin Yanher now continued. I didn't know. Second junior sister, You're still so stubborn. These words infuriated Tula. She lost all reason and charged towards Lin Yanhair. But Yanhair's entire body seemed to be protected by another source of power, preventing Tula from breaking through. Lin Yanhair said to her, "No matter how much you polish a mirror, it's useless." It was time for Yang Chen to appear. He materialized and said, "No matter where you run, you'll only hit a wall." Tula was extremely shocked. What? What? Why is this puppet so similar to senior sister? Even the immortal realm cultivation isn't inferior. Ye Chen raised his hand. Tula La looked in dismay at the person in front of her. Space suddenly exploded, dust and smoke flying everywhere. In the smoky haze, unable to distinguish what was behind her, Ye Chen asked Tula La, "What's wrong? Why do you have such a flustered, foolish look?" Ye Chen lectured her. "Didn't I teach you that in battle, you must see 1 and anticipate 10? A Xuan's heavenly calculation of the 4 directions has already calculated all your paths to survival. The moment you touched this treasure mirror, you fell into the trap. Wanting to capture you is just one of the simplest methods. Such heavy vigilance. Disguising as your senior sister to resist? It seems you quite like this game." Tula looked at the person before her, confused, and asked, "Divine calculator? Why didn't she?" Ye Chen continued to point out Tula's weakness. "You rely too much on spatial shift. Because you love too much, you always think about running away. Tula La, you're still the most cowardly." Tula was completely provoked. She snapped angrily, "Shut up! Just a fake! Just an imposter!" She used all her strength to swing her sword and said, "You're not worthy to say a single word with him." The opportunity they had been waiting for had arrived. Ye Chen said indifferently, "Finally appeared." His face was full of triumph. "Seal?" Ye Chen said with interest. "All right, nice." At this moment, Zhu Luo was completely at his mercy, like a fish on a chopping block. Ye Chen's whole body radiated an oppressive aura. He coldly said, "Gotcha." Zhu Luo's body suddenly felt controlled by an unseen force, unable to budge even an inch. What's happening? He's clearly just a mere dummy, so why am I feeling this for the first time in front of him? Zhu Luo couldn't move. She felt as if she was tightly bound. Ye Chen called out to her, "Disciple," then swiftly extended his hand and pressed a stream of qia into her forehead. He didn't forget to warn his disciple, "Don't fidget around." Streams of golden qi slowly seeped in, wrapping around her body and surging forcefully into her. A suffocating, heavy sensation, like being squeezed from all sides, made her utterly miserable, her breath catching, and her chest feeling so tight it could burst. Elsewhere, Qi Shanjun looked at the compass, annoyed that she couldn't figure out how to use it. Ugh, this compass is seriously confusing, you know? Dead bodies lay scattered across the ground, sacrificed as offerings for the compass. Just to pinpoint where the Empress hid the Soul Heaven treasure mirror, it takes 10 lives as sacrifices. Even if Ye Chen's super skilled, it'd still take him at least a whole day to break the killing seal I put on the Empress. So by now, Zhu Luo must have definitely snagged the treasure mirror. Suddenly, she heard a buzzing sound swirling around her ears, and let out a questioning. The weapon in her hand began to crack open, revealing golden lines. Qi Shanjun sensed something was off. Huh? This aura? Is it the berserk seal I placed on Zhu Luo? Did she activate it? Does this mean... Her entire body felt like it was hit by lightning. Streams of golden power slowly radiated and coiled around her, tearing her clothes to shreds and making her hair fly wild. Qi Shanjun questioned, "Is it? Could it be Ye Chen? No, how is that even possible? He actually reversed the spiritual energy into my seal, using it to hit me back? No, wait. His goal isn't to strike back at me." She frantically realized Ye Chen's intention was to pinpoint her location by reversing the array seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Shanjun bit her thumb. She growled, "This one here." Then, she drew a blood talisman in the air. Qi Shanjun angrily declared, "This one here isn't some casual woman, you know." 2 immense streams of power intertwined and collided, creating terrifying pressure that erupted uncontrollably. Yet, strangely enough, the scene below remained completely peaceful. Lin Yanhair silently gazed at the scene below from the high platform. Suddenly, a voice called out to her from behind. "Senior sister!" A Tyrian was helped outside by a disciple. A Tyrian teased her, asking, "Master hasn't even been gone for a quarter of an hour, and you already miss him, sis." Lin Yanhair immediately denied it, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm just worried." Etuan gently said, Right. You're worried that Shura Shiji acted too recklessly, angering Master with unimaginable consequences, aren't you?" She then asked, "Do you know why Master didn't let you go with her?" Lin Yanhair replied, "Probably because he was afraid I'd plead for her." Atuan denied, saying, "Wrong. It's because Master didn't want you to bear the karma. People often say that everyone has their own fate. Shura Shiji making this decision for me back then must have been planned in advance. The chick will eventually leave the nest, so you can't manage her for life. I know you always want to shoulder a week's worth of burden for Maester, But have you ever considered that Maester might not need anyone to shoulder the burden? Lin Yanhair was silent after hearing these words. Suddenly, she saw someone entering. Atuan looked over and exclaimed. She hurriedly asked, "Master, are you done?" Yi Chen entered, carrying a weak Shura on his back. Shura was placed on the bed to rest. Lin Yanhair observed her appearance and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Second Shimei, she's out of danger. She turned to praise Yi Chen. Master, you still came around. Yi Chen replied, I had already given her a 3-day deadline and planned to have Atuan set up a formation to trap her. Although it was a bit early, the result is still good. After discovering that someone had placed a curse mark on Yang Ger, I guessed that this person would also increase the bet for Shura. I originally wanted to use the method of reversing spiritual energy to pinpoint his location and directly transmit a message over there to find him, but the opponent summoned heavenly lightning to destroy himself, directly cutting off the connection. Lin Yanhair responded, like a lizard losing its tail. Master, spiritual energy won't disappear so easily. I will lead the troops forward to where his spiritual energy was severed, digging 3 feet into the ground to figure him out. Yi Chen said unhurriedly, Don't chase a cornered enemy. This person dared to use heavenly lightning to commit suicide, must have some backing. If I were him, I would create an even more horrific scene to attract the enemy to go deep into the inland. At this time, whether it is attacking the enemy in the vanguard position, or feinting to the east and attacking the west falling into the rear, is a foolproof plan. Lin Yanhair also understood that this was indeed the case. But could they just let that person go? Yi Chen coldly replied, How could that be? When I reversed the spiritual energy into his curse mark, I left a signal. I'll strike him when he's unguarded, catching him off guard. Then he turned to Lin Yanhair and said, The important thing now is to stand firm. Yanhair, you rest well. I'll come and question Shura when she wakes up. Lin Yanhair obediently replied, Okay. I hope second Shimei won't be stubborn anymore. Yi Chen was also a little disappointed, thinking, It's not easy to reunite, yet it's such a mundane scene. Just as he finished thinking, he called out to Yanhair. Suddenly, Atuan suddenly rushed between them, cheering happily. She said, But no matter what, second Shiji is finally back. Such a good thing. I think it's worth drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing Atuan's suggestion, the two of them said in unison, No way! She's weak. She can't drink alcohol. Atuan stared into Yi Chen's eyes. Lin Yanhair sighed, her face as sad as if she had lost her account book. Then she raised her hand and said, Well, didn't Grand Shiji used to say that she would agree to anything I asked? I really do have a wish. Both of them curiously looked at Atuan and asked about the wish. Xu Feng warned vigilantly, other than not being allowed to drink alcohol. Atuan mimicked her master's appearance and added, Also, no poking phoenix nests, gambling eggs, and especially no transforming spring pictures. Those things were all in the past. I don't do that stuff anymore. Xu Feng said confusedly. You don't like it anymore? He thought, Isn't this a good thing? Why does she look like she's regretting her lost youth? Xu Feng said to her, Then what do you like now? Master will remember it. Atuan immediately replied, I'm already in. Don't treat me like a kid. While they were bickering, Lin Yanhair weakly coughed a few times. Then she smiled brightly and said, Seriously, Master is so old-fashioned. Remember that time he said to go east but went west? So many years have passed, and junior sister still remembers. Xu Feng pointed at himself in disbelief and asked, Huh? Me? Atuan hurriedly agreed. That's right. Big sister is right. To deal with Master, you have to say what's on your mind. Lin Yanhair's expression seemed to say, What do you mean? But Atuan had already answered. Then I'll be blunt. I want to play hide-and-seek with Master and senior sister, just once. The two of them were stunned when they heard this request. Huh? Xu Feng put his hands on his hips helplessly and said, And you said you've grown up? Making a wish like this is no different from a kid, Atuan said calmly. It's all because of you two. When I was little, you always said I could divine and knew the directions, so you wouldn't let me be the seeker. This is also the biggest regret of my childhood. Atuan set the rules for the game. I'll give you 2 1-incense sticks worth of time. If I catch you, hee. Seeing her disappear, Lin Yanhair quickly said, Why is she using magic to leave? Can her body handle it, Atuan? From behind, Xu Feng said, Just let her go. He asked Yanhair with concern, Is your health stable? If you're tired, go rest. I'll mess around with her for a bit. Let me help you back to your room. But Yanhair dodged to the side, making Xu Feng confused. As she walked, she said, If it's a wish, how could I, as senior sister, ruin the fun? Xu Feng was still worried about her health, but Yanhair said gently, It's okay. She didn't forget to add, Master, hurry up and hide. Xu Feng had safely hidden on the rooftop of a building. He was very confused by Lin Yanhair's attitude just now. She was smiling and talking just now, so why is she suddenly unhappy? Could it be that I'm indulging Atuan too much? So she's blaming me? Luo appeared and said, Master, you've been sitting here spacing out for half an incense stick's worth of time. Isn't hiding here basically giving yourself away? I heard very clearly that if you get caught by Atuan, you'll be punished. But Xu Feng was still lost in thought about Lin Yan'er's attitude just now, so his expression couldn't be happy. Xu Feng waved his hand and replied, winning or losing isn't important. Atuan being happy is the main goal. Luo Luo then asked, oh, so you've decided to lose? Then, why are you feeling down? Luo Luo glanced down and suddenly shouted, ah! Big senior sister! Xu Feng quickly looked down to observe. There was nothing below. Xu Feng realized he had been tricked. Xu Feng angrily rolled up the heavenly book forcefully, causing Luo Luo to cry out, hey, hey! If there's something, master, just ask senior sister directly. Why are you taking it out on me? If senior sister likes you, she'll definitely tell you everything. Xu Feng asked doubtfully. Like? Is it the kind of liking a disciple has for their master? But she avoided me, so she probably hates me a lot. Just now, she even said I was old-fashioned and stubborn. Does that mean stupid? Seeing Lin Yan's figure below, Luo Luo hurriedly warned him, master, senior sister is really here. If you tear it again, I'll be found out. Ye Chen was still lost in his confusion. Yan's fear said she likes me. But could it be that she actually hates me? Seeing that she was being ignored, Luo Luo got really angry. The little rascal waved her hand and pushed him down, scolding, I don't care. Go ask her directly. Don't drag me into this. Ye Chen fell from above. Seeing Yan Yer below, he quickly asked, Yan Yer, why are you here? Lin Yan'er was also very surprised. Huh? Master? Yang Chen tumbled down and accidentally landed right on top of Lin Yan'er. He quickly propped his hands on the ground to avoid putting his weight on her. Looking at Yan'er beneath him, he thought to himself, oh crap, I knocked her down again. She just recovered? Is she injured again? No way. I have to quickly help Yan'er up and check. He called out her name. Yan'er, do you hate me? At this moment, he realized he had blurted it out. Oh no, why did I say that? Yi Chen quickly explained, this. First, Lin Yan'er suddenly grabbed the front of his robes. She pulled him closer and whispered, don't. Ye Chen's face was now flushed red. He was still stunned by this intimate situation. Yan Far whispered in his ear, don't say anything. The two of them silently held that position. Hiding behind the artificial mountain, only Asulan's voice echoed, hee hee, time's up. Asugyan, on the other side of the artificial mountain, sweetly said, where should I start looking? The girl started playing a cat-and-mouse game. Oh, it seems this is senior sister's study. Should I go in and take a look? Better start looking from the bedroom. The two of them behind the artificial mountain remained silent, not daring to make a sound. Ye Chen watched Asuan walk away and whispered, she's gone. Suddenly, Lin Yan'er reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she pulled him down and hugged him tightly. She whispered in her master's ear, I don't hate you. I'm just afraid you don't want me anymore, so I pushed you away first. It's not just the feelings between a master and disciple. I like you. I like Ye Chen. I don't want to be just master and disciple. Ye Chen was caught off guard by her confession and didn't know what to do. He remembered every appearance of Lin Yan'er in the past, from the moment she was overjoyed to see him again. After 100 years, I finally waited for you. Every appearance of her, when she was worried, or when she burst into a bright smile, more beautiful than any flower in full bloom in spring. Not seeing Ye Chen react for a long time, Lin Yan'er became even more shy. Her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Before she could think any further, Ye Chen locked his lips onto hers. When he left Yan'er's full, moist lips, Ye Chen still couldn't escape the regret. His eyes looked at her with tenderness and love that couldn't be concealed anymore. All right, no more master and disciple. Looking at Yan'er, who was blushing after the kiss, he continued, then let's be something else. With a flushed face and teary eyes, Yan'er said, then let's do something else. She widened her eyes. She moved closer to Ye Chen, whose face was also flushed as he looked at her. Their skin touched, and the atmosphere became awkward and heated. Yan'er gently slipped her slender, white legs around Ye Chen. His eyes couldn't resist her beauty. She whispered seductively, I'll listen to you. Ye Chen reached out to touch her, but unexpectedly, he acupunctured her stomach, surprising her. He looked at her intently, thinking, Yan'er. But she remained the same, her cheeks still faintly flushed. Pressing even closer to Ye Chen, she said coquettishly, it tickles. He was startled to hear that. Then he lowered his head and touched her forehead, urging, Yan'er, how about we go inside? After all, she hasn't fully recovered yet. If she catches a cold, it won't be good. Having no choice, Yan'er agreed. As night fell, the two whispered to each other before Qingfor's horrified expression, I'll carry you inside, okay? Suddenly, there was a scream. Ah! The Baihua sect? Why? At this moment, Qingxinger looked blank and dazed at the two of them. Xiao Qiao also ran over and said, Big sister, please wait for me a moment, let's go find it together, won't it be faster? As soon as Qingyer saw her, She quickly covered Xiao Qiao's eyes. Then she said anxiously, "Big sister, what's wrong? Is there danger again? The kind that gets you killed just by seeing it? Big sister, don't worry too much about me anymore. I've really recovered. Moreover, there's a senior here. He will definitely help us." Ye Chen stood aside, looking at the two of them, completely bewildered. Suddenly, he pretended to cough. Then he burst out laughing. "That's right, with me here, the two young ladies don't need to be afraid of anything." Qing Shi quickly covered Xiao Qiao's mouth, telling her, "Little Tao, be quiet, there's no one here, let's go quickly." "Xiao Qiao, what did you say?" I heard the senior's voice. Xiao Qiao asked her in confusion. "Senior, I'm Little Tao, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Why is it so cold? Wait, this feeling seems to be..." At this moment, Ye Chen seemed to sense a murderous intent behind him. Inside the room, "So that's how it is. You two came here to deliver a message from Ruo Shi, right?" Yes, Xiao Qiao and Xing Wei were currently explaining why they were here. Qing'er rotated her wrist and said, "My sisters and I were sent by the old ancestor to travel in the central continent, in order to wait for the opportunity to meet the owner of the heavenly tome. This jade pendant is the old ancestor's token. It requires the harmony between our spiritual roots to awaken it," she continued. "Before, Xiao Tao was struck by a curse and fell into a coma. That's why I dared to ask you to wait a moment." Xu Feng, standing there, listened while tossing the jade pendant in his hand, and hummed in acknowledgement. She then stammered, "But, senior, are you really okay?" At this moment, Xu Feng was wrapped in bandages, but he gave a gentle smile and said, "Ah, it's nothing. Yan Xier is just playing with me." Hearing this, Qing Yi hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing so hard that Zhao Zhao and Xu Feng were both taken aback. "Senior, we really didn't mean to cause troubles. We were just urgently searching for you, and happened to meet a sorcerer skilled in divination, so we had a scuffle." "Sorcerer? Xuan, you little rascal!" Xu Feng, looking flustered, said, "So that's..." Before he could finish, Qing Shi interrupted. "Rest assured, we don't know anything. We didn't see you and Her Majesty the Empress, nor did we. And we certainly wouldn't connect anything," she said with a very firm and resolute expression. Seeing her imagine things so fiercely, Xu Feng was terrified and shouted, "You're imagining more than I even did. I beg you, please get to the point." She replied, Yes. "Senior, please calm down, we'll start right away." With that, Qing'er and Xiao Xiao held hands tightly, closed their eyes tightly, and a ray of light flashed. A figure appeared before Xu Feng. In that mysterious light, a woman with platinum blonde hair appeared. Seeing this, Xu Feng called out, "Ruo Ji." Ruo Ji also drowsily opened her eyes and replied, "Long time no see." Then she gave a meaningful smile. "Your luck's still as tough as nails." Xu Feng replied smugly, "Consider it thanks to your blessing." The two looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Ruo Ji chuckled, "Haha, it really is you. In this world, only you dare to talk so rudely to me. So what's the deal that you had to make people wait until I got the heavenly tome before you'd talk?" Ruo Ji coyly covered her mouth and replied, "How impolite. Clearly, you're the one who needs something from me." Xu Feng continued, "Does it have something to do with the person who cast the curse on my disciple?" Hearing this, Ruo Ji covered her mouth in admiration. "You're quite clever." She looked at him with a meaningful gaze. "This person has some connection to me. My true body is currently in the 100 Flowers Forbidden area. Watching her run around isn't pleasant." She's extended her hand towards the Limitless Sect. "It's quite a coincidence that it's given us a chance to meet." Ruo Ji moved closer to Xu Feng, whispering in his ear, "But it doesn't stop there. Behind this person, there's an even bigger conspiracy. The destruction of your sect years ago is also related to this matter." Hearing this, Xu Feng immediately turned his head to question her. "How much information are you holding?" Ruo Ji heard this and flew up, saying cryptically, "Want to know? I'll be waiting for you in the 100 Flowers Forbidden area. Remember, be quick." With that, Ruo Shi immediately vanished in a puff of green smoke. After hearing Ruo Shi's words, Xu Feng kept thinking about the 100 Flowers Forbidden area. The two sisters, Qiao Qiao and Xing Ji, were also gradually running out of energy after summoning Ruo Ji. Qing'er slowly opened her eyes. Then she turned around and said to Xu Feng, "Senior," immediately followed by his voice, the words already changed. "You two have worked hard, but I have something else to ask." Since the establishment of the 100 Flowers sect, Ruo Ji has been focused on studying inscription techniques. With the blessing of inscriptions, the effectiveness of cultivation will be multiplied. Therefore, the 100 Flowers sect doesn't advocate arduous cultivation, but I heard her say that she went to the forbidden area to cultivate. Why is that? Qing'er held little Xiao Qiao in her arms, her face somewhat gloomy as she replied, "I don't know about this. Xiao Tao and I joined the sect under the old ancestor 10 years ago, and the old ancestor was already in the forbidden area then." Hearing this, Xu Feng made an "oh" sound, as if in response, then thought to himself, Ruoji transmitted her message to me with such a complex procedure, yet the chosen people aren't trusted aides, but new disciples who just joined the sect and whose foundation isn't stable. She isn't one to use strangers, yet she arranged it like this. Could it be that, 10 years ago, no, even earlier, something happened to the 100 Flowers sect? Seeing him in contemplation, Qing Goer quickly continued. Senior is asking this. Could it be that the old ancestor asked you to go to the forbidden area? Xu Feng didn't hide anything and turned around to explain. The 100 Flowers forbidden area is located deepest within your sect and requires the sect leader's token to enter. I'll set off immediately. Just then, Qing'er interrupted him. The difficulty isn't there. 3 years ago, after Zhao Tao and I went down the mountain, the old ancestor used a dream to convey to all disciples that from now on, no magic could be used to travel within the sect. If a disciple wants to return to the sect, they must pass through the poisonous spirit mountain range. Suddenly, Cao Cao woke up from her daze and said loudly, Sister, do you have any clues about the poisonous mountain, Xiao Tao? Xu Feng didn't hesitate, and also said, Clues? Isn't that a mountain range 100 miles away from your sect? Jia Tao Nuxia said it makes it seem very difficult to find. At this moment, Qing Goer suddenly panicked and quickly covered Xiao Chao's mouth, saying, Senior doesn't know. After the old ancestor transmitted the message through a dream, the senior brothers and sisters suspected something was wrong, and all went to Duling mountain range one after another, wanting to go back to the sect to see what was going on. But the location of that mountain range changes constantly, making it extremely difficult to find. Finally, they determined its location, but the mountain range had a strange appearance, with wild beasts gathering in flocks, their aura as if wanting to devour living beings. Not only that, but a mind-bewitching formation appeared in the mountain, sucking souls and seizing spirits. Many of my fellow disciples died tragically in the mountain. Fortunately, the senior brothers and sisters risked their lives to transmit the news out. So my junior sisters and I were able to save our lives and didn't dare to continue searching. Hearing her sister's story, little Tao was also a little scared, and tears welled up in her eyes as she said, But because of this, my sister and I have become homeless wanderers, unable to go home, and bullied by the Blood River sect outside. We had no choice but to come to the Limitless sect to ask for help from Senior. Cao Cao sobbed non-stop like a child. If it weren't for the mission at hand, we would have returned long ago. The old ancestor treats my sister and me like her own daughters. I'm really worried about her. Hearing such a painful story, Xu Feng's heart was also filled with thought. Cultivation, transmitting messages, sealing the sect. These arrangements follow one after another, like measures to imprison a disaster. Could it be that Ruoji has locked herself up with the disaster in the forbidden area? She had the 100 Flower Sisters wait until I obtained the heavenly book before transmitting the message, and even invited me by revealing the inner secrets of the sect being destroyed. Could this disaster be the type that will definitely be discovered? If that's really the case, she has placed her hopes of escaping on me. So how to, open quotation marks go, close quotation marks, need to think carefully. Using powerful magic to break the restriction to enter the forbidden area isn't impossible, but if it's really as I guessed, doing so might release the disaster. Thinking of this, he said, I understand. Hearing these words from his mouth, Qing'er hurriedly asked, Senior, you really have a way. But deep in his heart, Xu Feng thought, the safest way at present is to enter the 100 Flowers sect from the poisonous spirit mountain range. Although the location of this mountain range is very strange, if calculated carefully, it isn't too difficult to find. However, the problem lies in time. There must be a better way. A way there definitely is. Suddenly, the figure of a woman appeared behind him, startling Qing'er. Yan Care was wearing a fur coat, looking extremely proud and no less charming. She then spoke. Limitless sect, no. When I founded the Profound Limit sect, Master entrusted me with building a Profound Limit Dharma gate. This gate connects with the 5 elements in the world. Just say the location, and the Dharma gate will transform into a door, directly leading to the target. Xu Feng pointed at himself in surprise. Me, when? Yan Cher said with a sullen face. Master is out of seclusion, with endless busy work. Sometimes forgets, but sometimes remembers, Yan Kor said with a very cold expression. Hearing these cold words from her, Xu Feng couldn't help but sweat profusely, thinking, she's still angry. Noticing the situation, Qing Sao and Cao Cao hurriedly bid farewell. We've troubled Senior. As expected of the sect founded by Senior, Senior will lead us back, right? But Xu Feng hurriedly interrupted. Wait, you two! Suddenly, Yanner shouted wildly. Nonsense! Have you ever thought about why the old ancestor of the 100 Flowers sect had to seal the mountain and close the sect, sending the two of you out for a trip? One sentence about missing home, one sentence about returning, Have you forgotten the scene of your fellow disciples dying tragically? Are you just treating it like a children's game? Being scolded, Qingskor and Xiao Qiao turned pale and hugged each other, trembling. Sister, your Majesty, we are just worried. Yan Care glanced at Qingkar and Xiao Qiao with sharp eyes and said, she calculated it like this because she didn't want to implicate the two of you. There's a saying. Parents love their children, so they must plan deeply for their children. She has entrusted you to Zhu Fengzun, so this place is your refuge. Saying this, she turned and left. If you're really worried about her, then don't interfere anymore. Listen to her. Hearing this, Xu Feng felt a little confused. Very reasonable. Touching. Yan Sher is truly amazing. Plotting schemes, leaving those two girls behind. Yan Frere's helping me out again, but I still made her angry. Shouldn't have done that. He hastily chased after her, calling out, Yan'er! Wait a sec. I have something to tell you. Yan Gare, Xu Feng, immediately grabbed her wrist, stopping her from walking away. But instead she put on a cold face and said, it hurts. Seeing this, Xu Feng panicked and quickly let go of her hand. I let go, listen to me. Back at the little courtyard, the Baihua heroine suddenly showed up. I deliberately changed the subject, not because I didn't want to, but because, before he could finish speaking, Yaner pinched his face. She said bluntly, it's because you wanted to protect my reputation, that's why you did that. I know. In your eyes, am I a girl who only knows how to be jealous and make trouble over this? Don't underestimate me. I won't be unreasonably angry about this forever. Unwilling, Xu Feng kept chasing after her, wanting to know clearly. Why were you so cold to me just now? If you don't tell me, how will I know where I went wrong? Let go, tell me. Too troublesome, she finally turned her head and said, fine, then let's make it clear. I'll ask you, when the Baihua sisters begged you, did you ever think of asking me? You wanted to handle it all by yourself again, didn't you? If I hadn't asked A Sunyan to use the hidden formation in the pure chamber, would you have told me about this tonight? Definitely not, right? You just knew to leave the city alone and take on everything. It's always like this, always like this. I'm always the last to know about your affairs. I'm always the disciple who's protected, who's arranged for, but didn't we make it clear that we're not master and disciple anymore? Saying this, she suddenly shouted, her eyes gradually filled with tears. She tugged on Xu Feng's sleeve, whimpering. When will you finally see me as someone worth trusting? Someone you can rely on? A girl who's always worried about you? Hearing these heartfelt words, Xu Feng looked at her, a little flustered. After some back and forth, the two finally came to the doorway. Yaner coldly pushed him away and said, in the chamber, I heard the whole story. I have a vague feeling in my heart. I'm afraid that the Baihua old ancestor has encountered some difficulties. This mysterious extreme method was created by me in the past to find you. Very few people know it. I've told you how to use it. You go yourself. I'll wait here for you to return, she said, looking a little unwilling. Suddenly, Xu Feng grabbed her hand. His eyes became firm, pointing and saying, the Poison Spirit Mountain Range. If I go alone, I might get so angry that my blood will surge, and I'll beat him up real good. Yaner, remember to stop me. Hearing him say that, Yancher finally felt a little relieved. The two faced each other, looking at each other affectionately. Over on Asuan's side, she stretched tiredly. Ugh, Master and Senior Sister have both gone out. They're having me look after Second Senior Sister. It's almost time for her to awaken, huh? Second Senior Sister.